Qingchuan City, Jiangnan Province, Dragon Nation, Blue Star. The first school-wide assembly after our 18th birthdays would decide where we stood for the rest of our lives. More than 200 years ago, alien races and demonic beasts had arrived alongside spiritual energy. Blue Star had expanded, and humanity had awakened supernatural talents. From then on, strength was no longer merely an advantage. It was the price of survival. An awakening device stood in the center of the athletic field. After Principal Li Jiang announced the rules, the students went up one by one. The device rated talents across 9 grades, from F to SSS. In general, the higher the grade, the faster a person could cultivate and the greater the upper limit of their abilities. Most of the early results were ordinary, until Li Hai, the son of a prominent family, placed his hand on the device. S-grade metal affinity. The field erupted for the first time. Tens of millions of people awakened in the Dragon Nation every year, but an S-grade talent was already enough to attract the attention of elite universities. Later, Luo Yushi awakened an SS-grade ice affinity, and the cheers nearly blew the roof off the stands. Wang Shuo, standing beside me, stared with his eyes practically popping out of his head. I patted him on the shoulder. Don't just stare at everyone else. If you awaken an SS-grade talent, you won't be any less impressive than she is. You say that like SS grade is easy to get. That was what he said, but when his turn came, he ran up faster than anyone. SS grade, Shadow Affinity. The principal broke into a smile on the spot. Ninth Martial Academy had produced only one SS grade student the previous year. As long as nothing went wrong, the country's top martial universities would be fighting over Wang Shuo after the martial arts examination 100 days from now. He charged down from the stage, his face red with excitement. Brothery, what do you think? Not bad. But since I'm the grand finale, maybe I'll get SSS grade. I made it sound easy, but I had no confidence at all. I had transmigrated here from Earth 3 years ago. I had been an orphan in my previous life, and this body's parents had died on a military mission when I was 12. The original Yu had then been in a car accident at 15, which was how I came to be here. Over the last 3 years, I had seen how this world treated the weak, and I had called out for a system more times than I could count. There had never been an answer. Today's awakening was almost my only chance to change my fate. After several thousand students finished their tests, I was the only one left on the field. Last student UE. I stepped onto the awakening platform and pressed my hand against the device. 2 utterly different currents of energy awakened inside me at the same time. One flowed toward my palm. The other seemed to be concealed by some force and never appeared on the screen. F-grade, Space Affinity. The crowd went silent for a moment, and then the murmurs began. Space affinities were exceedingly rare, but a low-grade space talent could barely use even the most basic abilities. Pairing such a precious affinity with the lowest possible grade made it feel more like a joke. Principal Li Jiang did not mock me. He only reminded me, space affinities are rare. A low grade doesn't mean you have no chance, so don't give up. I thanked him and walked back to Wang Shuo. Those 2 currents of energy still bothered me, but the device had displayed only one F-grade talent. Afraid that I had been crushed by the result, Wang Shuo immediately thumped his chest. Brother E, I'll look after you from now on. As long as I have something to eat, I will never let you go hungry. He said it loudly enough for several nearby students to hear. Someone laughed that he was already rushing to recruit a lackey when he had only just awakened. Wang Shuo glared back so fiercely that they all looked away. I did not explain. Beside the awakening platform stood a crystal tablet used to record talents, and a teacher was entering the final set of data into my file. From this moment forward, that F-grade space talent would follow me through class placement and resource applications. It would even affect the initial screening for martial universities. Without some additional stroke of fortune, most ordinary F-grade awakened people could only take civilian jobs related to their talents. High-intensity combat would remain beyond them. I lowered my head and opened my hand. The energy that had surged into my palm had not completely vanished. Every so often, an almost invisible distortion flickered between my fingers. The other power had sunk deep into my body, like a thundercloud forcibly sealed inside my flesh. The device had detected only the former, and none of the teachers had noticed anything unusual. Some students on the field were already celebrating. Others had received F-grade results and were crying in corners. We were all 18, yet one screen had just divided our futures onto different roads. I hated that reality, but I could not deny how important talent grades were. Demonic beasts would not dull their claws because someone worked hard, and alien races certainly did not believe in fairness on the battlefield. Come on, Let's get back to class. Wang Shuo slung an arm around my shoulders. Dinner's on me tonight. Save your money for cultivation resources first. I pushed his arm down. Cultivating an SS grade talent costs far more than you think. He was about to argue, but the announcement ordering each class to leave the field had already begun. I followed the crowd toward the classroom building, outwardly calm while my mind kept returning to those two currents of energy. Even without a system, if that hidden lightning affinity was real, I had not lost yet. That thought comforted me more than anything anyone had said on the field. Just as I was about to respond, a crisp notification sounded inside my head. The host's talent awakening has been detected. Universal system successfully bound. Beginner gift pack issued. The weight pressing on my chest vanished in an instant. It turned out my true awakening had only just begun. I did not let my reaction show. I simply asked the system what it could do. Its answer was direct. Completing missions would earn me talent points. Talent points could raise my talent grades, cultivation realm, and martial skill proficiency. They could also be used to buy items in the shop. I immediately opened my status panel. Character, UE. Realm, none. Vitality, 10. Mental power, 16. Talents, F grade space affinity, SSS grade lightning affinity. Shop, locked. Inventory, beginner gift pack. The translucent panel existed only in my mind. I tried turning my head and closing my eyes, but it remained suspended at the clearest point in my thoughts. Wang Shuo walked past me without reacting at all. The system also confirmed that unless I deliberately showed someone an item, no one else could see the interface or hear its notifications. 10 vitality units and 16 mental power units were normal for an untrained student. The SSS grade lightning affinity on the panel, however, struck like a real bolt of lightning and connected every mystery from the awakening. The device had not displayed a false result. Either the system or some other force had helped me conceal the more dangerous part. That was actually a good thing. An orphan with no family protection who awakened both space and lightning, one of them at SSS grade, would attract the school's attention. It would also inspire anyone with malicious intentions to act early. Revealing only space gave my real trump card the most reasonable disguise possible. The device had not malfunctioned. It had simply detected my space talent. The second power hidden inside me during the awakening was my SSS grade lightning affinity, and the system confirmed that the talent had always belonged to me. I opened the gift pack immediately. Space talent upgraded to S grade. Obtained the first 3 chapters of the King rank cultivation art, Thunder Body tempering art. Obtained the first 3 chapters of the King rank cultivation art, Thunder meditation art. Obtained the supreme Earth rank martial skill, 9 thunderclap blades. Obtained 800 talent points. The cultivation arts and martial skills of this world were divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest: human, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, saint, emperor, and divine. Even earth rank martial skills were extremely rare in Qingchuan City. The foremost families in the imperial capital treated king rank cultivation arts as core inheritances that could never be taught to outsiders. The system had given me 2 king rank cultivation arts at once. Even if I possessed only their first 3 chapters, their value was still incalculable. Once I learned them, an enormous amount of information poured directly into my mind. The Thunder Body tempering art used lightning to refine the body and its vitality across 9 levels. At the second level, lightning could merge with the blood itself. The Thunder meditation art focused on mental power and spiritual energy. Practicing it in an environment rich with lightning increased cultivation speed 20-fold. As for 9 thunderclap blades, every successive strike was stronger than the last, and once mastered, each slash would be as fast as a flash of lightning. Information entering my mind did not mean my body could instantly perform everything. I knew every movement and every meridian, and I could simulate every slash in my head, but I still needed a sufficient realm and repeated practice to support them. The system had given me a road on which I would never take a wrong turn. It had not magically erased every step of the journey. I tried circulating the Thunder meditation art, and the spiritual energy drifting around me was immediately drawn in by my mental power. There was no thunderstorm outside the classroom building, yet the lightning element was still several times more active than it would have been under a basic meditation method. If I cultivated in a genuine lightning-rich environment, that 20-fold boost would be no exaggeration. The moment I received that power, missions appeared as well. Main mission: place first in Jiangnan province on the martial arts examination in 100 days. Reward unknown. Growth mission: cultivate the Thunder Body tempering art to level 2. Reward: 2,000 talent points. Neither goal could be completed immediately. Fortunately, the system promised to begin issuing daily missions tomorrow, and the shop would refresh 5 items every day at 90% off. When I closed the panel, Wang Shua still thought the F-grade talent had left me dazed. "Brother E, don't worry," he said earnestly. "If you hadn't helped me 2 years ago, those guys might have forced me to drop out. Now that I've awakened an SS-grade talent, it's my turn to protect you." Warmth spread through my chest. I was not ready to reveal my dual talents, so I only smiled. "Don't worry. I'll still be the one carrying you from now on." On our way back to the classroom, the 3 people who had bullied Wang Shua years ago happened to block our path. Their leader had awakened a B-grade beast transformation talent. When he saw that I had received only an F-grade result, he decided his chance had finally come. "If Wang Shua weren't protecting you, you'd already be lying in a hospital bed." Wang Shua's expression changed instantly, and he stepped in front of me. The 3 of them did not dare start a real conflict with someone who had just awakened an SS-grade talent. They left us with a threat and walked away. I did not pursue them. The system had already decided what role they would play. Timed mission: defeat the 3 people who threatened me within 15 days. Reward: 300 talent points. Ranking mission: place in the top 10 at the school's ranking tournament in 15 days. Reward: superior D-grade Thundercleaver Saber and 800 talent points. Our homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, then handed out basic body tempering and meditation methods to the entire class. He also explained the cultivation system. Reaching 100 vitality units would make someone a Tier 1 martial artist, while reaching 100 mental power units would make them a Tier 1 psychic cultivator. Both paths had 10 tiers, and each tier was divided into 10 levels. The higher a student placed in the rankings 15 days from now, the more resources the school would provide. Dong Lei drew 2 staircases on the blackboard. Martial artists began by tempering their flesh. At Tier 2, they tempered their bones, and every later breakthrough brought another physical transformation. Psychic cultivators first condensed their perception, then expanded their mental sea. Training both paths was not unusual. The real difficulty was that doing so required twice the resources and twice the time. Most people chose one primary path once the direction of their talent became clear. Wang Shua had awakened a shadow affinity, and his abilities depended more heavily on mental power. Dong Lei advised him to focus on mental cultivation and train vitality as a secondary path. The space affinity I had revealed also belonged to the mental side, so the teacher gave me the same recommendation. Only I knew that lightning tempering and spatial perception were both indispensable. I had to walk both paths at once. When the dismissal bell rang, Zhang Wu and his 2 friends were still looking back at me from the doorway. They thought 15 days would be enough to make me recognize the gap between us. They had no idea the system mission had already transformed them from a problem into 300 talent points. Ordinary students could start only with the most basic cultivation arts. I already held 2 king rank arts in my hands. I did not answer a single voice mocking me for my F-grade talent. 15 days from now, they would learn exactly what they had gotten wrong. After leaving school, I returned to the aging apartment complex on the west side of the city. After this body's parents died, the person who truly raised me was Li Qingwei. She had awakened a D-grade plant affinity that let her sense the condition of spiritual plants. After graduating, she took a job at a company that cultivated them. To everyone else, she was only my neighbor. To me, she was my only family in this world. When I came through the door, she was cooking in an apron. "Xiaoyi, how did your awakening go today?" My lightning affinity would come to light sooner or later, and I did not want to hide it from her. The testing device showed an F-grade space talent, but I actually awakened dual talents. My space affinity has already reached S-grade, and the other is an SSS-grade lightning affinity. The plate in her hands stopped in midair, and she made me confirm it twice. Dual talents were extraordinarily rare in public records. It was perfectly understandable that she could not believe me at first. It's true. I met her eyes. Once I'm strong enough to hunt demonic beasts, I'll buy you a new place. I'll also find a way to raise your talent grade and cultivation realm. Li Qingyue's eyes reddened, but the first thing she did was pull out the more than 200,000 yuan she had saved over several years of work. She wanted me to use it to buy pills and spiritual elixirs. I refused. Some of the compensation my parents had left behind still remained. More importantly, I now had the system. I could not let her keep staking her entire life on me. "You took care of me before," I told her. "Starting today, it's my turn to take care of you." She did not argue any further. Instead, she opened an extra bottle of wine to celebrate my adulthood and awakening. There was nothing expensive in that meal, but for the first time, I truly felt that this old apartment was home. Li Qingwei rarely drank. After 2 glasses, a flush spread across her cheeks. She pulled out old photographs my parents had left behind and warned me over and over never to leave the city alone merely because I possessed powerful talents. Young awakened people died outside Qingchuan City every year. Many did not die because they were too weak, but because they mistook a safe first trip for a promise that every trip would be safe. Learn how to survive before you learn how to win. She put the photograph back in the drawer. Your father used to say that all the time. This body's memories of his parents were incomplete, but I remembered the 2 of them in military uniforms in that photograph. They had died during a military mission, and the compensation had been enough only to maintain an ordinary life. If I wanted to uncover the complete record of that mission, I would need to enter a higher-level martial university at the very least. That gave the martial arts examination another layer of meaning. Back in my room, I began allocating my 800 talent points. 100 points raised my vitality to 100 units, making me a Tier 1, Level 1 martial artist. Another 100 raised my mental power to 100 units, allowing me to become a Tier 1, Level 1 psychic cultivator. Advancing my mental power from Tier 1, Level 1 to Level 2 cost 200 points, and I did not hesitate. Once the upgrade was complete, my mental power reached 300 units, and the lightning gathering in my palm grew visibly denser. The first level of the Thunderbody Tempering Art cost 800 points, which I could not afford yet. Reaching beginner proficiency in 9 Thunderclap blades cost only 300. As the talent points disappeared, the complete principles of exerting force, footwork, and blade trajectories branded themselves into my mind. Breaking through was not comfortable. When my vitality was forced from 10 units to 100, my blood felt like a river suddenly accelerating, and heat flooded my bones and muscles. When my mental power crossed into Tier 1, every sound in the room abruptly grew louder. Even footsteps in the hallway and vibrations in the water pipes became painfully clear. It took me more than 10 minutes to learn how to rein in my perception. After the blade techniques entered my mind, I used a laundry pole in place of a saber and ran through the movements several times in the cramped living room. Every swing was precise, but I could not feel the feedback of a real edge or the infusion of vitality. In addition to having my new realm certified tomorrow, I would need to find a safe training ground. I held on to the final 100 points for the time being. Realm, Tier 1, Level 1 Martial Artist, Tier 1, Level 2 Psychic Cultivator. Vitality, 100. Mental Power, 300. Talents, S-Grade Space Affinity, SSS Grade Lightning Affinity. Martial Skill, 9 Thunderclap Blades, Beginner. For the ranking tournament 15 days from now, my goal was no longer the top 10. I wanted first place. As I said those words, the lights in the old buildings outside my window went dark one by one. Li Qingwei was still clearing the table in the next room, but for the first time, I could see a clear line stretching into the future. Take first place in the rankings to earn resources, reach Tier 1, Level 5 and qualify to leave the city on my own, hunt demonic beasts to keep growing stronger, and then contend for first place in Jiangnan Province on the martial arts examination 100 days from now. The system's main mission set a distant goal, but every step in front of me was concrete. The next day, I went to Qingchuan City's Martial Artist Tower and applied for certification as both a martial artist and a psychic cultivator. At first, the young woman administering the tests assumed I was simply a newly awakened Tier 1 martial artist. The moment the equipment displayed my results, her expression changed. The first floor of the Martial Artist Tower was like a miniature government district. Certification, mission, trade, and medical counters lined its walls. The hall held both young people who had only just entered Tier 1 and hunting teams wearing bloodstained armor. Maps of dangerous areas outside the city played continuously on the walls, with the number of deaths over the past month marked across each red zone. When my turn came, a staff member first had me sign a risk acknowledgement. I then placed my hands on the vitality scanner and the mental crystal tablet in turn. The vitality test produced nothing more than warmth. When the mental crystal lit up, however, 2 nearby employees turned their heads at the same time. You only awakened yesterday? The receptionist glanced at my identification. Have you received any formal training before? No. She tested me again with backup equipment, but the numbers did not change. The certification system immediately uploaded the results, and 2 new symbols appeared on my identity card: Martial Artist and Psychic Cultivator. Vitality, 100, Tier 1, Level 1. Mental Power, 300, Tier 1, Level 2. I had completed 2 certifications less than a day after awakening, and my mental power had already crossed the threshold into Tier 1, Level 2. The receptionist checked my information twice before handing me 2 Tier 1 badges. She also told me that newly certified cultivators could claim 2 intermediate Tier 1 vitality pills and 2 portions of intermediate Tier 1 spiritual elixir for free. After collecting the resources, I went straight home and swallowed 1 vitality pill. Normally, a pill had to be slowly absorbed with the aid of a cultivation art, and only part of its medicinal power could be used. The system converted it directly the moment it entered my body. As the pill dissolved, warm medicinal power flowed down my throat and spread through my limbs. I had barely started guiding it with my cultivation art when the system separated it into the purest possible vitality. Impurities that might otherwise have accumulated in my meridians were expelled immediately. 30 units did not sound like much, but to someone who had only just entered Tier 1, it represented several days or even several weeks of cultivation. I did not swallow every remaining resource merely because the first absorption had gone smoothly. I stood and completed a full cycle of body tempering movements, making sure my heart rate, meridians, and muscles could withstand the increase before taking the next pill after an interval. The system could process the medicine, but my body still needed time to adapt to a sudden increase in strength. Vitality increased by 30. The system explained that it could remove harmful impurities and absorb 100% of a medicine's power. However, the more pills and elixirs of the same tier I consumed, the smaller the increase would gradually become. That limitation mattered. The system could improve efficiency, but it could not let me rely on low-tier resources forever. New missions appeared immediately afterward. Daily mission: cultivate the Thunder Body Tempering Art for 3 hours and the Thunder Meditation Art for 3 hours. Reward: 100 talent points. Growth mission: raise both vitality and mental power to Tier 1, Level 5. Reward: 500 talent points. I absorbed all the remaining pills and elixirs, raising my vitality to 160 and my mental power to 360. My speed already far surpassed that of an ordinary student, but Tier 1, Level 5 was still a long way off. What truly reassured me was that the resources, cultivation arts, and system upgrades had formed a complete path of growth. All I had to do now was walk that path faster than everyone else. That day's 6 hours of cultivation were harder than I had expected. Every circulation of the Thunder Body Tempering Art felt like fine needles piercing my skin, while meditation required me to calm my mind immediately after enduring the pain. Cultivating 2 king rank arts at once produced astonishing speed, but the exhaustion was just as real. It was past midnight when the mission completion notification sounded. I washed the sweat from my body and recorded the changes in my vitality and mental power again. The system's numbers were not game statistics. They represented power my body could truly wield. With every future improvement, my awareness would have to keep pace. When we returned to school on Monday, everyone was discussing Luo Yushi and the cultivation progress of students from prominent families. She had already become both a Tier 1 martial artist and a psychic cultivator, while many heirs had also entered Tier 1 with the help of family resources. Wang Shuo caught up with me and excitedly announced that his mental power had reached Tier 1, Level 1, though his vitality was still a little short. His family was not wealthy. After learning that he had awakened an SS grade shadow affinity, his parents had spent almost all their savings on cultivation resources. When he asked about my progress, I decided to tell him about my dual talents. The space affinity the device displayed was only one of them. I also have an SSS grade lightning affinity. Wang Shuo froze for a few seconds. His first reaction was not to doubt me, but to break into a huge grin. Then I guess you're still the one protecting me. I told him to keep it secret for now. There was no reasonable explanation for dual talents, and revealing them too soon would only invite unwanted scrutiny. Once we entered the classroom, Mr. Dong Lei began testing the entire class's vitality and mental power. Wang Shuo registered 90 vitality and 116 mental power, which meant he had officially become a Tier 1 psychic cultivator. When my turn came, the equipment displayed: vitality, 346, Tier 1, Level 2. Mental power, 398, Tier 1, Level 2. The classroom went silent for 1 second, then more than a dozen people started asking questions at once. Some suspected the equipment had malfunctioned. Others guessed that my parents had left me high-rank resources. A few immediately changed how they addressed me and started calling me Brother E. I remembered exactly how they had treated me when they saw my F grade yesterday, so a few enthusiastic words meant nothing to me. Dong Lei ordered everyone else back to their seats and retested me personally. During the vitality test, I revealed only the power of my current realm and did not use the extra physical strength granted by the Thunder Body Tempering Art. During the mental test, I reined in my spatial perception to avoid any inexplicable fluctuations. The two sets of results differed by less than 1 unit. There was clearly nothing wrong with the equipment. Wang Shuo was grinning more broadly than anyone in the back row, as though the numbers belonged to him. Zhang Wu and his two friends avoided my eyes. They had clearly begun to regret yesterday's threat. Yesterday, I had used part of my parents' compensation to buy 7 intermediate Tier 1 vitality pills. I had also completed 2 days of daily missions. With the system's absorption and my 2 king rank cultivation arts working together, both statistics had crossed into Tier 1, Level 2. Dong Lei knew the only talent I had publicly revealed was F grade, so he asked directly why I was cultivating so quickly. I did not expose the system or my lightning affinity. I brushed the question aside by claiming I had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. He did not press me. Every martial artist had secrets. He cared more about whether I could earn resources in the ranking tournament 15 days from now. After learning that my parents had died young and that I had limited financial means, he told me to come to his office after class. In his office, Dong Lei closed the door before asking whether an outside organization had signed me in advance. He was worried that someone might use high-rank pills to forcibly inflate a student's realm, then use the resulting debt to control them. After I denied it, he warned me that abnormal cultivation speed would attract investment, but it would also attract predators. You don't have to tell a teacher your secrets, he said. But if something feels wrong with your body, you must tell me. When geniuses die young, it isn't always because an enemy attacked them. A lot of the time, it's because they thought they could push a little farther. His words were almost identical to Li Qingyue's warning. I gained a measure of genuine respect for him. After the testing ended, he prepared intermediate pills and elixirs for Wang Shuo and me. He told us to place as high as possible in the ranking tournament, so the school would see the value in investing in us. I received 3 vitality pills and 3 portions of spiritual elixir. Wang Shuo received 2 of each. After leaving the office, I pressed 2 of my vitality pills into his hands. Your mental power has already entered Tier 1. You can't let your vitality fall behind. Pay me back once you're able. He clutched the pills and solemnly promised to repay me 100-fold. Next, the entire class was going to the martial skill hall to choose one human rank martial skill. A human rank skill held limited value for me, but the school ranking tournament was approaching. One more combat technique that did not expose my lightning affinity would give me one more layer of cover. I wanted to see what options the school could offer me. As we walked to the martial skill hall, Wang Shuo kept rubbing the small box that held the pills. His family had already spent most of its savings, and those 2 vitality pills would help him cross the threshold into Tier 1 more quickly. I had not asked him to keep any secret other than my dual talents, but he volunteered that he would not even tell his parents carelessly. If anyone asks why you're improving so quickly, attribute it to your SS grade shadow affinity and the school's resources, I reminded him. Don't mention how much I gave you. Neither of us was strong enough to protect our secrets yet. The safest option was to make everything look reasonable. The martial skill hall was packed with people. The noise vanished only when Principal Li Jiang released a trace of mental pressure. That power pressed down on my shoulders like an invisible weight. In a single instant, it showed me the gulf between a high-tier psychic cultivator and people like us. The students lined up to choose from the human rank martial skills the school provided. I already possessed 9 thunderclap blades, but my public identity was merely that of a space affinity student, and I did not have a suitable saber. I chose an intermediate human rank technique called Heavy Fist. Wang Shuo received the supreme human rank stealth art, which increased movement speed while reducing the user's presence. It was a perfect match for his shadow affinity. When Heavy Fist entered the system, a new option appeared. Spend 200 talent points to upgrade Heavy Fist into the superior profound rank Gale Fist. The system did not simply change the technique's name. Heavy Fist had originally contained only a single charged burst. The upgraded version preserved its core method of exerting force while adding footwork, breathing, and chained attacks. In the system's view, the thin booklet from the school's shelf broke apart and reorganized itself. Many crude movements, including some that might have damaged the user's joints, were corrected. I did not upgrade it on the spot. There were cameras and teachers in the martial skill hall. Demonstrating mastery immediately after choosing a technique would be far too suspicious. I first memorized the original movements several times, planning to let the system complete the upgrade after I left school. I confirmed the upgrade at once. Gale Fist was not only stronger. Its core lay in a rapid chain of punches, and at full mastery, its fists could even outrun the wind. Reaching beginner proficiency would cost another 150 points, so I planned to improve it after completing the day's mission. Afterward, I absorbed the pills and elixirs Dong Lei had given me. My vitality reached 376, and my mental power reached 488, leaving me only one step short of Tier 1, Level 3 in mental power. When school ended that evening, I sensed someone following me through a dark alley in the old district. The moment I extended my mental power, 3 familiar presences had nowhere to hide. Zhang Wu, since you're already here, stop hiding. Abandoned storefronts lined both sides of the alley, and the nearest surveillance cameras had broken long ago. Zhang Wu had clearly chosen the location in advance. He and his 2 lackeys blocked the exits in front of and behind me. First, they demanded that I apologize to them. Then they ordered me to hand over the pills Dong Lei had given me. You followed me for 2 blocks just to steal school resources? I asked. Those resources never should have gone to an F-grade piece of trash. Zhang Wu's arms rapidly transformed. His fingernails lengthened into gray-black claws. Don't think that slightly higher test results mean you can compete with a real combat talent. I shifted half a step sideways, bringing all 3 of them into view. With my mental power at Tier 1, Level 2, the ambush they thought was sudden looked slow and obvious to my senses. The lackey on the left swung a club first, and I tilted my head aside. The one on the right tried to grab me around the waist, but I drove him away with an elbow. Zhang Wu took the opportunity to lunge from the front, his claws aimed at my shoulder. I did not dodge. I used my wrist to deflect the claws, then drove my other fist through the gap in his defense. Even without a martial skill, more than 300 vitality units far exceeded what he could withstand. I pulled back at the instant my fist touched his chest, but he still flew backward into the wall and spent a long time struggling for breath. The other 2 stared at the cracks in the wall and lost all courage to attack. Zhang Wu stepped out with his 2 lackeys. They had deliberately waited until Wang Shuo was gone, believing I survived only because I had an SS-grade friend protecting me. After a few words failed to settle the matter, all 3 rushed me at once. I used neither lightning nor a martial skill. The instant Zhang Wu reached me, I slammed a fist into his chest and blasted both him and his momentum into the wall. The bricks cracked and caved inward. The other 2 stopped dead and dropped to their knees to beg for mercy. The mission required me to defeat all 3. I did not kill them, but I did not let them off easily either. Once I confirmed that none of them could resist, I warned them. This is the last time. Follow me again, and a few broken bones will be the least of your problems. Mission complete. Reward, 500 talent points. The original mission had listed a 300-point reward, but the final settlement gave me an extra 200, probably because I had dealt with all 3 at once. Combined with the daily mission, I now held 700 points. I immediately spent 150 to raise Gale Fist to beginner proficiency. By the time I returned home, Li Qinghua had already made dinner. I told her my mental power was about to break through to Tier 1, Level 3. She did not ask how I had managed it. She only reminded me not to injure myself in pursuit of strength. I don't care whether I get to live in luxury someday. She placed a piece of meat in my bowl. I only want you to be safe. I nodded and promised, but I understood more clearly than ever that I had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. In this world, promises alone were nowhere near enough to protect someone. After washing up, I practiced the complete Gale Fist in my bedroom for the first time. At beginner proficiency, I could unleash only a 3-punch combination, but every blow used the previous strike's recoil to gather power. When the 3rd punch landed, the training bag tore free of its frame, slammed into the wall, and bounced back. I stopped immediately to inspect the damage. Fortunately, Li Qinghua had not noticed anything. The system had already turned the movements into muscle memory, but controlling their power required real practice. If I had used that punch in the alley, Zhang Wu might have suffered far more than broken bones. I tied the bag back into place and added power control to my training plan. The ranking tournament would have referees and boundaries. Strength I could truly use meant winning with 1 punch without killing a classmate in the process. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Leaving the city to hunt required at least Tier 1, Level 5 strength or membership in a team of 10 or more, so I had no choice but to cultivate at school and at home. By completing daily missions without interruption, I raised my vitality to 658 and my mental power to 756, while accumulating 1,850 talent points. I had avoided spending them piecemeal because I wanted to concentrate every upgrade immediately before the ranking tournament. First, I spent 200 points to push both vitality and mental power to 800, bringing both paths into Tier 1, Level 4. Then I spent 250 points to raise Gale Fist to Minor Mastery and 600 to raise 9 Thunderclap Blades to Minor Mastery. I could now unleash the first 4 slashes in succession, with every strike stacking more power onto the next. I invested the final 800 points into the Thunder Body Tempering art. Lightning repeatedly refined my body from within. Once the pain passed, I officially completed the first level. Vitality, 1080. Mental power, 800. Realm, Tier 1, Level 4 Martial Artist. Tier 1, Level 4 Psychic Cultivator. Cultivation Art, Thunder Body Tempering Art, Level 1. Martial Skills, 9 Thunderclap Blades, Minor Mastery. Gale Fist, Minor Mastery. The power brought by those consecutive upgrades made the floor creak beneath my feet. I did not stand immediately. Instead, I used the meditation art to stabilize my mind. My vitality had leaped from the 600s to more than 1,000. The slightest carelessness in my movements could damage the furniture. Once my mental power reached 800, countless sounds from the entire building also flooded toward me at once. I slowly pulled my range of perception back into the room, then practiced releasing my vitality at 1/10, 1/5, and 1/2 strength. Only when I could hold a glass without crushing it and accurately hear a particular bird beating its wings outside the window did I consider the new realm truly under control. After completing the first level of the Thunder Body Tempering art, an invisible toughness seemed to cover my skin. I lightly drew a training knife across my arm and left only a white mark. An ordinary Tier 1, Level 4 cultivator could never do that with physical resilience alone. The Thunder Body Tempering art had not merely increased my vitality. It had also raised my physical durability by an entire level. In other words, even without using a talent, I could withstand most attacks below Tier 1, Level 5 head-on. When I arrived at school the next day, everyone was guessing who would become champion. Luo Yushi, Huang Heng, and Wang Shuo, the 3 students with SS grade talents, were the overwhelming favorites. Meanwhile, my F-grade space affinity had become a joke. Wang Shuo's progress had not been slow either. His vitality had reached 306 and his mental power 415, placing both at Tier 1, Level 2. After we registered, Dong Lei announced the tournament format. All 960 competitors would fight randomly assigned matches, and the first phase would reduce the field to 200 students who would enter 4 elite classes. Anyone eliminated early after drawing an exceptionally strong opponent would have one final opportunity to challenge a member of the top 200. The school had prepared 4 regulation arenas, and each match could last no more than 10 minutes. A competitor would lose by surrendering, falling outside the boundary, or becoming unable to fight. Referees had the authority to stop a match before a lethal attack landed. Students could use only the school's unsharpened training weapons, and temporary enhancement drugs were forbidden during the first stage. Those rules tried to keep bad luck from burying strong students while preventing anyone from suffering an irreversible injury for the sake of rank. Even so, eliminating more than 900 competitors through consecutive matches made stamina management essential. Some students unleashed everything in the first round and struggled to recover even after advancing. Wang Shuo and I agreed that no matter whom we drew, we would fight at our own pace. If we met early, we would determine the winner openly and honorably. Neither of us needed the other to throw the match. The rewards for the top 10 far exceeded those for every other rank. First place would receive 2 million yuan and a profound rank cultivation art. Second place earned 1.4 million yuan and a yellow rank art. Third place brought 800,000 yuan and a human rank art. 4th through 10th would each receive 300,000 yuan and 5 Tier 1 vitality pills. Those resources would be enough for me to break through again and qualify to leave the city to hunt. Names began scrolling across the giant screen. 2 arenas started their matches at the same time. As I watched group after group of students step onto the platforms, I finally felt that the ranking tournament had truly begun. Huang Heng walked past through the competitor's tunnel with several lackeys. When he saw me, he deliberately stopped. According to his public records, his SS-grade pseudo-demon transformation offered both offense and defense. The Huang family had also supplied him with profound rank martial skills, which was why everyone listed him among the top 3 favorites. Don't think slightly higher test results mean you can win. He glanced at my competitor badge. Once you're in the arena, no one will be there to shield you. I could say the same to you. Dong Lei called me over for check-in before the conflict could grow. Even so, I remembered the cold demonic aura clinging to Huang Heng. Pseudo-demon transformation was not genuine alien power, only a talent that imitated it. Compared with ordinary elemental affinities, however, it was undoubtedly closer to a practical killing technique. And in everyone's memory, my public strength was still nothing more than F grade. Luo Yushi was the first competitor to silence the entire audience. Her opponent possessed a C-grade rapid recovery talent, but he could not heal nearly as quickly as she could injure him. The referee had barely announced the start when she swung her sword once, and a wave of icy sword energy knocked her opponent out of the arena. Wang Shuo also won his first match without trouble. Then my name finally appeared on the giant screen. UE, F-grade space affinity. Zhang Ti, B-grade tiger transformation. The moment the screen displayed our information, Zhang Ti's classmates started cheering in advance. His vitality was at Tier 1, Level 2, and his tiger transformation could temporarily enhance it further. No matter how anyone looked at it, he seemed far better suited to the arena than a space cultivator with no abilities. When I stepped onto the platform, the referee checked both sets of protective gear and specifically asked whether I needed any adjustments. Even he was probably worried about a serious injury in the very first match. Almost no one around the arena expected me to win. An F-grade space talent lacked usable abilities, while Zhang Ti's tiger transformation enhanced his speed, vitality, and body at the same time. Once he came onto the platform, he even urged me to surrender voluntarily. No need. I rolled my shoulders. You can attack first. At the referee's signal, Zhang Ti transformed and drove a fist straight into my chest. His strength approached Tier 1, Level 3, but when the punch landed, my feet did not move an inch. The dull impact echoed across the arena. The tiger stripes along his arm bulged as he released his full strength. All I felt was something no heavier than an ordinary punching bag bumping into my chest. The reinforcement from the Thunderbody tempering art was even more stable than I had estimated. I did not need to mobilize any extra vitality to defend myself. Refusing to believe it, Zhang Ti aimed his second punch at my jaw. I raised a hand and caught it. When my 5 fingers closed, a faint crack came from his knuckles. His transformed strength hung trapped in midair, and even after pulling twice, he could not break free. Now it's my turn. I released his hand, stepped forward, and threw a straight punch. Every movement came from the school's most basic combat stance. I withdrew nearly half my strength before my fist touched his protective gear, but the remaining impact still lifted him off his feet. The contempt on Zhang Ti's face turned to panic in an instant. I had thrown only one punch. He sailed over the boundary and landed on the safety mat, temporarily unable to continue fighting. Every spectator who had been laughing at me fell silent. Meanwhile, other homeroom teachers surrounded Dong Lei and demanded to know exactly what realm I had reached. The victory also caught the principal's attention. He suspected that the first awakening test had been wrong and wanted me to test my talent again. After the system confirmed that I could keep my lightning affinity hidden, I agreed. In the principal's office, the device displayed S-grade space affinity. This testing device was more precise than the equipment on the field. When it activated, pale silver light scanned along my arm. At the same time, the system panel asked whether I wanted to reveal my lightning affinity. I chose no, while allowing the space talent upgraded by the gift pack to emerge at its full grade. After the crystal column lit up through the S-grade region, it continued rising slightly before finally stabilizing. Li Jiang stared at the record for a long time, then pulled up the data from Awakening Day to compare them. An ordinary malfunction could not explain the two different results. He clearly knew I was hiding something. Everyone has opportunities of their own. He closed the file. The school will verify the talent you possess now, and we won't question a past no one can prove. But an S-grade space affinity is rarer than you realize. Don't show it casually to unfamiliar organizations once you leave school. That restraint made me truly remember the principle for the first time. Across the entire Dragon Nation, the number of people with space talents at S-grade or above could be counted on one hand. Principal Li Jiang did not force me to explain why I had tested at F-grade the first time, nor did he investigate the secret behind my cultivation. He only promised that if I reached the top 3, the school would provide an additional generous reward. My file was corrected quickly. When I entered the second round, the talent displayed on the giant screen had already changed to S-grade space. My opponent possessed a C-grade wood affinity, but he still failed to withstand a single punch. Wang Shuo advanced as well. By the end of the morning matches, the original 960 competitors had been reduced to 240. That afternoon, we would continue fighting for the top 120 and a place in the elite classes. Once my S-grade space affinity became public, at least no one treated my strength as a coincidence anymore. They still had no idea that I had never used my truly strongest talent. At afternoon check-in, teachers who had not bothered to look at me before now volunteered to verify my information. Several students from prominent families also asked whether I was willing to join their teams. I declined them one by one. Space cultivators were the easiest people to recruit for support and transportation, but when they lacked the strength to defend themselves, they were also the easiest to treat like tools. The moment my second-round opponent's wooden vines emerged from the ground, I stepped on the central root and shattered its spiritual energy node with one punch. The fight still lasted only a few seconds, but no one called it luck anymore. The pressure around me shifted from ridicule to attention, and attention could sometimes be more dangerous than ridicule. The quality of competition rose noticeably when the third round began that afternoon. Li Hai, with his S-grade metal affinity, faced Zhang Han, who had an S-grade clone talent. Zhang Han created a duplicate to turn the match into a 2-on-1 fight, but neither body could penetrate the defense created by Li Hai's metal affinity and diamond body. Li Hai eventually identified the original and defeated him. That outcome confirmed something for me. When talent grades were equal, the combination of martial skills and the compatibility of offense and defense could still decide victory. I used mental perception to observe the vitality fluctuations of both bodies. The clone looked and moved almost exactly like the original, but it had no independent mental core. Every time it changed direction, it lagged behind the original for the briefest instant. Li Hai had no way to perceive that difference, so he simply refused to distinguish between them. He guarded his vital areas, forced both bodies to approach, and then struck both at once with a wide-range shockwave. His method was crude, but it suited his defensive advantage. If I encountered an ability I could not identify in the future, I should also begin with the rules my opponent had no choice but to obey instead of letting appearances control my thinking. Wang Shua and I advanced smoothly into the top 120. Because I had eliminated all three of my opponents with a single punch, the school forum gave me the nickname One Punch Man. Yet I ranked only 28th in the championship poll. Most people believed my temporary lead in Realm was all I had, and that my weaknesses would be exposed the moment I encountered Luo Yushi, Huang Heng, or another true favorite. I glanced at the poll and closed the page. Online votes could neither earn resources nor change the result in the arena. In the fourth round, I faced Ji Jun, who possessed an A-grade Vitality Burst talent. He knew what had happened in my first 3 matches, so he did not attack recklessly. He tested my body first. His initial punch landed, and I did not budge. He immediately activated his Vitality Burst and layered Stone-Splitting Fist on top of it, pushing his momentary attack power close to Tier 1, Level 4. After every punch, Ji Jun retreated quickly, never giving me the chance to pin down a position for a counterattack. Following 3 consecutive probes, he confirmed that ordinary attacks were useless and concentrated all his vitality in his right arm. The skin turned dark red from the sudden rush of blood, and the pressure from his fist flattened my clothes against my chest before it even arrived. I could have dodged, but I wanted to use the blow to test my body's limit. I sank my weight into both legs and protected my internal organs with only basic vitality. Even that punch failed to break my defense. The first level of the Thunder Body Tempering art made my body 1 level stronger than my realm. Ji Jun had exhausted his strongest technique. Before surrendering, he made only one request. Since everyone calls you One Punch Man, let me take 1 punch. Are you sure? If I don't take one, how am I supposed to tell anyone I fought you? Only after seeing that the referee did not object did I assume the opening stance of Gale Fist. A true combination at minor mastery would have seriously injured him, so I kept only the first punch's speed and released the force sideways when it struck his protective gear. Ji Jun flew over the boundary, but could still stand on his own. He first signaled to the referee that he was fine, then gave me a thumbs up. For the first time, the audience began chanting One Punch in unison. I disliked the exaggerated nickname, but I also realized that a consistent public fighting style could serve as camouflage. The more everyone grew accustomed to seeing me win with physical strength and boxing, the harder it would be for them to guess the truth about my lightning power. After confirming that Ji Jun had not been seriously injured, the referee announced the result. This time, the audience finally stopped focusing only on my space affinity and began guessing how high my vitality had truly climbed. Wang Shua also won his 4th round, and we entered the top 60 together. At the end of the day's competition, the principal announced that the final stage would continue the next morning. I still held the 100 talent points I had just earned from the daily mission. My vitality was less than 100 units short of Tier 1, Level 5. If I wanted, I could break through at any time. But I intended to save that trump card for an opponent who truly deserved it. When I returned home that day, I did not allocate the points immediately. Instead, I replayed the tournament footage released by the school. Luo Yushi's ice sword, Huang Heng's demon transformation, and Li Hai's metal defense were all on the list. Judging only by our public realms, the gap between us was nowhere near as large as the audience imagined. Once body tempering and my blade skill were included, I already held the advantage. Luo Yushi was the most troublesome. Her mental cultivation was ahead of mine, and wide-range ice attacks could keep a fast close-range fighter from approaching. They could also freeze my joints and weaken Gale Fist. I sketched several possible responses on paper and finally added the Thundercleaver Saber to my plan for the finals. Before the top 60 matches began, the school added a last-minute cultivation test. Every competitor's vitality, mental power, and talent would be displayed on the giant screen. Huang Tianba, head of the Huang family, and Li Yuanli, head of the Li family, had also been invited to watch and identify students worth investing in. For ordinary people, the resources of a prominent family were extremely tempting. The contracts, however, often meant surrendering one's freedom and even serving as cannon fodder in family conflicts. I had no intention of joining any family. Luo Yushi went first. Vitality, Tier 1, Level 3. Mental Power, Tier 1, Level 5. When the results appeared, several family heads in the front row sat up at once. Tier 1, Level 5 mental power meant she had crossed 5 thresholds in 15 days. Behind that achievement stood not only an SS grade talent, but cultivation arts and resources far beyond what an ordinary family could provide. She ignored the discussion around her and simply checked the protective gear on her ice sword, as though those results were only natural. Her ice abilities depended on mental power and spiritual energy. Tier 1, Level 5 mental power was enough to make her sword energy vastly stronger than that of her peers. Although her opponent possessed an S-grade fire affinity, she steadily suppressed him and won quickly. Wang Shuo advanced without trouble as well. Then the screen matched me against Qin Ling, who possessed an A-grade blood hand talent. UE, Vitality, Tier 1, Level 4. Mental Power, Tier 1, Level 4. The examiner made me put my hand on the device again to confirm that the two Level 4 readings had not been crossed by a data error. The vitality and mental power bars on the giant screen stopped almost simultaneously near 800. Scattered exclamations rose from the stands, then spread outward like ripples across water. I could hear people calculating the price of the pills it would require. For an ordinary student, raising even one attribute to Level 4 in 15 days often cost several 100,000 yuan or more, in addition to a suitable cultivation art. Reaching Level 4 on both paths meant twice the investment, while my public records showed nothing but military compensation and an ordinary home address. Huang Tianba no longer looked at me as merely a dark horse in a school tournament. Li Yuanli also began speaking quietly with the steward beside him. Attracting the attention of powerful people was not entirely a good thing, but if I wanted first place, I could not avoid this step. Qin Ling's blood hand excelled at explosive close-range attacks, but both his realm and his body were inferior to mine. I did not prolong the match. I evaded his first strike, closed the distance, and ended the fight with a direct punch. Under the effect of his talent, bloody patterns covered both hands. Even the wind from his palm left a burning mark when it brushed my protective gear. If someone at the same realm were caught by it, their vitality circulation might be disrupted. I did not let him make contact a second time. First, I used a feint to lure his arms apart. Then I cut through the center line, slammed my shoulder into him to destroy his balance, and sent him out of bounds with one final punch. The entire exchange revealed neither lightning nor spatial abilities. An observer could reach only one conclusion. My fundamental combat experience was every bit as solid as my statistics. As I walked off the platform, I sensed Luo Yushi studying me seriously for the first time. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli had also committed my name to memory, but across the stands, I could not tell what either of them was planning. After the top 30 roster was confirmed, Dong Lei called me. Only Wang Shuo and I remained from Class 15. He hoped I would reach the top 5 and Wang Shuo the top 10. I took the opportunity to ask, "If I take first, will you give me an additional reward, sir?" He laughed and cursed me for bargaining, but he clearly promised that if I won the championship, his personal support would not be stingy. 2 million yuan and a profound rank cultivation art from the school, the gift the principal had promised, plus resources from my homeroom teacher. This ranking tournament was already worth far more than a number on a list. More important was the right to leave the city alone. Once I reached Tier 1, Level 5, I could register as a hunter at the Martial Artist Tower without depending on an unfamiliar team. Demonic beast cores, flesh, and materials could all be exchanged for money. Lightning cores might even advance my cultivation arts. If I relied only on school rewards, I would never keep up with the speed of growth the system demanded. I moved my eyes from the reward list to the matchups. None of the 30 remaining competitors was weak, and every round from here could pit me against one of the school's favorites. Wang Shua was also on the list. We met each other's eyes across several rows of seats and raised our fists at the same time. I looked up at the opponents remaining on the giant screen. The matches worth taking seriously were only just beginning. My opponent in the round of 30 was Huang Heng. Huang Heng, SS grade pseudo-demon transformation, vitality, tier 1, level 4, mental power, tier 1, level 3. When the draw appeared, quiet discussion rippled through the competitors' seats. Huang Heng had never used his full strength in the earlier rounds. Every opponent had either surrendered in advance or fallen quickly beneath the pressure of his demon transformation. The Huang family's hangers-on were already celebrating by the tunnel, as though I were nothing more than a stepping stone on his path into the top 15. Before entering the arena, I handed my jacket to Wang Shua. Worried that Huang Heng might try something underhanded, he told me to signal the referee the instant I noticed anything unusual. I was more concerned about Huang Tianba. The Huang family head was sitting in the front row himself, which meant this match involved far more than student rankings. Huang Heng had a terrible reputation at school. He relied on his family's influence to bully other students. Many of those incidents had happened off campus, however, and the school had never possessed direct evidence it could use against him. Once we stepped onto the platform, Huang Heng decided that because I had no spatial abilities, my S-grade talent was useless. The referee had barely announced the start when he activated his pseudo-demon transformation. His height surged past 6.5 feet, black demonic energy covered his body, and his strength and defense rose together. The sound of lengthening bones came from inside him, and his protective gear expanded automatically with his changing body. Pseudo-demon transformation turned his fingernails into sharp claws and raised his vitality by nearly a full level beyond the test result. He circled the arena as he approached instead of charging like my earlier opponents. He had clearly studied my boxing. You're a space cultivator who can't use spatial abilities. What could you possibly fight me with? At least I didn't need my family to register me for the tournament. Huang Heng's eyes turned cold, and demonic energy abruptly concentrated around his right arm. His first punch was heavy, but not fast enough. I slipped aside and struck his chest first with Gale Fist, driving him back several yards. Huang Heng immediately layered Tyrant Body and Tyrant Fist on top of each other, trying to make up the difference with his family's martial skills. He attacked repeatedly while I used the speed of my minor mastery Gale Fist to search for an opening. The moment his rhythm paused, I closed the distance and drove 6 punches into the exact same point. Tyrant Body condensed a dark red layer of vitality across his chest. The first punch left only hairline cracks in it. Believing the defense had worked, Huang Heng drove a knee toward my abdomen. I blocked horizontally with my elbow and used the rebound from the collision to land the second and third punches even faster. By the fourth punch, the guardrail behind him had begun to shake. The fifth shattered his vitality barrier. The sixth accurately avoided every lethal point and sent all its force into his protective gear. The first 5 punches destroyed his defense. The sixth blasted him out of the arena. The stands erupted in cheers when Huang Heng hit the floor. To the many students he had bullied, this victory felt far better than an ordinary advancement. Huang Tianba sat in the front row with a dark expression. I did not know what he would do, but a family accustomed to crushing people with its influence would never treat this defeat as an ordinary match. Huang Heng was still conscious when the medics went forward to examine him. He stared at me through the crowd, his lips moving several times. I could not hear the entire sentence, but I made out the words, "won't leave this school." The referee saw his expression as well and reminded both sides that the match was over. Public rules could control what happened in the arena, but not what the Huang family did in private. I did not answer him. I simply committed the threat to memory. After the top 15 were confirmed, an afternoon draw determined the quarterfinalists. Luo Yushi advanced easily as always, and I eliminated my next opponent quickly. Wang Shua drew the only bye and entered the top 8 directly. During the lunch break, I had risen to second place in the school's championship poll, behind only Luo Yushi. But the poll was not what truly needed my attention. The Huang family was. From the look Huang Heng gave me as he left the platform, I was already certain that this conflict would not end with the tournament. At noon, the principal stationed security around the competitors' tunnel. Dong Lei also kept Wang Shua and me in the teacher's lounge and refused to let us leave campus alone. Those precautions offered further proof that even the school did not trust the Huang family to follow the rules. I weighed the extra reward the principal had promised against the retaliation Huang Hung might attempt. If I abandoned the tournament to avoid the Huang family, I would lose the resources and confirm that their threats worked. Continuing to win would at least keep more eyes on me, making it harder for them to disguise an assassination as an accident. In the quarterfinals, Wang Shuo faced Li Hai in his S-grade metal affinity. The instant the match began, Wang Shuo suppressed his presence and used shadow power to blend his body into the darkness along the arena's edge. He attacked twice from Li Hai's blind spots. Both thrusts of his short blade struck the joints accurately, but with Li Hai's golden light layered over diamond body, they left only faint white marks. Li Hai did not chase him. He stood at the center and sealed off the boundary. When Wang Shuo approached for a third attack, Li Hai suddenly released a vitality shockwave in every direction. The shadows were forcibly dispersed, stripping away Wang Shuo's concealment. In the direct collision that followed, Li Hai drove him out of the arena. His shadow-based stealth could interfere with an opponent's vision, but neither his realm nor his direct attack power was enough to break Li Hai's defense. His run ended in the quarterfinals. He had already secured a top 10 reward, but he was still disappointed. I told him there was no shame in losing to an opponent who countered his style and possessed a higher realm. What mattered was knowing what he needed to improve next. In the other matches, Luo Yushi advanced easily, and I encountered no obstacle either. The fourth semifinalist was Li Xiaodao. She possessed an S-grade charm talent. Opponents with less mental power and no means of defending themselves found it almost impossible to remain clear-headed around her. The school provided recovery potions, then held a new draw after the four of us had recovered. I sat in the recovery room and tightened the wraps around my wrists. The consecutive rounds had barely affected my physical stamina. What truly needed recovery was my mental focus. Luo Yushi sat meditating with her eyes closed across the aisle. Her ice spiritual energy kept the surrounding temperature lower than every other part of the room. Li Hai, meanwhile, repeatedly inspected the cracks in his protective gear. Before the draw, Li Xiaodao tried to use her charm to influence my judgment. My mind trembled faintly before throwing it off. She stuck out her tongue and admitted that she only wanted to know whether she had any chance if she drew me. That kind of pre-match probing skirted the edge of the rules. The referee did not pursue the matter, and I learned one more sign by which to recognize a mental attack. Luo Yushi would face Li Xiaodao. I would face Li Hai. Charm was almost useless against Luo Yushi's Tier 1, Level 5 mental power. In my match, Li Hai's metal defense was solid, but it could not withstand Gale Fist exploding against the same point over and over. In the end, the championship came down to Luo Yushi and me. When fighting Li Hai, I did not search for his joints as Wang Shuo had. His metal defense covered his entire body and left few weaknesses, but sustaining it consumed enormous energy. I first used ordinary punches to force him to reinforce his chest repeatedly. Then I abruptly changed direction toward his shoulder and struck the same point with Gale Fist's 6-punch combination. Once the golden light shattered, he surrendered voluntarily rather than allow the final blow to land on the bone. As we left the platform, he candidly admitted that his direct defense could not match my sustained explosive power and invited me to spar after the tournament. Li Hai and Huang Hung were both sons of prominent families, yet they conducted themselves in entirely different ways. Birth could provide resources, but it could not determine a person's character. The referee allowed us to choose from the school's standard F-grade weapons. I picked up a saber in public competition for the first time. Until now, I had used my fists to hide 9 thunderclap blades. Against Luo Yushi, holding it back any longer would simply hand her the championship. At the start of the match, she tested me at range with icy sword energy. I evaded several strikes, then closed the distance and used my higher vitality to suppress her swordplay. Luo Yushi changed tactics quickly. She unleashed her minor mastery 9 ice swords for consecutive strikes with each stronger than the last, and forcibly reversed her close-range disadvantage. The first wave of icy sword energy scraped across the floor and left a frost-covered crack. I dodged sideways, but the second predicted where I would land. I shattered its edge with the back of my saber, and the cold raced up the metal to my wrist. All 5 fingers around the hilt immediately stiffened. Luo Yushi gave me no time to dispel the cold. Her ice sword sealed the routes to my left, right, and rear in succession. I could only move forward and close the distance through the most dangerous position. She seemed to have expected precisely that. The first strike of 9 ice swords fell directly toward me. The clash of saber and sword rang louder than anything in the earlier matches. The second and third strikes continued stacking power, and cracks appeared in the arena beneath my feet. When the fourth descended, I met it head-on using the same momentum stacking method as 9 thunderclap blades. The two forces exploded at the center line, and neither side immediately gained the upper hand. I countered directly with 9 thunderclap blades at minor mastery. When the fourth slash fell, Luo Yushi was forced several steps backward. At last, she confirmed that I had been hiding my saber technique all along. So you really were holding back. So were you. She immediately activated her ability, Ice Amplification. The temperature in the arena plunged. The cold strengthened every wave of sword energy, and without lightning power supporting me, my saber energy gradually fell under her suppression. Frost wounds appeared across my body one after another. The Thunder Body Tempering art kept those attacks from inflicting any truly serious injury, but the accumulating cold continued slowing my movements. If the fight dragged on, my advantage would be worn away piece by piece. Luo Yushi raised her sword and gathered the last of her spiritual energy. An enormous wave of icy sword energy began forming before her. This is my strongest attack. If you surrender now, there's still time. I tightened my grip on the hilt and did not retreat. My vitality was only one final step away from Tier 1, Level 5. The cold in front of Luo Yushi gradually condensed into a massive ice blade several yards long. The nearby referee had already placed a hand on the protective controls. Her face turned pale from exhausting her spiritual energy, but her gaze remained steady. This was not an attack meant for display. She genuinely intended to decide the championship with one final strike. I checked my saber. Hairline cracks had appeared along the F-grade weapon provided by the school. Blocking head-on would probably destroy it, while retreating would send me directly over the boundary. I still could not reveal my lightning affinity, which made the 100 talent points remaining in the system my only trump card capable of changing the difference in power. Before the ice slash descended, I invested every remaining talent point into vitality. Breakthrough successful. Vitality, 1216, Tier 1, Level 5. A breakthrough was more than a number changing on a panel. New vitality surged from my heart into my limbs. The joints suppressed by the cold recovered their strength, and my center of gravity felt nailed into the arena. I kept the change from erupting fully and drew only one deep breath before the ice blade fell. The instant power flooded my limbs. I swung again. 4 consecutive strikes of 9 thunderclap blades hit the exact same point, weakening the wave of icy sword energy layer by layer, but still failing to destroy it completely. At the final moment, I held the school-issued saber horizontally across my chest. The blade shattered first. The remaining sword energy slammed into my body immediately afterward and drove me back several steps. When the freezing mist dispersed, I was still standing inside the arena. The first level of the Thunder Body Tempering art, combined with Tier 1, Level 5 vitality, made my body strong enough to endure the strike. The protective barrier deflected the shattered pieces of saber back onto the floor. Thick frost covered the armor across my chest. Every step I took backward left a footprint in the arena. By the end, the heel of one shoe had crossed the boundary, but the front of my foot remained planted inside. The referee did not make an immediate decision. First, he confirmed that I was conscious. I raised a hand to show I could continue, and my vitality shook the surface frost from my body. Luo Yushi tried to raise her sword again, but her wrist made it only halfway before the ice light she gathered dispersed. Luo Yushi's breathing had become ragged. Ice Amplification, 9 ice swords, and that final ice slash had nearly exhausted her spiritual energy. After my breakthrough, I still possessed the strength to continue fighting. She watched me for several seconds before finally lowering her sword. I surrender. Next time, I'll win it back. The referee raised his hand and officially declared me the champion of the ranking tournament. Only after the announcement did the full roar of the arena crash over me. The section occupied by Class 15 shouted louder than anyone. Dong Lei stood at the very front, unable to suppress his smile. Wang Shuo vaulted over the railing and charged to the tunnel. First, he made sure I had suffered no internal injury. Then he repeated, over and over, "You really took first place." I walked to Luo Yushi and handed back the sword she had dropped. She did not take her defeat out on me. She only asked whether I had broken through in the final moments. When I nodded, she fell silent for a moment and said she would not give me the same opportunity next time. Then I won't be standing still either. The attitude below the platform was completely different from the first round. Some people shouted my name, while others demanded to know where I had learned my saber technique. I offered no explanation and simply returned to Wang Shua's side. Without that last-second breakthrough, the match could easily have ended the other way. Luo Yushi truly was the first powerful opponent I had encountered since awakening. The championship rewards arrived quickly, 2 million yuan in cash, and the right to choose one profound rank martial skill. The system mission was also complete. Obtained superior D-grade Thundercleaver Saber. Obtained 800 talent points. The Thundercleaver Saber did not materialize in my hand. It entered the system inventory first. When I touched it with my awareness, I could sense that the material naturally conducted lightning and was far sturdier than the school's weapons. Before taking it out in the real world, I would need to arrange a publicly explainable source for it. The school's finance department transferred the 2 million yuan prize into my certified account. The system did not solve real-world living expenses or the cost of cultivation. That money was enough to purchase a batch of Tier 1 resources, but it would not last nearly as long as the spectators imagined. Cash could buy resources. The Thundercleaver Saber could withstand my lightning. A profound rank martial skill could make up for my lack of movement techniques. More important, my vitality had reached Tier 1, Level 5. At last, I met the minimum qualification for leaving the city alone. Wang Shua and I planned to collect the extra rewards from our homeroom teacher and the principal first. Before we reached the office, Huang Heng and his people blocked the way. There were no ordinary students in the corridor, only several Huang family guards. Huang Heng had changed out of his competition uniform, and medical wraps still covered his chest. Yet he smiled as though he had not been the one to lose. The tournament was the tournament, he said. Now let's discuss a deal that can truly change your life. Huang Heng offered me 8 million yuan per year, along with martial skills and resources supplied by the Huang family. The price was signing a contract to join them. He had an attendant open the electronic contract. The annual salary and resources were displayed in the most conspicuous positions. Buried farther down were clauses requiring obedience to all family deployments, forbidding withdrawal without permission, and making the signer personally responsible for any casualties suffered on missions. To a newly awakened commoner, 8 million yuan looked dazzling enough to make someone ignore exactly what they were signing away. You have no backing in Qingchuan City. Huang Heng pointed at the contract. No matter how rare a space affinity is, you still need demonic cores and abilities. The school can protect you only until the martial arts examination. The Huang family can protect you for life. I turned to the last page, confirmed that the penalty for breach of contract was impossibly high, and pushed the device back to him. For an ordinary person, this might have been an opportunity to cross social classes. But between the principal's warning and Huang Heng's conduct, I could see the truth clearly. Their so-called cultivation support merely exchanged resources for an enforcer who obeyed orders. I raised one finger. Believing I wanted 10 million, Huang Heng agreed immediately. I meant 10 billion. He finally realized I was refusing him. Enraged, he ordered Elder Zeng beside him to attack. The pressure of a Tier 3 martial artist locked onto me instantly. I did not even have time to open the distance fully before Principal Li Jiang arrived from the other end of the corridor and forced the man to stop with mental pressure. Elder Zeng did not throw a punch. He merely stepped forward. Tier 3 vitality rolled toward me like a burning iron wall. Both my legs sank under the pressure, and my newly achieved Tier 1, Level 5 realm still felt fragile before that power. Wang Shua tried to step in front of me, only to be forced backward by the shockwave. I reached for the Thundercleaver Saber in my system inventory and seriously considered revealing my lightning affinity on the spot for the first time. Even if I used everything I had, all I could do was create an opportunity to teleport. I could never defeat a Tier 3 cultivator head-on. In the next instant, another wave of mental power cut in from the end of the corridor. Elder Zeng's vitality pressure was cleanly severed, and the cracks spreading along the wall stopped beside my feet. This is a school, not the Huang family's private estate. The principal stared at Elder Zeng. A Tier 3 martial artist attacked a Tier 1 student. Would you like to explain yourself to the martial artist administration? Huang Heng claimed the attack had been a test, but no one believed him. After warning them, the principal took Wang Shua and me away. The conflict brought me face to face with the power of prominent families for the first time. I could defeat people my own age, but I could not withstand a single true attack from a Tier 3 martial artist. Huang Heng would never change his nature because of one warning from the principal. I had to prepare for the danger waiting after I left school. In his office, the principal explicitly supported my refusal to join the Huang family. Then he handed me a jade token containing sealed spiritual energy. If I encountered danger, I could crush it. He would sense the signal and come as quickly as possible. The other reward was a Tier 2, Level 5 demonic core with the space attribute. The core rested in a specially made transparent case. Silver motes slowly revolved inside it. Simply approaching the case produced a clear resonance in my space talent. The principal said it had originally been a collection stored in the school's warehouse for years. Because the school had not produced a high-grade space cultivator in all that time, it had survived until today. If absorption starts to fail, stop immediately, he warned. Using a demonic core an entire tier above you can rupture your mental sea, even when the attributes match. I did not tell him the system could purify it. I simply put it away with solemn care. When a demonic beast died, there was an extremely small chance it would condense a core. Absorbing one could increase both vitality and mental power. Some cores also retained abilities that only an awakened person with the matching attribute could learn. Space beasts were already rare, making this core far more valuable than ordinary pills. The principal did not demand my secrets. He only said, "I can't see through you, but that isn't important. Neither you nor Wang Shua has a family behind you. Until the martial arts examination is over, the school can be your shield." He also gave Wang Shua 3 Tier 1, Level 5 Shadow Cores and announced that we would enter Elite Class 1 next week. I took the opportunity to ask him to keep Dong Lei as our teacher. Mr. Dong was responsible, honest, and understood us better than anyone. The principal promised to consider it. As I left with the Jade, Token, and Demonic Core, my wariness toward the Huang family had not diminished. But at least when danger came again, I would not be completely unprepared. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Shua and I went to the infirmary for examinations. Elder Zheng's pressure had left no external wounds, but it had temporarily stiffened our meridians. The doctor confirmed that a night's rest would be enough for us to recover. The diagnosis also stated the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 1 in painfully direct terms. The Huang family's contract, Elder Zheng's attack, and the principal's Jade Token all reminded me that winning the school championship only made me first among my peers. Once I truly left the campus, trophies would never decide who lived and who died. When Dong Lei saw us, he first made sure the earlier conflict had caused no injuries. Only then did he take out our ranking rewards. Wang Shuo received the superior yellow rank movement art Phantom Step, which paired extremely well with his shadow affinity and stealth art. My reward was more unusual, 1 admission token to an E-grade secret realm. The secret realm was controlled by the Dong family in a neighboring city and permitted entry only to cultivators below Tier 3, Level 1. Dong Lei belonged to a collateral branch of the family. His daughter was not yet 18 and could not participate in this expedition, so he gave his only admission token to me. He took out a black nameplate engraved with the Dong family crest. Its reverse side recorded the entry date and holder's identity. Admission to a privately owned secret realm could not be resold casually, and replacing the user required a guarantee from someone of Dong family blood. By giving the token to me, he was accepting responsibility for my conduct as well. It isn't a school arena in there. Dong Lei pushed the nameplate toward me. People may fight over resources, and you may encounter demonic beasts that aren't on the map. If you think it's too dangerous, you don't have to go. I won't take back any help I've already given you. Precisely because he did not use the favor to pressure me, I could not take his trust lightly. Secret realms were independent miniature worlds graded from F to SSS. Their density of demonic beasts and resources was generally higher than in the wilderness. Privately controlled realms had fewer explorers and were more likely to retain rare treasures. The value of this admission token could not be compared with a handful of pills. An E-grade meant the primary dangers ranged from Tier 2 to Tier 3. It did not mean absolutely nothing stronger existed inside. The realm's entrance limited the strength of those entering, but beasts already living within it did not necessarily obey the outside world's assessment. The Dong family provided a basic map before each opening, but they could not guarantee that the terrain would remain unchanged forever. At my current level, I could not use the token immediately. At the very least, I needed recovery potions, wilderness equipment, and a means of retreat. Ideally, I would also make up for my lack of a defensive martial skill. I thanked him solemnly and promised to enter one of the country's top martial universities. Dong Lei asked only that we return safely and reminded us that we would join Elite Class 1 next week. Hearing his disappointment at the possibility that he would no longer teach us, I told him the principal was already considering a reassignment. After leaving the office, I nearly forgot the right to choose a profound rank martial skill that came with the championship. Wang Shua and I turned around and headed for the martial arts library. I had no shortage of explosive power. What I lacked was the ability to close distance, evade, and pursue. So I requested a lightning attribute movement art. Although the teacher managing the collection wondered why a space cultivator wanted to learn a lightning technique, he still found three options: the inferior profound rank Thunder Rush, the inferior profound rank Lightning Shadow Flash, and the superior profound rank Thunder Instant Step. Thunder Instant Step was the hardest to cultivate, but at full mastery, it could instantly close the distance through an explosive burst of speed. For someone else, difficulty was a risk. With the system, potential was the only standard that mattered. The teacher placed all three manuals on the table in turn. Thunder Rush was stable but increased only straight-line speed. Lightning Shadow Flash allowed short-range changes in direction but placed a heavy burden on the body. Thunder Instant Step combined the strengths of both, and its entry requirements were several times those of the other two. Once you choose, you can't exchange it. The teacher warned me one last time. Higher rank doesn't always mean a better fit. If you can't reach beginner proficiency in 3 months, this reward will have been wasted. I still signed the registration form for Thunder Instant Step. The system could overcome the learning threshold. Choosing the path with the highest ceiling gave me the greatest value. After I received the technique, Wang Shuo urged me to hurry to his home. His parents had wanted to meet me for a long time and had prepared dinner especially for us that evening. But before we went, I needed to confirm 2 things: whether the space core contained an ability and how many talent points the newly acquired Thunder Instant Step would require. After the system recorded Thunder Instant Step, it presented an upgrade path. Spend 500 talent points to upgrade it into the superior Earth rank Thunder Flash. The difference between the two techniques went beyond rank. Thunder Instant Step depended on an explosive burst from both legs, and an experienced opponent could still predict its path. The upgraded Thunder Flash disrupted perception with lightning at the moment it activated and allowed the user to forcibly change direction during a single charge. When the knowledge entered my mind, the meridians in my calves burned briefly. Even with my current body, I could use it only a limited number of times in succession. It could serve as a public movement art when I did not use teleportation, and it could create a second method of closing the distance when an enemy was prepared for spatial fluctuations. I had 800 talent points in hand and completed the upgrade immediately. Thunder Flash combined long-distance acceleration with instantaneous directional changes, perfectly filling the gap before I entered close range. I did not have enough points left to improve its proficiency, so I could only save the remainder. As Wang Shuo and I reached the school gates, Luo Yushi suddenly called out to me. She suggested exchanging contact information so we could spar more easily in the future. Many departing students were still gathered outside the gates. When she walked through the crowd toward us, the surrounding noise fell noticeably. Luo Yushi almost never initiated conversations. Her suddenly stopping me inspired even more gossip than the tournament result. I'll notify you in advance before I challenge you next time. She opened her contact code. Don't refuse. We can exchange contact information. I glanced at Wang Shuo, who was barely suppressing his laughter. But doing it this way could easily give people the wrong idea. Her voice remained as cool as always. I made a careless joke that crossed the line. Her expression darkened, and she turned and walked away. Watching her back, I realized there was no reason to carry our confrontation in the arena into ordinary life. The fact that she had approached me at all meant the final had made her acknowledge me as a true rival. I hurried after her for 2 steps and added seriously, "That was only a joke. I accept your challenge. We'll fight again after you've recovered." Luo Yushi did not turn around, but she did not delete the contact she had just added either. Wang Shuo waited until she had gone before bursting into laughter. He insisted I had transformed an ordinary invitation into a provocation. I did not argue, but I made a mental note not to use suggestive jokes to avoid a straightforward question again. Wang Shuo teased me about it all the way to his home. His parents, He Yu and Wang Shan, were ordinary awakened people. He Yu's F-grade affinity talent only made others feel more at ease around her, while Wang Shan used his E-grade speed enhancement for food delivery work. They possessed no high-rank resources, but after Wang Shuo awakened an SS-grade talent, they spent all their savings to support his cultivation. He Yu had been waiting at the door for a long time. The moment she saw us, she checked Wang Shuo for injuries. A plate of food on the living room table had already gone cold and been reheated, making it clear that they had begun preparing that afternoon. Wang Shan's insulated delivery bags were stacked in a corner, their edges badly worn. The receipts for Wang Shuo's pills were tucked inside the coffee table drawer. I caught a rough glimpse of the total, and it was almost equal to the family's entire savings over many years. He welcomed me warmly and repeatedly thanked me for helping Wang Shuo in the past. I told her that the person who had truly saved him was Wang Shuo himself. If he had been unwilling to stand back up, No one else could have walked the road to today on his behalf. The home was small, and the meal was simple, but every sentence spoken inside carried genuine concern. I watched mother and son embrace and felt a little envious. Then I quickly thought of Li Qingwei. He who kept adding food to my bowl and asked whether the school would continue cultivating Wang Shua. I told them about Elite Class 1, the Shadow Course, and the Yellow Rank Movement Art. I also emphasized that Wang Shua had earned those things with his SS grade talent and top 10 finish. He did not owe anyone a favor for them. Wang Shua placed 2 demonic cores on the table and solemnly promised not to disappoint his parents. In that moment, he was no longer the skinny wisecracker he usually appeared to be. For the first time, he truly understood what growing stronger meant to this family. Across 2 lifetimes, I truly had never known the company of parents. But now I also had someone waiting for me to come home. When Wang Shan returned from work, the first thing he did was ask about the ranking tournament. When he learned that Wang Shua had reached the top 10, he smiled more broadly than if he had won an award himself. Wang Shua's eyes reddened as he said he never could have reached that rank if his parents had not emptied their savings to buy resources. Wang Shan carried the final dish out of the kitchen and waved away his words. He said he possessed no powerful talent and could not earn as much from a full day of deliveries as a martial artist made from one mission. Even so, the money of ordinary people could still lay the first stone in a child's path. We can only take you to the starting line, he told Wang Shua. From here on, don't risk your life just to prove yourself. Coming home safely matters more than 1 extra demonic core. His words also felt like a warning to me. A Tier 3 martial artist from the Huang family had attacked inside the school today. If the principal had arrived 1 step later, my potential would have meant nothing. The whole reason I earn money is so you can use it. Wang Shan patted his shoulder. Once you're stronger, you can protect us in return. When he asked about my result, I only said I had been lucky enough to take first place. Wang Shan stared for a long moment, then reminded us that Qingchuan City was merely one small city in the Dragon Nation. The provincial capital and imperial capital held many more genuine geniuses. We could be happy about our ranking, but we could not let it become a reason for arrogance. I committed his words to memory. The system gave me a shortcut, but that did not mean no one in the world could threaten me. I had won the school tournament today and still nearly lost to Luo Yushi. Once I left Qingchuan City, there would only be more powerful people. After dinner, I said goodbye to Wang Shua's family. My phone had died, and it was nearly 10 at night when I returned to my apartment complex. The familiar window upstairs was still glowing. Li Qingwei had fallen asleep on the couch. The moment I covered her with a blanket, she woke. Her first words were not an accusation. She asked why I had not answered the phone. The food on the coffee table had gone completely cold. More than a dozen calls from her filled my phone's history. Only then did I realize that I had grown accustomed to no one waiting for me in my previous life. I still instinctively treated coming home late as a matter that concerned no one but me. Too much happened after the school tournament. I connected my phone to the charger. I didn't ignore you on purpose. I know you're grown up, and I know you're strong now. Her voice was quiet, but at least let me know where you are. I did not use being busy as an excuse. On the spot, I set an automatic low battery alert and wrote down Wang Shua's and Dong Lei's numbers for her. If she could not reach me in the future, she would not have to sit at home alone and imagine what had happened. I had dinner at a classmate's house, and my phone died, I explained. Then I promised immediately, if I'm going to be late again, I'll always tell you in advance. Only then did she relax. I told her about the championship and the 2 million yuan prize. I wanted to take her shopping on Saturday. Her first reaction was still to tell me to save the money for cultivation resources. Only after I insisted that this was my way of thanking her for years of care did she agree to go out with me on our day off. After Li Qingwei returned to her room, I stood by the window and looked across the city's lights. Every time I returned late in my previous life, nothing waited for me but a dark room. Now, among 10,000 lights, one finally remained lit because I had not come home. I treasured that more than the championship. I placed the distressed jade the principal had given me in the moonlight beside the window and examined it. The jade would activate only when crushed. It had no tracking or surveillance function. The principal had given me a choice and a line of safety. The light Li Qingwei left on reminded me that every time I crossed that line, I also had to think about coming back. 2 million yuan could be exchanged for resources, and a championship could be exchanged for fame. No shop could place a price on that light, yet it was the reason I would never allow myself to fail. The next day, I began dealing with the space core the principal had given me. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 1 awakened person could not withstand the energy of a Tier 2, Level 5 core, and the absorption process would take a very long time. The system could purify it across tiers and convert it directly. First space attribute demonic core absorbed. Bonus ability obtained, teleportation. For every 100 space attribute demonic cores absorbed in the future, 1 space ability will be obtained. Under the system's purification, the surface of the core gradually turned transparent. Silver spatial energy flowed along my arm and entered my mental sea. At first, I felt only slightly dizzy. Then my entire sense of distance in the room changed. The table, doorframe, and windowsill suddenly seemed to consist of countless coordinates that could be folded together. Teleportation was not high-speed physical movement. It briefly overlapped 2 points in space after I selected an origin and destination. The destination had to lie within my range of perception and could not overlap solid matter. Otherwise, the ability might merely fail, or it could cause a crushing spatial injury. After the core dissolved into energy, my vitality rose to 1,880 and my mental power to 1,688, firmly stabilizing both at Tier 1, Level 5. My teleportation distance depended on mental strength. Its current limit was about 100 feet, and repeated use consumed enormous amounts of spiritual energy. I could not treat it like limitless movement. Mission to raise vitality and mental power to Tier 1, Level 5 complete. Reward, 500 talent points. Daily mission updated. Cultivate both cultivation arts for 1 hour each every day. Reward, 200 talent points. New mission. Raise vitality and mental power to Tier 2, Level 1. Reward, 1,500 talent points. I did not leave home immediately. Instead, I ran short-range tests inside the apartment. The first time, I moved only 1.5 feet and nearly struck my toes on the bed frame. The second time, I locked onto an open space in the living room and discovered that I still faced the original direction when I reappeared. On my third test, I tried teleporting twice in quick succession, and a sharp pain immediately pierced my mental sea. The ability was powerful, but that did not make it free. 100 feet was the safe limit for a single use. In a fight, I also had to preserve enough mental power to judge danger and evade. If I teleported recklessly, an enemy would not even need to attack. They could simply wait for me to exhaust myself. I then went to the martial artist tower to update my certification. The young woman who had received me last time still remembered me. Her name was Zhao Xiao Xiao. When the equipment confirmed 1,880 vitality and 1,688 mental power, she immediately assumed I was the heir of a prominent family from another city. I did not explain and simply asked her to update my badges. A cultivator certified at Tier 1, Level 5 could receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan and officially qualified to leave the city alone. Zhao Xiao Xiao linked my bank account to the Martial Artist Hall app, then exchanged contact information with me so she could handle future certification matters more easily. As she handed me the new badges, she kept comparing them with my age. Advancing from dual certification to Level 5 on both paths in only a few days would make any normal person suspicious. She tested whether I had come from the provincial capital. I only said that cultivation arts and personal opportunities were private matters. Then at least remember the rules for leaving the city. Zhao Xiao Xiao put her curiosity away. Qualifying to go alone doesn't mean we recommend it. If you encounter a distress signal outside, confirm that it isn't bait before approaching. If an unfamiliar team offers to share its spoils, inspect the contract first. Those warnings clearly came from real cases handled by the martial artist tower. I thanked her and saved the most important rules in my communicator. My identity and paperwork were ready. All that remained was equipment and resources. Carrying the 2 million yuan prize, I went directly to the pill market on the second floor. Supreme Tier 1 vitality pills and spiritual elixirs each cost 65,000 yuan. I bought 10 of each, spending 1.3 million. Then I spent another 280,000 on intermediate F-grade fiber armor and a map of the region outside Qingchuan City. The pill counter required purchases to be recorded under a real identity to keep novice cultivators from consuming too much in a short period. The salesperson repeatedly explained that Supreme meant fewer impurities, not that I could eat the pills like food. After signing the risk disclosure, I went to the equipment section to try on the armor. The fiber armor was very light. It could disperse claw strikes from mid-level Tier 1 beasts, but it left the head and neck exposed and could not stop penetrating venomous barbs. I did not have enough money for a complete set of high-grade armor, so I added only a first aid kit, clotting agents, and scent masking powder. Survival in the wild often depended less on owning one expensive piece of equipment than on anticipating every small gap in advance. Before I left the martial artist tower, a white-haired old man stopped me. He introduced himself as Zhao Guanshan, one of the tower's senior officials and Zhao Xiaoxiao's grandfather. He first tested me by offering to take me as a disciple, and I refused outright. Only then did Zhao Guanshan explain that my unusual dual certification had caught his attention the first time I visited. When he heard that I had returned today to update both certifications to Tier 1, Level 5, he had come to meet me personally. The old man released no pressure, yet his stance revealed no obvious openings. Every employee who passed greeted him voluntarily, and even Zhao Xiaoxiao became much more formal. I could not detect his exact realm. I could only confirm that it far exceeded my own. Become my disciple, and at least in Qingchuan City, no one will dare touch you casually, he said. The offer seemed to solve the threat of the Huang family perfectly, but a master-disciple bond ran deeper than employment. I knew nothing about his position and was unwilling to hand my future to a stranger because of one danger, so I shook my head again. I used the S-grade space affinity in my public file as an explanation. He did not probe any deeper. Instead, he offered me a commission. While outside the city, I was to gather some common water spirit grass. No matter how much I found, he would pay 500,000 yuan. Water spirit grass was worth nowhere near that amount. Zhao Guanshan did not need the plant. He was establishing a relationship before I had fully grown. The favor was not excessive, and the task followed the same route as my hunt, so I agreed. I asked that the commission be entered into the martial artist tower's mission system to prevent any later disagreement over quantity or payment. Zhao Guanshan not only agreed but restricted the gathering area to regions occupied by Tier 1 beasts. He did not require me to enter a dangerous zone for the grass. That raised my opinion of him considerably. An investment was still an investment, but at least he had not used his age or status to push the risk onto me. After returning home, I absorbed all 10 Supreme Vitality pills and 10 portions of Supreme Spiritual Elixir at once. Vitality, 2,580. Mental Power, 2,388. Realm, Tier 1, Level 6 Martial Artist, Tier 1, Level 6 Psychic Cultivator. After completing that day's cultivation, I had 1,100 talent points. I spent 1,000 to raise 9 Thunderclap blades to Major Mastery, allowing me to unleash the first 6 slashes in succession. New mission: cultivate any martial skill to full mastery. Reward: 500 talent points. Repeatable. After 9 Thunderclap blades reached Major Mastery, holding the Thundercleaver saber felt as though 6 distinct trajectories had appeared before me. The first 6 slashes were not mechanical repetitions. The first broke the opponent's momentum, the second pursued, and every later strike carried forward the vibrations of the last. If an opponent could not interrupt me within the first 3 slashes, the mounting power would become increasingly difficult to endure. In a rented training room, I stopped after practicing only the 4th slash. The wall protection system was already sounding repeated alarms. A Major Mastery martial skill paired with Tier 1, Level 6 Vitality exceeded the durability of an ordinary school facility. I could test it properly only in a virtual training room or outside the city. My primary combat system had now taken shape. S-grade space provided teleportation. SSS-grade lightning strengthened my attacks. The Thundercleaver saber carried the lightning. Major Mastery 9 Thunderclap blades supplied explosive power, and the fiber armor offered basic protection. I also divided my public and hidden methods into 2 layers. Under ordinary circumstances, I would use only Vitality, Boxing, and Space. Only when facing an enemy who absolutely had to die would I use Lightning, the Thundercleaver saber, and the complete 9 Thunderclap blades. A trump card was not something that could never be used. It was something that, once used, could leave no enemy alive to pass on the information. But numbers were only numbers. Before leaving the city, I had to confirm what level of beast I could truly defeat. That afternoon, I went to the nearest Diamond Martial Arts Hall. Diamond Martial Arts Hall had a virtual beast training room. I paid 30,000 yuan and began by simulating a Tier 1, Level 6 Lightning Serpent. After putting on the fiber armor and drawing the Thundercleaver saber, I released my lightning talent for the first time with no spectators present. My first slash sent lightning and saber energy through the beast simultaneously and cut it in half. The virtual training set visual, auditory, and pain feedback to 80%. When the lightning serpent lunged, its scales scraping over the floor sounded no different from a real demonic beast. I first used my mental perception to lock onto its curving path, then let the Thundercleaver saber carry ordinary lightning. Blue-white electrical scars remained everywhere the blade passed, and the severed virtual body continued convulsing for several seconds. The first full release of my SSS-grade lightning affinity made its power far more tangible than the numbers on my status panel. It did more than increase the destructive power of my saber energy. It also paralyzed muscles and disrupted the energy circulation of low-tier beasts. I increased the difficulty level by level. Tier 1, Level 7 could still be eliminated quickly. Level 8 required serious effort. Level 10 forced me to use lightning, teleportation, and major mastery 9 thunderclap blades together. And even then I needed a bitter fight to make the kill. A Tier 1, Level 8 Ironback Wolf tore through the outer layer of my armor with its first lunge. I teleported away from its attack on my throat and needed 3 consecutive slashes from the side to cut through its spine. A Tier 1, Level 10 Two-Headed Lizard was even harder. One head sprayed poisonous mist while the other fought at close range, forcing me to change my destination point constantly. When my 6th slash killed it, my virtual vitality had fallen to 20%, and repeated teleportation had pushed my mental power close to the warning line. The system declared victory, but the training room displayed another message at the same time. If the poisonous mist had been real, I might still have died 1 minute later. Therefore, capable of killing and safe to hunt were completely different things. On my first trip outside the city, I set the upper limit for any deliberate target at Tier 1, Level 8. If I discovered that a species traveled in groups or possessed venom or an unusual ability, I would lower that limit further. During defense testing, ordinary attacks from Tier 1, Level 8 posed little threat to me. Overall, my limit approached Tier 1, Level 10, but I could never operate at my limit in the wild. A virtual fight had no second beast and no human waiting to take advantage of my weakness. If I exhausted my vitality and spiritual energy to kill a Level 10 beast, I would not even be able to flee. After I exited the training room, a public challenge was taking place in the Martial Hall's arena. The owner's son, Sun Chong, had awakened S-grade physical reinforcement and reached Tier 1, Level 4 vitality. Any newly awakened student from our year who defeated him could receive the hall's strongest defensive martial skill, Diamond Body. The challenge rules were posted beside the platform. Competitors had to be the same age and from the same awakening class. Disposable lethal items were forbidden, and the Martial Hall would cover medical treatment. Sun Chong had already won 17 consecutive matches. The previous challenger's punch had not even made him step backward. When the staff saw the S-grade space affinity in my file, they first asked whether I wanted to borrow a weapon. The challenge reward required only victory and placed no restrictions on ordinary martial skills. I took out the Thundercleaver saber, but kept its lightning below the level that would cause permanent injury. I needed a defensive martial skill, so I showed my student identification and entered the arena. Sun Chong did not underestimate me. The instant the match began, he activated physical reinforcement and Diamond Body, holding a long spear horizontally before his chest. I did not use 9 thunderclap blades for my first strike. I only enhanced ordinary saber energy with lightning power. The saber energy struck the spear, and Sun Chong was driven out of the arena along with his weapon. Diamond Body absorbed most of the damage, but the spear bent under the impact. Sun Chong forced himself upright outside the boundary, both arms still shaking from the collision. After checking that his chest had only a shallow injury, he frankly admitted defeat to the referee. The spectators had never imagined his 17-win streak would end in a single strike. Their cheers turned into a collective gasp. I also reassessed the amount of power I had used. The Thundercleaver saber amplified lightning far more than a training weapon. Even with ordinary saber energy, I should not have struck a Tier 1, Level 4 opponent with my full strength. Fortunately, Diamond Body was solid enough to keep the challenge from becoming an accident. I was about to sheath the saber when an enraged shout suddenly came from deep inside the Martial Hall. "Who dares injure my son?" An aura far beyond Tier 1 locked onto me. I did not counterattack immediately. I merely lowered the tip of my saber toward the floor while my other hand hovered near the principal's jade token. The newcomer was at least Tier 3. If he attacked without listening, all I could do was buy enough time to call for help. Sun Chong moved faster than anyone. Dragging the bent spear, he stepped between the newcomer and me and shouted 4 words. It was a fair challenge. The burly man who charged in was Sun Ba, owner of the Martial Hall and Sun Chong's father. He had seen only his son being knocked from the arena, and his first reaction was to demand why I had injured him. Sun Ba's footsteps shook fine dust from the arena's edge, and none of the instructors dared approach. He first inspected Sun Chong's chest, then looked at the bent spear. His expression grew darker by the second. I could understand a father's reaction to seeing his child on the ground, but I could not accept his pressuring a challenger before asking about the rules. Hall Master, the match was recorded. I pointed at the camera above us. If I broke the rules, you can turn the matter over to the Martial Artist Administration. My words made him pause for an instant and gave Sun Chong time to explain. Sun Chong immediately stopped him and explained that this was a public challenge and that he had suffered no serious injury. Then he demanded that his father honor the promise and hand over Diamond Body. Once Sun Ba confirmed the situation, he did not try to evade the agreement. He apologized to me on the spot and ordered someone to bring the martial skill. Sun Ba pulled up the complete recording and watched it once. Only after confirming that I had visibly withdrawn strength before the saber energy struck did his tone genuinely soften. In front of all the watching students, he retracted his pressure and admitted that he had acted impulsively. For a Tier 3 Hall Master to apologize in public was more difficult than simply tossing me the martial skill. Sun Chong continued to insist that the challenge reward be issued as promised. When someone suggested finding an excuse for a rematch, he said a loss was a loss. If Diamond Martial Arts Hall could not honor one public promise, even its strongest defensive art could not hold up its reputation. The system finished recording the technique, and I formally learned Diamond Body. The martial skill concentrated vitality to reinforce the skin, muscles, and bones. It could form a second layer of defense with the Thunder Body tempering art. The original manual contained a complete map of vitality circulation. The key was not keeping the entire body hard at all times, but concentrating power at the point of impact immediately before being struck. A beginner who maintained full body reinforcement would exhaust all their vitality in minutes. With the system's help, I reached beginner proficiency. All I lacked was reaction training under real blows. Sun Ba also let me test it once inside the hall. An instructor struck my shoulder with Tier 1, Level 6 force. Diamond Body dispersed the impact first, and the Thunder Body tempering art absorbed what remained. In the end, the blow left only a small bruise. The two layers of defense truly could stack. Sun Ba tested me about my background, but I did not answer. In the outside world, openly revealing that I had no backing would only make malicious people more likely to target me. Letting them assume I came from some powerful organization was safer. Before I left, Sun Chong caught up and asked why I cultivated so quickly. I could not tell him about the system, of course, so I only said that I worked harder than other people. He took the answer as a genuine secret and earnestly declared that he would double his training and surpass me one day. Hard work doesn't mean never sleeping. Seeing that he was already preparing to return to the training room, I added, "You just lost a match. Your muscles and meridians need to recover. Ruining your body isn't hard work." Sun Chong froze, then carefully saved the words in his communicator. His pursuit of strength was somewhat blunt, but never hypocritical. I shared one lesson from my virtual training. Setting a limit you could complete safely and increasing the pressure step by step was more effective than gambling on your absolute limit every time. He was a little stubborn, but his character was decent. We exchanged contact information, and I accepted his invitation to train and spar at the hall in the future. With the defensive martial skill in hand, my equipment and combat system were more complete. It was still early, so I decided not to delay any longer. That very afternoon, I would leave the city for my first true hunt. The guards at the city gate verified my badges. Only after confirming that I had reached Tier 1, Level 6, did they permit me to leave alone. One guard warned me that hunting by myself immediately after barely clearing the minimum standard was extremely dangerous. 3 checkpoints stood outside the city gate. The first scanned identities and wanted person records. The second inspected carried items. The third recorded each traveler's destination. If a martial artist failed to return by the agreed time, the system would forward the information to a rescue team. Rescue was not guaranteed to arrive in time, however, and it came with a high fee. I entered my planned route and promised to return before sunset. The guard also gave me an ordinary distress flare. Red signified an attack by a group of demonic beasts. Purple signified the discovery of a heretic cult or alien race. Against an enemy above Tier 1, Level 9, a flare might not save my life, but it could at least mark my last known position. I accepted the warning without changing my plan. After following the map for 12 miles, I reached an abandoned town occupied by demonic beasts. The road had broken apart, wild grass swallowed the houses, and the bones of humans and beasts occasionally appeared beside the street. This was entirely different from a virtual training room. An attack could be hidden behind every step. Once the city wall disappeared behind me, the air changed quickly. There were no vehicles or crowds, only the mingled smells of rotting leaves, beast blood, and rust. The abandoned road signs still bore the town's name, but claw marks covered the space beneath it. Vines had overgrown an overturned bus, and only bleached bones remained behind its windows. I lightened my footsteps and swept every building along the street with mental perception. I also selected open ground as my teleportation destinations in advance, so panic would not carry me into an enclosed space. Virtual training allowed another attempt. Here, every mistake had only one outcome. 2 rot rats were gnawing on a corpse when the system issued missions. First demonic beast killed. Reward, inspection function. Kill 10 demonic beasts. Reward, 300 talent points. I put on the armor and quickly eliminated both targets with 2 waves of saber energy. Once inspection unlocked, looking directly at a demonic beast allowed me to read its species and realm. Both rot rats were Tier 1, Level 3. Neither had condensed a core, so I placed the bodies in the system inventory to sell after returning to the city. The moment the first rot rat fell, the smell of blood spread. I did not stand there inspecting the reward. First, I stored both carcasses and every scrap of scattered flesh. Then I covered the traces with scent masking powder. A few minutes later, a flock of carrion birds landed on the nearby rooftops, proving that every battle attracted new predators. Inspection required me to see the target. It could not penetrate walls or automatically warn me about something behind my back. It displayed only the current realm and basic information. It would not identify traps or predictabilities for me. I treated it as an intelligence tool, not an absolute answer. Most of the battles that followed were effortless. I stopped testing techniques on every individual beast and used the method that consumed the least vitality. After I killed 10 beasts, the system issued 300 points and raised the target to 100 kills for a reward of 600. When a Tier 1, Level 6 Ironhide Rhinoceros appeared, I still eliminated it with 1 slash. The combat limit estimated through virtual training was broadly reliable, but visibility, terrain, and smells in the real wilderness all interfered with judgment. I kept part of my mental power watching the rear at all times. The Ironhide Rhinoceros charged out from behind a collapsed shop and smashed through half a wall. I did not use 9 thunderclap blades. As it lowered its head to accelerate, I teleported to its side and cut the thundercleaver saber through the gap between the plates on its hind leg. The beast lost its balance and crashed into an abandoned car. One finishing strike ended the fight, and the entire exchange consumed less than 10% of my reserves. Efficiency mattered more than showing off. After hunting 30 low-tier beasts, I still retained more than 70% of my vitality and mental power, enough to handle an unexpected threat during my retreat. Huang Heng had already ordered Elder Zeng to attack me inside the school. There were no cameras here and no principal watching over me, making this the ideal place for another attempt. I had no evidence that anyone had followed me, but I did not dare dismiss the possibility as needless worry. After hunting more than 30 demonic beasts, I encountered a Tier 1, Level 8 ironclad scorpion. The giant scorpion hid in the shadows of an abandoned warehouse, and inspection did not capture its information until it moved. 2 massive pincers sealed off the front while its stinger remained suspended beyond my line of sight. I threw a fragment of stone to test it. The stinger pierced the stone instantly, and its venom ate black scars into the floor. The fiber armor could not stop an attack like that. I restricted my teleportation destinations to the outside of the warehouse, ensuring that no evasion would carry me into a blind corner. Its shell was harder than the virtual lightning serpents. Ordinary saber energy left only 2 deep marks. The giant scorpion raised its stinger to counterattack. I teleported out of the way, moved to its rear flank, and attacked the same crack repeatedly until the shell finally split. After my first teleportation, the scorpion immediately swept its tail across my destination, proving that demonic beasts could learn as well. The second time, I created only a spatial fluctuation without actually moving, baiting it into swinging early. When the stinger buried itself in the wall, I struck the left side of its shell 3 times in succession with 9 thunderclap blades. Once the crack opened, ordinary lightning spread through its internal tissue. The scorpion continued struggling for nearly a minute. I circled around the pincers and delivered a final strike, then stored it only after confirming that the venom sac had not ruptured. The fight proved that beasts of the same realm could differ enormously because of their species and abilities. If I copied the results of virtual training without thought, sooner or later I would pay the price. I had barely put away the carcass when something tore through the air behind me. A dagger drove from the shadows toward my heart, already too close for me to turn. I instinctively activated teleportation and reappeared 100 feet away. Only then did I see the attacker. The dagger's tip had scraped across my armor, leaving a long, narrow tear. Without the instinctive warning spatial perception gave me, the strike would already have passed between my ribs and into my heart. The attacker showed no surprise at missing. The moment he landed, he merged back into the shadows. His movements had clearly been professionally trained. I left the warehouse immediately and moved the battlefield onto the sunlit street. Shadow transformation depended on darkness. Open ground would reduce his possible destinations and keep a second enemy from flanking me through the wall. C-grade shadow transformation, vitality, tier 1, level 9, mental power, tier 1, level 8. The man could merge with shadows, making him difficult to detect through ordinary mental perception. A second man in black soon appeared nearby. D-grade tracking, vitality, tier 1, level 9, mental power, tier 1, level 7. One to track, one to kill. Their target clearly knew my name and route. I did not need to interrogate them to guess that this was connected to Huang Hong. Multi-stage mission, destroy the Huang family. Stage 1, kill both assassins. Reward, 800 talent points. The shadow transformer merged into the ground again. I poured lightning into the Thundercleaver saber. Lightning naturally countered shadows and concealment, and 2 waves of saber energy forced him directly out of his shadow state. The other tracker prepared to flank me. I teleported to his side first and ended the fight with the 4th slash of 9 thunderclap blades, preventing them from trapping me between 2 attacks. The tracker was not a weak combatant. He raised a short staff and blocked the first 2 slashes, then accurately judged the destination of my first teleportation. His greatest mistake was believing his partner could hold me in the shadows. I used Thunder Flash to create the illusion of a straight charge, then teleported midway to the opposite side of his defense. My 3rd slash knocked the staff away, and the 4th cut through his vitality protection. Even as he fell, he tried to activate a communicator. I shattered the device first with the back of my saber. When the shadow transformer saw his partner die, he activated Shadow Body, repeatedly shifting his flesh between body and shadow to reduce damage. I did not waste vitality chasing an illusion. Instead, I unleashed the first 6 strikes of 9 thunderclap blades in succession. The first 4 blocked every direction of escape. The 5th broke his shadow transformation, and the 6th struck him head-on during the brief interval before he could become intangible again. Even with Shadow Body reinforcing his defense, the saber energy critically injured him. 6 consecutive slashes consumed nearly half my vitality. After being forced back into physical form, the shadow transformer still tried to crawl beneath an abandoned car. I spread lightning across the ground, infusing every shadow with destructive power. The moment he turned intangible again, the lightning would follow the shadow directly into his body. "What did Huang Heng give you?" I asked. He did not answer. He used his last strength to throw the dagger. I tilted my head aside and abandoned the idea of taking him alive. For a professional assassin, delaying me might mean waiting for a second team. I could not accept that additional risk for a confession. I approached and confirmed that he could no longer retaliate. He had not come to spar with me. He had come to take my life, and I left no future threat behind. Both Tier 1, Level 9 assassins were dead. For the first time, I truly understood that the Huang family would show no restraint merely because I was a student. There was no longer any possibility of reconciliation. Stage 1 complete. Reward, 800 talent points. Stage 2, kill Huang Heng and Elder Zheng. Reward, spatial severing ability and 1,000 talent points. After repeatedly using teleportation and 9 thunderclap blades, I had consumed much of my vitality and spiritual energy. The 100 Beast mission was only a little more than 30% complete. Continuing the hunt might bring me a stronger beast or the Huang family's second team. I terminated the plan immediately and returned to Qingchuan City. Before leaving, I searched both assassins. Their communication devices had self-destruct mechanisms, and their identity cards were forged. Only one tracking mark retained the vitality code commonly used by the Huang family. I stored every fragment that might serve as evidence, but did not contact the authorities directly. If the Huang family dared send assassins, they must have prepared a chain of scapegoats. Publicly accusing them now would be difficult to prove and would expose both my lightning affinity and my real combat strength. The safer choice was to return alive and let the principal evaluate the evidence. On the way back, I changed routes at regular intervals and used teleportation to cross hard ground that retained no footprints. Only when the city wall came into view did my taut nerves loosen slightly. After entering the city, I sold the spoils at Treasure Pavilion inside the Martial Artist Tower. More than 30 low-tier beast carcasses and one Tier 1, Level 8 Ironclad Scorpion brought a total of 140,000 yuan. The Assassin's Worn Intermediate E-grade dagger sold for another 450,000. The Treasure Pavilion appraiser first weighed everything, then quoted separate prices based on hide, bone, and core value. The rot rats were worth little more than the processing fee. Most of the value came from the ironclad scorpion's shell and intact venom sac. I did not rush to accept. I checked the Martial Artist Tower's posted prices for the day before signing. The dagger was unexpectedly more valuable. It was made from non-reflective materials suited for concealment, and traces of paralyzing poison remained on the edge. I made the appraiser clean it completely first. That confirmed once again that if the blade had entered my back, I would have struggled to escape to the city even if the wound had not killed me instantly. I had just received 590,000 yuan, and I immediately spent 650,000 on 10 Supreme Tier 1 Vitality pills. After absorbing them all, my vitality reached 3,280, leaving me only 120 short of Tier 1, Level 7. When I returned home, Li Qingyue's expression changed the instant she learned I had left the city. My parents had died fighting demonic beasts. Her fear of the wilderness could not be erased by a few claims that I was strong. I had changed out of the damaged armor before entering, but she still noticed a trace of blood that had not washed out of my cuff. She made me sit and examine my entire body. Only after confirming the blood was not mine did she ask why I had not told her in advance. I didn't want you to worry. The moment I said it, I knew it was a bad excuse. If you don't tell me, I'll only worry more while I know nothing. I told her about the hunting area, the beast's levels, and when I had retreated. I also promised to leave my route with her before going outside the city in the future. I could not tell her about the assassins yet, but I could no longer package every danger as something effortless. I did not reveal the details of the assassination attempt. I only promised to retreat immediately from any danger I could not handle and reminded her that I carried the principal's distressed jade at all times. Qingyue, I'm already Tier 1, Level 6. I won't risk my life just to show off. She remained worried, but she also knew she could not keep me inside the city forever. When I saw how disappointed she was that she could not help, I told her the system's shop might contain treasures capable of raising talent grades. Once I was strong enough, I would find a way to change her aptitude. After dinner, I completed the daily mission, bringing my talent points to 1,400. Unlocking the shop cost 1,000 points. I confirmed the payment, and the system immediately began updating. Only after the progress bar appeared did I begin dealing with the Huang family's tracking mark. The principal received my photographs and replied that I should preserve the original object and not investigate alone. He did not try to persuade me that official procedures would solve everything immediately. He simply stated that protection inside the school would be strengthened. The answer was not satisfying, but it was more honest than an empty promise. The Huang family had operated in Qingchuan City for years. One failed assassination attempt would not bring them down. I had to accumulate strength, and I had to learn to make anger obey survival. When the system shop opened, it rewarded me with one free purchase. The shop interface resembled a warehouse with no end. Every item came with a description, restrictions, and a price. I first searched for power that could destroy the Huang family outright. Every result either exceeded my access or displayed an incalculable number of talent points. The system could provide a road, but it would not hand me the destination merely because I had just survived an attack. I filtered the shop again for my current realm. Pills, elixirs, talismans, and basic materials were the items I could truly use at this stage. The free purchase did not restrict rank, so I had to spend it on something I could never ordinarily afford, but that would not immediately destroy my body. The shop contained everything from ordinary household goods to pills, weapons, cultivation arts, and priceless treasures. A Supreme Tier 1 Vitality pill cost only 30 talent points, offering better value than directly adding points to my realm. I had clearly ignored the efficiency of converting resources when I spent so many talent points forcing my statistics upward. I turned to the final page and saw the most valuable item in the entire shop. Chaos Divine Lightning. Lightning of Judgment from the Great Tao, capable of destroying all things. Quality unknown. Its icon was merely a slowly revolving mass of gray light. Staring at it too long produced needle-like pain in my mental sea. Other elemental seeds were clearly labeled basic or divine, but the quality field for this one contained only unknown. Even the shop's grading system could not measure it simply. I asked whether the free purchase concealed a trap. The system confirmed that ownership would be bound directly to me and that most of the power would be sealed according to my realm, preventing me from being reduced to ash immediately after fusion. The real risk came from the phenomenon caused by fusion and from the strain on my body, not from the item itself. The system explained that awakened elemental cultivators could fuse with elemental seeds, which were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, supreme, divine, and other grades. Chaos Divine Lightning could replace my original ordinary lightning and fundamentally transform my SSS grade affinity. I bought it with the free purchase but did not fuse with it immediately. The system issued an explicit warning that the process would trigger a large-scale natural phenomenon. Using it inside Qingchuan City would announce my location and secret to every powerful cultivator nearby. 3 items in that day's 90% off selection were truly useful. 10 portions of Supreme Tier 1 Spiritual Elixir for 30 points. A teleportation talisman that could travel roughly 125 miles for 40 points, and 2 Tier 1, Level 5 Demonic Cores for 30 points. I bought all of them. The teleportation talisman could only deposit me in a random safe area along a specified direction. It could not pass precisely through barriers and would not function under a spatial seal. I set it toward the city and marked every possible destination within 125 miles on the map. If the fusion left me disoriented, the talisman had to remain in a pocket I could tear open with one motion. The 2 cores contained no matching abilities and could serve only as pure energy. Compared with direct upgrades, resources from the shop offered much better value. But the daily discounts were random, so I could not rely on them completely. The elixirs first raised my mental power to 3,088. After the system purified the 2 cores, the remaining resources and that day's cultivation brought my final statistics to Vitality for 1,880, Mental Power for 1,680, Realm, Tier 1, Level 7 Martial Artist, Tier 1, Level 7 Psychic Cultivator. The threshold for Tier 1, Level 8 was 5,500. I was already extremely close. I had 300 talent points left, not enough to improve martial skills such as Diamond Body. The next day, I would take the teleportation talisman outside the city and fuse with Chaos Divine Lightning in an uninhabited area far from Qingchuan. The phenomenon would likely attract high-tier beasts and powerful cultivators. The danger could not be predicted completely, but if the fusion succeeded, what I possessed would no longer be ordinary lightning. I did not go to sleep immediately that night. First, I kept the distressed jade on my body. Then I scheduled a message to be sent automatically to the principal if I failed to respond for more than 6 hours. The message contained only a rough location, not Chaos Divine Lightning. If I truly died during fusion, at least someone would know where to begin searching. I disliked preparing for failure, but I was even less willing to leave Li Qinghua waiting forever for someone who would never return. On Friday morning, after Li Qinghua left for work, I packed the map, teleportation talisman, and 2 changes of clothes, then departed through Qingchuan City's eastern gate once again. The teleportation talisman had a maximum range of roughly 125 miles, while my teleportation ability had expanded with my mental power to about 165 feet. Against a truly high-tier cultivator, that distance was nowhere near enough to escape. My plan therefore allowed only one chance: travel deep into an isolated region, complete the fusion, and tear open the teleportation talisman immediately without lingering at the site. I traveled outward along the map for more than 2 hours and entered a forest frequently occupied by Tier 3 beasts. The deeper I went, the fewer bird and insect calls I heard, while the claw marks in the ground grew deeper. I avoided several auras whose strength I could not judge and finally stopped in a relatively open clearing. A dry riverbed ran through the center of the clearing. Rock walls on both sides blocked the view from a distance, and there were no broad carpets of dead leaves to start a forest fire. I first walked the perimeter and selected 3 backup teleportation points. Then I held the talisman between the fingers of my left hand. The system confirmed that I would be unable to move once fusion began. I cleared away every nearby object that lightning might ignite, drank a recovery potion, and brought my vitality and mental power to their optimal condition. No amount of preparation could eliminate the unknown, but it could at least reduce human error. System, fuse me with Chaos Divine Lightning. At first, there was no sound. In the next second, the sky abruptly darkened. Gray-black thunderclouds spread outward with me at their center. The beasts in the forest fled in every direction as though they had encountered a natural predator. I could even sense high-tier auras stirring in the distance. When chaos divine lightning entered my body from the system's space, my meridians, bones, and flesh felt as though they were being torn apart at the same time. Gray electrical arcs repeatedly raced through my limbs. Every pass shattered and reassembled my original lightning power. I tried to ask for the progress, but the system did not respond. I could only keep myself conscious. The first wave of electricity split all the skin on my body. The second drove into my bones until even my breath tasted of blood. I tried to tighten my grip on the teleportation talisman, but my fingers had stopped obeying me. My original lightning power, strong enough to kill a Tier 2 demonic beast, was like fragile paper before those gray arcs. It was torn apart again and again. I could only repeat my name, Qingchuan City, and Li Qinghue to myself, preventing my consciousness from dissolving into the pain. As long as I remembered why I had to return, I could not let myself fall unconscious here. The thunder clouds above gradually condensed into a colossal bolt of gray lightning. At that moment, the sense of death became so real that I almost tried to stop immediately. But fusion had already begun. There was no way back. I circulated the thunder body tempering art and thunder meditation art, protecting my body while actively guiding that power. The lightning finally descended from the heavens. It was not a fleeting instant like ordinary lightning. A pillar of gray light connected the clouds and earth. Every sound in the area vanished first, only to return together in one colossal detonation. The thunder body tempering art circulated madly along the electrical arcs, while the meditation art barely protected the core of my mental sea. I smelled burning clothes and scorched earth, and I could no longer feel my limbs. The only thing I could confirm was that my body continued absorbing that power instead of turning to ash. Gray light swallowed my vision completely. After the detonation, every tree and patch of ground nearby had turned black. I did not know how much time passed before the system's notification finally sounded again. Chaos Divine Lightning Fusion successful. Limited by the host's realm, only basic intensity can currently be released. Its power will gradually unseal as the host grows. I raised my right hand, and gray electrical arcs leaped between my fingers. It lacked the brightness of ordinary lightning, but the aura it gave off was one of far more direct destruction. Several powerful auras were already approaching rapidly in the distance. I did not dare test the lightning. I tore open the teleportation talisman at once, and spatial power carried me back near Qingchuan City. After landing, I changed out of the clothes destroyed by lightning and erased every trace I could manage. The teleportation process was much rougher than my own ability. When my vision returned, I fell onto a rocky slope still more than 6 miles from the city wall. The armor across my chest had been completely carbonized, but lightning power was slowly closing the cracks in my skin. I first used system inspection to confirm that no beasts were nearby, then placed every burned item in my inventory. The thunderclouds still illuminated the distant sky. Anyone tracking them would certainly search along the remaining energy traces. I avoided a straight route and teleported repeatedly through the shadows of the rocks until I blended into the flow of hunting teams returning to the city. Only then did the system explain that it had fallen silent because it was absorbing part of the lightning's impact on my behalf. If I had depended entirely on my current body, I never would have survived until the fusion completed. I looked at the thunderclouds still lingering in the distance and understood the level of this power firsthand for the first time. I also realized for the first time that the disturbance had probably attracted attention from far beyond Qingchuan City. After I entered the city, everyone on the streets was discussing the phenomenon outside. Some believed a priceless treasure had appeared. Others thought a high-tier cultivator had been enduring heavenly tribulation. Most were simply grateful that the thunderclouds had not formed over the urban district. The city gate temporarily raised its inspection level, and every martial artist returning from the east had to undergo an energy scan. I reined in chaos divine lightning in advance, but the scanner still flickered faintly as it passed over my chest. The guards assumed it came from the lightning attribute Thundercleaver saber I carried and did not pull me aside. Someone in the line claimed to have seen a Tier 4 beast fleeing toward the center of the thunderclouds. Another claimed the city lord's residents had already dispatched an investigation team. True and false reports mixed together, but one thing was certain. High-tier cultivators would soon search every inch of the fusion site. I had deliberately traveled more than 125 miles, yet the phenomenon still reached Qingchuan City. The system told me this was merely the fusion reaction of basic-level chaos divine lightning. Blue Star has not completed its initial evolution, and external restrictions remain in place. Otherwise, this fusion would have attracted the attention of planets in other parts of the universe. What does initial evolution mean? I pressed inside my mind. The system offered only a few vague concepts. The spiritual energy revival 200 years ago had not been the endpoint. Blue Star was still expanding, and certain spatial passages and secret realms were products of the planet's transformation. The external restrictions both protected this world from being easily located by stronger civilizations and limited the heights local life could reach. The information was not enough to form a complete answer, but it suddenly made the martial arts examination, the Huang family, and even Qingchuan City feel very small. If civilizations capable of sensing chaos divine lightning truly existed across the universe, then I could conceal myself now only because Blue Star's own barrier helped me. Those words revealed a secret greater than any talent. Blue Star was not the only civilization in the universe, and the planet itself was still changing. I continued asking questions, but the system only said my current strength was too low for more knowledge to matter. I did not force it. High-tier cultivators from the city were already heading toward the thunderclouds. Any unusual action could leave a clue. For the next 2 days, I decided to stop leaving the city and make everyone believe the phenomenon had nothing to do with an ordinary student inside Qingchuan. The daily discount did not produce anything useful, so I cultivated at home. An entire day with the 2 king rank arts raised my vitality only from 4,880 to 4,976, and my mental power from 4,680 to 4,799. For the first time, I recorded the efficiency of cultivation alone in detail. On an ordinary clear day, Thunderbody tempering art increased my vitality only slowly, while the meditation art was somewhat faster. A thunderstorm or high-quality lightning environment would increase the speed significantly. Pills filled my reserves quickly. Cultivation arts refined my foundation and raised the limit of what I could absorb. Neither could replace the other. After fusing with chaos divine lightning, ordinary outlets and artificial current offered no assistance at all. Forcing myself to absorb them might only damage the equipment. I needed a genuine thunderstorm, a lightning elemental seed, or a high-tier demonic core. The increase was slow compared with pills and cores, but it taught me the importance of resources again. The system could improve efficiency. It could not create vitality and mental power from nothing. If I wanted to widen the gap before the martial arts examination, I needed more money, more cores, and more talent points. Before evening, I opened my phone. Discussion of the thunderclouds had already climbed to the top of national trending lists. Videos taken from many different regions showed the same gray-black sky. The most distant footage had even come from outside Jiangnan province. No one knew what had truly happened at the center of the lightning. Photographs from the site had already appeared beneath the trending topic. A blackened riverbed extended for miles. At its center, there was neither a treasure nor the body of a cultivator. Some people concluded that the treasure had already been taken, and more organizations began investigating every space cultivator who had left nearby cities that day. I deleted any public posts that might reveal my route and checked the city gate records. The system could not alter real-world data. Fortunately, I had registered for a different low-tier region, and the teleportation talisman had kept me from returning along a straight route from the east. The existing clues were not enough to connect me to the phenomenon. I had to make sure it stayed that way. Li Qingwei came straight to me after work. She had seen the thunderclouds outside the city from her company and knew I had been hunting frequently. She had spent the entire day worrying. The moment she entered, she smelled a trace of smoke. I had changed clothes in advance, but failed to notice several burned and curled strands of hair. Under her questioning, I said only that the aftermath had caught me from a distance and that I had already escaped with a teleportation talisman. It was not the complete truth, but it explained the traces. I let her inspect my recovered wounds and told her about my decision to stop leaving the city for the time being. She did not continue pressing me. She only said that in the future, I could not use the words, "I'm fine," in place of every detail. I did not tell her the truth. I said I had already returned to the city when the phenomenon appeared. Chaos divine lightning involved power far beyond Qingchuan City. Knowing the truth would not allow her to help. It would only pull her into danger. During dinner, I mentioned our plan to visit the shopping mall the next day. Instead, she told me that her parents were coming in the morning. They wanted to arrange a blind date between her and the son of a family friend. Li Qingwei did not want to go, but she also did not want to disappoint her parents. I offered to speak with them and at least postpone the matter until after the martial arts examination. Only after studying me to make sure it was not an impulsive offer did she embrace me lightly and say she would leave it to me. "You don't need to fight with my parents for me," she said. "They're only worried that no one will take care of me later." "Then we should make the real concern clear," I replied. A blind date can be a choice. It shouldn't become an assignment because you feel guilty. She had carried responsibility for me in this home for 3 years. The least I could do was shield her from one arrangement she did not want to accept. Li Lei and Zhang Fong arrived the next morning. The man they had chosen possessed a C-grade intelligence talent and worked for a technology company. His circumstances were genuinely good by the standards of an ordinary family. Her parents meant no harm. They were simply worried that their daughter was growing older while spending all her time caring for me and delaying her own life. As Zhang Fong spoke, her eyes moved several times between the walls of the old apartment and me. I did not argue merely because it made me uncomfortable. From a parent's perspective, it was difficult not to worry when their daughter, who possessed a D-grade talent and earned an ordinary income, spent her savings on a boy unrelated by blood. I told them truthfully about winning the ranking tournament, my martial artist certification, and the school's cultivation plan. I did not flaunt the 2 million yuan prize. I needed to prove that I could already shoulder the cost of living, not use one competition to force them to approve any private relationship. Uncle, Auntie, I'm already an adult, and I've awakened my talent. I did not directly contradict them. Please give me until the martial arts examination ends. By then, I'll explain my plans for the future and for Qingyue's life. If she's still willing to go on a blind date then, I won't stop her. They clearly heard that I had other intentions behind my words, but they did not question me on the spot. In the end, they agreed to wait until after the examination. After they left, Li Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. I had neither exaggerated my current abilities nor decided her marriage for her forever. I had only won her enough time to choose freely. They'll ask again after the martial arts examination, I reminded her. I'll answer them myself then. She nodded. What you did today is enough. Her words confirmed that I had not overstepped her wishes. Protecting someone did not mean making every decision on their behalf. It meant ensuring they did not have to make one alone at the moment of greatest pressure. At last, we could continue with the rest of today's plans. I took her to the largest shopping mall in Qingchuan City. Li Qingyue rarely bought anything for herself. Once we entered the store, she first chose clothes I could wear on formal occasions. Whenever it was her turn, she always said the things she already owned were still good enough. The prices on the mall's first floor made her shake her head every time she looked at a tag. I did not simply buy everything. First, I asked which piece she truly liked. She repeatedly compared fabric, practicality, and discounts, then still chose the least expensive set. 2 million sounds like a lot, but cultivation costs money too, she said. That's why we'll buy only what you'll wear, not things that sit around gathering dust. We ultimately kept several outfits suited for work and daily life and returned the expensive accessories recommended by the sales associate. Spending money to thank her did not mean deliberately wasting the cultivation resources she cared about most. I asked her to try on a white dress. When she stepped out of the fitting room, even the sales associate could not help complimenting her. I bought several outfits she had selected or tried on, spending a total of 60,000 yuan. She tried to pay, and I stopped her outright. Today was supposed to be my way of thanking you. If you pay, it changes the entire meaning. Over lunch, I explained my longer-term plan for the first time. After the martial arts examination, I would try to enter an academy in the imperial capital. If I established myself there, I would bring her and her parents to the capital as well. I did not want her to depend on me. I wanted her to avoid being forced into a life by financial or family pressure. Li Qingyue believed I had only just begun and did not need to take responsibility for so much yet. I did not continue arguing. No plan would make her believe me as much as what I actually accomplished in the future. After returning home that evening, I completed the daily mission and reached 700 talent points. The discounted shop produced a misfortune talisman. For 10 points, it would make a target suffer continuous bad luck for 12 hours. I bought it and invested the remaining 690 points into the system's upgrade for Diamond Body. Diamond Body evolved into the intermediate heaven rank Thunder Armor. When the evolution information appeared, lightning meridians replaced the original Vitality Circulation map. Thunder Armor did not simply cover me in electrical arcs. It directed incoming attacks across the armor's surface and used lightning to disperse them. If an enemy made close-range contact, the remaining power could also travel backward through the opponent's weapon. Chaos Divine Lightning was too destructive. Even at beginner proficiency, I would have to control its output. Otherwise, defending against an ordinary punch might send enough current back to destroy my opponent's arm. This martial skill was better suited to life-and-death battles outside the city. In school sparring, I could use only the ordinary lightning version. Thunder Armor converted lightning into close-fitting armor that both reinforced my defense and counterattacked enemies at close range. Its upper limit when combined with Chaos Divine Lightning was impossible to estimate. At present, however, I had not yet reached beginner proficiency. Vitality, 4,976. Mental power, 4,799. Martial skills, 9 Thunderclap Blades, Major Mastery, Gale Fist, Minor Mastery, Thunderflash, Uninitiated, Thunder Armor, Uninitiated. Both new martial skills were waiting for talent points. I decided to leave the city again the next day, completing the 100 Beast mission while testing Chaos Divine Lightning. On Monday, I would request leave from school and devote most of my time to real combat and hunting. Only a stable income and mission rewards would give me enough resources to face the upcoming Secret Realm and the Huang family's threat. I divided the next half-month into 3 parts. I would hunt during the day to accumulate carcasses and cores, prioritize cultivation whenever a thunderstorm arrived, and use school resources to replenish myself after returning. I would reserve at least half a day for recovery every 3 days, preventing consecutive trips from revealing a fixed route to the Huang family. One final line appeared at the bottom of the plan. Do not actively search for Huang Hong. The system mission had no deadline. I would not invade the Huang estate, while my realm was insufficient merely for the reward. Before leaving home, I reported my route and approximate return time to Li Qingwei. Once my mental power reached Tier 1, Level 7, my teleportation range surpassed 200 feet, and I quickly reached the city gate. The guard warned that conditions outside the city had become uncertain after the thundercloud phenomenon. I did not boast. I only said I would return the moment danger appeared. This destination lay more than 35 miles from Qingchuan City, in an area where Tier 2 beasts often appeared. Not long after entering the forest, I discovered a Tier 2, Level 1 flame wolf eating a carcass. There were no companions around the flame wolf, but several sets of claw marks covered the nearby tree trunks. I first checked the wind direction, confirming that the smell of blood would not carry directly toward a valley where the pack might be hiding. Then I approached from downwind. It raised its head when I entered a range of roughly 165 feet, flames spilling between its teeth. The pressure of a Tier 2 beast was clearly stronger than that of the giant scorpion I had fought before. One fireball striking an ordinary Tier 1, Level 7 martial artist head-on could leave them unable to fight. It launched a fireball first. I teleported to the side and infused the Thundercleaver saber with Chaos Divine Lightning. When my first slash struck, gray electrical arcs entered through the wound and continued destroying both flesh and fire attribute power. The flame wolf turned to flee and threw back its head in a long howl. I finished it with several waves of saber energy. Chaos Divine Lightning could have reduced the entire carcass to ash, but to preserve my spoils, I had the system temporarily disable that effect. I had barely placed the carcass in my inventory when the commotion of an approaching wolf pack came from the distance. The howl had been a call for its companions. I did not remain and try to overpower them. Repeated teleportation carried me out of the area. The first 3 flame wolves had already appeared at the top of the slope, including one at Tier 2, Level 2. I did not chase kill counts for the 1,000 Beast mission. I retreated toward the forest's rocky region. The pack tracked by scent. Teleportation could open distance, but could not erase my trail. I traveled upstream for a stretch, then used scent masking powder to create a false route before finally throwing them off. That retreat consumed even more mental power than killing the first wolf. When hunting alone, I always had to preserve a reserve for escape. Chaos Divine Lightning gave me the ability to kill a Tier 2, Level 1 beast across realms, but its consumption was also obvious. Against a pack, individual superiority meant nothing. As I continued onward, I saw a hunting team surrounding a Tier 2, Level 6 wind demon tiger. The members covered one another, and a bearded middle-aged man eventually delivered the killing blow with a B-grade heavy strike talent. The team had 6 members. 2 restrained the beast, a psychic cultivator observed the paths of its wind blades, and a dedicated healer remained in the rear. Not one member held an overwhelming realm advantage over the tiger, but through coordination they sealed off every escape and counterattack. I watched from a distance without approaching to claim any share of the spoils. One final wind blade from the dying tiger nearly cut through the shield bearer's shoulder. The healer took over immediately while the others maintained formation. A truly experienced team did not collapse merely because one member was injured. I planned to go around them, but the middle-aged man approached to warn me. This isn't a low-tier area. Did you take a wrong turn? His name was Wei Goen. I did not reveal my true Tier 1, Level 7 realm. I only said I possessed Tier 2 combat strength. He did not interrogate me. Once he confirmed I had not wandered in by mistake, He returned to his team and warned me again to be careful. His goodwill seemed genuine, but I still did not join them. I had been attacked by assassins on my first hunt outside the city. A few sentences would never make me entrust my back to strangers. Wei Goen did not take offense at the refusal. He marked 3 dangerous areas on my copy of the map. Tier 3 tracks had recently appeared in one, while poachers often operated in another. Once he finished, he returned to his team without asking for my contact information or payment. The less obvious the purpose behind an act of kindness, the easier it was to relax around it. I thanked him for the warning, but I still waited until his team had left my perception completely before changing my route. I turned toward another path and prepared to complete my objective alone. I had not gone far when Wei Goen's voice suddenly came from behind me again. This time, his tone was no longer merely a warning. It sounded as though he had discovered something he absolutely had to tell me. Wei Goen only wanted to warn me that a Tier 2 beast had recently appeared near the lake ahead and that I should not walk directly along the shore. I thanked him. After the hunting team left, I still decided to take a look. The water spirit grass Zhao Guanshan had commissioned usually grew near lakes and secret realms. The small lake before me appeared calm, but drag marks from a large reptilian beast scarred the shore. I searched the perimeter and soon saw a Tier 2, Level 2 stonewater crocodile sunning itself on a sandbar. 2 sets of footprints marked the mud beside the lake. One belonged to Wei Goen's team and turned back 300 feet away. The closer I came to the water, the more interference my mental perception encountered. Every ripple beneath the surface could be a crocodile's tail or merely an undercurrent. I did not approach the shallow inlet where the water spirit grass was likely to grow. First, I circled upwind and threw down a piece of bloody beast meat. As expected, the stonewater crocodile opened eyes on a body disguised as rock and slowly moved toward the bait. Inspection listed its basic realm as Tier 2, Level 2, but it would gain additional strength in the water. After inspection confirmed that no second crocodile was nearby, I infused the Thundercleaver saber with Chaos Divine Lightning and sent 2 waves of saber energy from a distance. The edges failed to break its scales, but gray lightning remained on the surface and continued corroding its defense. The awakened stonewater crocodile lunged at me head-on. I teleported above it and drove the first 2 slashes of 9 thunderclap blades into the same point. Cracks finally spread across the shell, and the 6th slash entered through the opening and left a massive wound. The crocodile was not slow before entering the water. One sweep of a foreclaw shattered the rocks along the shore. My first teleportation placed me on its back, but the slick scales deflected my saber, forcing me to follow quickly with a second strike. Beginning with the third, it deliberately rolled to the side and tried to crush me into the mud. I left before it rolled over and used a lightning spear to force it away from the lake. Gray electrical arcs struck the crack and briefly paralyzed the muscles in its abdomen, giving me a chance to complete the rest of my stacked saber sequence. The crocodile did not fall immediately. Its thick tail swept toward me. I teleported again near the head, avoiding the tail's strongest frontal force, and launched a second sequence of 9 thunderclap blades at the joint between its eye and skull. Chaos Divine Lightning invaded through the wound. After struggling several times, the crocodile went still. I did not recklessly enter the water merely because I had won. Visibility beneath the surface was almost zero, and no one could know whether a stronger beast waited below. Zhao Guanshan's commission had no deadline. 500,000 yuan was not worth gambling my life in unknown waters. Several young water spirit grass plants did grow along the shore, but their roots connected to the spiritual vein beneath the lake. Pulling them up by force would expose my arm in the water. I probed several times with mental power and sensed a massive shadow passing through the depths. The shadow never surfaced, and inspection could not penetrate the water. I retreated immediately and marked the location on my map. I could return with a team another day. An unknown beast would not spare me merely because the commission was inexpensive. Afterward, I continued hunting low-tier beasts in the surrounding area until my total kill count reached 100. 100 Beast Slayer complete. Reward, 600 talent points. New mission, complete 1000 Beast Slayer. Reward, 2000 talent points. Combined with the daily mission, I had 800 points. I immediately spent 500 to raise Thunder Armor to beginner proficiency. When the gray lightning formed thin armor over my body, its defense was stronger than Diamond Body, and it could also burn any target that approached. That evening, I sold more than 60 Tier 1 and Tier 2 beast carcasses to Treasure Pavilion for a total of 1.45 million yuan. To conceal my ability to fight across realms, I said the Tier 2 prey had come from a teammate. I exchanged the money for 10 Supreme Vitality Pills and 10 Supreme Spiritual Elixirs. Because of repeated use of resources at the same tier, the increase from each dose had fallen from 70 to 60. After absorption, my vitality reached 5,576, bringing me into Tier 1, Level 8. My mental power reached 5,299, leaving me 201 short. The marginal effect of low-tier pills was growing smaller and smaller. For my next improvement, I would have to consider Tier 2 resources. When I sold the Stonewater Crocodile, the appraiser confirmed that its hide remained intact and offered a high separate price. Tier 2 materials were already worth more than large quantities of low-tier carcasses, but the combat risk had multiplied as well. I recorded the day's consumption, potion costs, and income together. The real profit was nowhere near as high as the gross figure suggested. After returning home, I also sent the lake's coordinates to Wei Goen and warned that a stronger beast might be underwater. He replied only to acknowledge the message and did not ask why I had gone there anyway. His restraint and refusal to intrude made me willing to preserve the connection. When I returned to school on Monday, the classmates who had once mocked me in class 15 suddenly became enthusiastic. Some congratulated me sincerely. Others only wanted a connection to the top-ranked student. I did not respond to each person and waited with Wang Shuo for our new assignments. Snacks and slips of paper containing contact information covered my desk. Some people had even written apologies for their earlier ridicule. I accepted every explicit apology, but I moved all unidentified gifts to the teacher's desk and told everyone to take back their own property. Relationships could be rebuilt. We could not pretend the past had never happened merely because of one ranking. Zhang Wu and his two friends sat in the last row, their arm injuries already healed. They did not provoke me again and lowered their heads whenever they saw me. I did not pursue them further. The system mission had settled that account long ago. As long as they never crossed the line again, the old conflict ended there. Dong Lei announced that 3 students from the class had entered the top 200. Wang Shuo and I would join Elite Class 1, while Li Liang would join Elite Class 3. Just as Dong Lei prepared to take us to our new rooms, the principal called and formally invited him to become homeroom teacher of Elite Class 1. The call was on speaker. Class 15 fell silent first, then applauded together. Dong Lei had taught ordinary classes for years. Elite Class 1 meant more resources and greater influence at the school. He did not accept immediately. First, he asked who would take responsibility for his original students. Only after the principal promised to appoint a reliable teacher did he agree. That was exactly why I had recommended him. A teacher who cared only about the achievements elite students could bring would never ask what happened to his old class before accepting a promotion. After ending the call, the first person he looked at was me. Only once we left the classroom did he ask quietly, "Did you say something to the principal?" "I only tried to win you an opportunity." I smiled. "The demonic core and secret realm token you gave me were worth far more than this favor." Dong Lei did not argue any further. He only promised to notify me the moment the opening date of the secret realm was confirmed. Elite Class 1 gathered the top 50 students from the rankings. Luo Yushi sat in the front row resting with her eyes closed. Huang Heng stood beside her talking endlessly, and she never even lifted her head. The moment he saw me enter, Huang Heng's expression darkened. Luo Yushi also looked at me for a while, clearly still remembering the unpleasant exchange at the school gate. The classroom had no assigned seating, but higher-ranked students naturally occupied the front rows. Li Hai voluntarily saved a seat for me. Beside him, Li Xiaotao asked whether my teleportation could carry another person. I said only that it could not at present and did not allow an idle question to turn into a seminar on my abilities. Elder Zeng was absent from Huang Heng's side, but several classmates still surrounded him. He did not mention the failed recruitment in public. Instead, he hinted that I should be careful outside. In full view of him, I touched the principal's jade token, reminding him that the school already knew what the Huang family had done. The principal personally announced Dong Lei's appointment. He also reminded the class that entering the elite program meant only receiving more resources, not that their rankings were fixed. The top 50 could challenge one another, and a winner would take the higher position. Resources were distributed once every half-month, with higher ranks receiving more pills and elixirs. Those rules would force everyone to keep competing. A challenge had to be registered in advance, and no one could be required to accept more than one per day. Anyone whose injuries had not healed could postpone. Rankings could not simply be traded. If a higher-ranked student deliberately threw a match, the school could revoke both students' resources. Teamwork and theory classes also counted toward monthly evaluations, preventing people who knew only how to fight in an arena from monopolizing every cultivation slot. Dong Lei projected the first resource list onto the screen. Only a few pills separated Luo Yushi and me. To an ordinary student, however, that difference could mean a month of cultivation. Competition was never only about empty prestige. It continuously amplified the gap at every later stage. For me, it meant that as long as I held first place, I would receive a stable supply of cultivation resources. The first-ranked student in Elite Class 1 could claim 8 Supreme Tier 1 Vitality Pills and 8 Supreme Tier 1 Spiritual Elixirs every half-month. After explaining the rules, Dong Lei appointed me class monitor on the spot. I had no interest in handling trivial matters, but he seemed to have anticipated that. He announced it and immediately moved to the next subject, giving me no chance to refuse. The monitor's duties were simpler than I expected: record challenges, communicate training arrangements, and organize evacuation during emergencies. Dong Lei neither asked me to maintain discipline nor expected me to manage classmates on the teacher's behalf. He said strong people needed to learn how to keep information flowing accurately. Even if I commanded only a 5-person team in the future, I could not rely on others to remind me about everything. I accepted the explanation and asked Li Hai, who was good at organizing, to help with the detailed spreadsheets while I handled final confirmation. Sensible delegation matched the purpose of team training better than one person doing everything. Training classes primarily covered martial fundamentals, beast weaknesses, and team coordination. They were important to students who had never left the city, but they could no longer place me under enough pressure. I approached Dong Lei and requested 1 month of leave for practical combat training. He approved only half a month and told me that the school would select 5 students after that period to compete in Qingchuan City's Martial High School tournament. Students from every school would contest the city rankings, and the results would affect the allocation of resources for the next academic year. Qingchuan City had 16 martial high schools, and 9th Martial Academy, usually ranked in the lower half. The top 3 individual competitors would receive cash and admission to a secret realm, while their schools would earn larger pill quotas for the following year. The principal was willing to let me take leave for real combat on one condition: I had to return and compete for the school's places. If you come back in poor condition after half a month, I still won't let you compete, Dong Lei said. Training outside the city isn't an excuse to turn yourself into an injured patient. I agreed to report my condition every 3 days and gave him the right to end my leave at any time. The system immediately issued a mission: win first place in Qingchuan City's Martial High School tournament. Reward: 1,000 talent points. Space talent upgraded to SS grade. I had to participate. I claimed the resources for first place in the elite class. Absorbing the 16 pills and elixirs brought my vitality to 6,056 and mental power to 5,779, putting both paths at Tier 1, Level 8. The next day, I received a friend request from Luo Yushi. The note contained only one sentence: return to school in half a month. I will challenge you again. I accepted without mocking her. She had a background in the imperial capital and an SS grade talent. Rapid improvement was not unusual for her. The opponent most worthy of caution was precisely someone who suffered 1 loss and immediately began correcting the gap. Before leaving the city, I bought 10 bottles of low-grade recovery potion at the martial artist tower. Each could restore either vitality or mental power. During the fight with the Stonewater crocodile, I had already experienced the strain of a prolonged battle. There was no referee outside the city to call a stop. The ability to recover was a second life. I put on a mask and checked the Thunder Cleaver Saber, Fiber Armor, Recovery Potions, and Distressed Jade before entering the Tier 2 Beast Zone again. The mask could hide my face, but not my space and lightning abilities. I also changed into a plain dark jacket, registered at the gate under a hunting alias, and tried to sell high-tier carcasses in separate batches after returning. The Huang family's assassins had already proven that fixed routes and public spoils could reveal my strength. My goal for the next half-month was not to rush blindly through Thousand Beast Slayer. I needed to find a rhythm for fighting Tier 2 beasts while retaining the ability to retreat at any moment, and push both vitality and mental power toward Tier 1, Level 9. Deep inside the forest, a Tier 2, Level 3 giant stone rhinoceros blocked my path. It had been lying beneath a hillside, its rocky armor exactly the same color as the surrounding stones. If inspection had not displayed its information when it opened its eyes, I might have walked directly into charging range. Most nearby trees had been broken at the roots, and repeated trampling had left deep pits in the ground, proving that this was its territory. I first moved uphill to keep the fight from forcing me into a low dead end, then drank half a bottle of recovery potion to remain at full strength. Tier 2, Level 3 stood an entire major tier above me. I could not treat any test against it like an ordinary hunt. The beast was nearly the size of a small truck, with natural rock armor covering its entire body. Ordinary lightning saber energy left only shallow marks. Chaos divine lightning continued corroding the surface, but not quickly enough to prevent a counterattack. The rhinoceros stamped its forehooves, and stone spikes erupted continuously beneath my feet. I teleported out of the first attack, then appeared on its back. 6 stacked strikes of 9 thunderclap blades finally split one section of rocky armor. The spikes did not emerge randomly. They followed the points where my vitality touched down. The instant my first teleportation ended, a second row of spikes began forming beneath me. I did not swing immediately. Instead, I moved sideways with Thunderflash, baiting the giant rhinoceros into concentrating most of its control on one side. Only when it turned to track me did I teleport into the blind spot along its spine. The first 2 strikes of the Thundercleaver saber knocked away only fragments of stone. True armor plates appeared after the third. When the 6th stacked slash descended, the recoil numbed both my arms, but the crack finally reached the flesh beneath. Once injured, the rhinoceros pulled surrounding rocks onto its body to seal the wound. Its defense grew even thicker than before. I opened the distance and struck it directly with condensed chaos divine lightning. Gray electrical arcs spread through the stone layer and shattered its defense piece by piece. The rhinoceros did not endure passively. It controlled the earth and made rocks close and around me, trapping me at the center while lowering its head to charge. After 2 consecutive teleports, the spatial fluctuations had not fully recovered, and I could not activate a third immediately. For stone walls rose at the same time, while rubble fell from above. Mental perception could locate the thinnest wall, but my body could not outrun the enclosure. Forcing another teleportation might tear my mental sea. I could only place my hope in my beginner thunder armor and the Thundercleaver saber. Thunder armor. Gray lightning armor clung to my entire body. I cut through the wall ahead and forced my way through the opening. The rhinoceros's hoof came down directly behind me. The impact of the ground threw me through the air. Thunder armor absorbed most of the shock, but a dull pressure still spread through my chest. This was the first real combat test of my beginner thunder armor. The defense worked, but its consumption far exceeded that of ordinary physical armor. I drank a full bottle of recovery potion and stopped matching the beast's strength head-on. Chaos divine lightning continued striking the original crack. Once the rock armor collapsed completely, I teleported into its blind spot. The potion could restore energy, but the shock injury in my chest remained. Every breath carried a dull ache, and any broad saber movement pulled at my ribs. Chaos divine lightning kept the rhinoceros from repairing its rocky armor completely. Both of us entered a battle of attrition. I deliberately left a spatial fluctuation in front of it, making it lower its head and charge, while choosing its injured side as my true destination. The faster it moved, the harder it was to turn. The instant its charge missed, the crack lay completely exposed. All 6 strikes of Major Mastery 9 Thunderclap blades entered the unprotected flesh. Chaos divine lightning followed the wound inward, destroying it from within. The rhinoceros charged several more steps and finally collapsed. The carcass did not remain. Only an ochre-colored earth core lay behind, which meant my effort had not been wasted. After the system absorbed it, my statistics rose to Vitality, 6,666. Mental Power, 6,176. The battle confirmed that I could now kill some Tier 2, Level 3 beasts, but never easily. If the stone prison had closed even a little faster, or if teleportation had taken a few more seconds to recover, I would have been forced to crush the distressed jade. More dangerous than the difference in realm was my lack of judgment regarding unfamiliar abilities. I rested against a tree for nearly 20 minutes before my arms stopped trembling. The core in my system inventory was tempting, and fragments of rocky armor scattered on the ground could be sold. I still did not continue searching its territory. The noise of battle had traveled far, and the next beast to arrive would not give me time to recover fully. In my post-battle notes, I marked consecutive teleport recovery and terrain control abilities in red. Space talent was powerful, but it could not jump me endlessly out of every trap. I used recovery potions to replenish vitality and spiritual energy. Just as I prepared to continue hunting, the sound of a fight came from ahead. One injured man lay on the ground, while another prepared to kill him. Inspection showed that the attacker was named Li Chong. He possessed Tier 2, Level 3 Vitality, Tier 1, Level 9 Mental Power, and a C-grade Super Strength talent. Broken backpacks and one beast carcass lay around them, so the fight had clearly been going on for some time. The injured man's left leg was broken, but he kept crawling away from a fire core on the ground. The attacker checked the surroundings every time he approached the core. His behavior looked more like robbery than infighting within a team. I did not believe either side merely because of a system mission. First, I used inspection to confirm that the transformed tissue on the attacker's arm did not belong to an ordinary beast transformation talent. Scales writhed irregularly beneath his skin, precisely matching the modification signs the authorities had published for members of the heretic cult. More noteworthy, beast-like traits had appeared across his skin and arms. Members of the heretic cult consumed special drugs to transform themselves into half-human, half-beast creatures. Every activation strengthened their bodies at the cost of gradually losing human traits and reason. They pledged themselves to demonic beasts and alien races in exchange for power and launched attacks throughout the Dragon Nation. They were enemies of every martial artist. Kill Li Chong, member of the heretic cult. Reward: lightning ability, lightning spear. Even without the mission, I would not watch him murder someone. 2 waves of saber energy forced Li Chong back, and I teleported between the enemy and the injured man. The first wave struck the ground and separated them. Only the second forced Li Chong backward. I moved the wounded man behind a tree, tossed him a bottle of clotting agent, and told him to crawl toward Qingchuan City. If I had judged the situation incorrectly, at least I had not begun by killing someone. When Li Chong saw the color of chaos divine lightning, fear appeared in his eyes before turning into greed. He asked where I had obtained my lightning elemental seed and promised to let me leave if I handed over my weapon. Those words instead confirmed that he would never allow a witness to survive. Run, the man on the ground warned me. He's part of the heretic cult. Li Chong saw that I was young and never prepared for a spatial ability. I launched 9 thunderclap blades from the front. Caught off guard, he entered his half-beast state. His strength and body increased together, but he had already lost the initiative. The first 3 strikes forced him to raise an arm in defense. The 4th cut through his transformed skin. The 5th and 6th joined into one line, and chaos divine lightning penetrated the wound. When Li Chong tried to retreat, I teleported again to block his path and ended the battle with 1 slash. After transforming, Li Chong's strength approached Tier 2, Level 4. His first punch against thunder armor dimmed the electrical light across its surface. The countercurrent spread through his scales but burned only the outer skin. His transformation did more than enhance him. It granted abnormal resistance to elemental attacks. I stopped trading punches and moved rapidly around his injured side. Every collision with 9 thunderclap blades widened the cracks in his scales, while chaos divine lightning prevented the new tissue from healing. After the 6th slash struck, he still managed 2 lunging steps. Only the final blade completely destroyed the transformed core near his heart. If he had been alert from the beginning, the fight would not have ended so quickly. My condition after killing the giant stone rhinoceros was also far from its peak. Victory came from surprise and an advantageous matchup. It did not mean I could crush any Tier 2, Level 3 awakened cultivator at will. The man I rescued was named Qian Wei. He had just hunted a Tier 2, Level 1 fire core, and Li Chong had probably attacked him to steal it. Qian Wei insisted on giving me the core as payment for saving his life. I did not take it for nothing. I left him 2 recovery potions and told him to return to the city as quickly as possible. Mission complete. Obtained ability, Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear compressed chaos divine lightning into a spear that could be thrown at range, filling the gap in my lightning abilities perfectly. After I absorbed the fire core, my vitality reached 7,089 and my mental power 6,656. The threshold for Tier 1, Level 9 was 9,000, leaving a clear distance. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles had exposed plenty of problems. I did not continue chasing progress on Thousand Beast Slayer. I returned to Qingchuan City immediately along a safe route. Before entering the city, I turned over Li Chong's body, the remaining drugs, and his identity items to the City Gate administration. Once the staff confirmed signs of the heretic cult, they immediately sealed off the location I provided and required a complete statement from me. I described only the space and saber techniques I had used publicly, calling Chaos Divine Lightning a special lightning elemental seed. After being notified, the principal verified my identity, and the authorities did not continue questioning its source. Even so, my name would inevitably enter the files of a heretic cult case. But the appearance of a heretic cult member in a hunting area not far from the city was a terrible sign. Over the following week, I left the city every morning and returned each evening. I killed more than 500 beasts in total and passed the halfway point of 1,000 Beast Slayer. After earning more than 8 million yuan from selling carcasses, I spent over 3 million on intermediate D-grade lightning crystal armor, then bought 30 supreme tier 1 pills and elixirs. I never stayed in one region. For the first 3 days, I hunted solitary beasts along the lake's perimeter. On the 4th, I moved to an abandoned mine. On the 5th, I did nothing but reconnaissance and recovery. Whenever I encountered a target above tier 2, level 3 that traveled in a group or possessed unknown abilities, I went around it voluntarily. The lightning crystal armor was far heavier than the fiber armor. Crystals embedded inside could store a small amount of lightning. It would not replace thunder armor, but it could provide a second layer of physical protection if the energy armor broke. It also reduced the energy I spent maintaining lightning. The effects of low-tier resources continued declining, and each dose now added only 40 points. Even so, combined with my daily cultivation, they raised my vitality to 9,119 and mental power to 8,696. Vitality entered Tier 1, Level 9 first. Over that week, I accumulated 2,100 talent points. I spent 800 to raise the Thunder Meditation Art to Level 1. The capacity of my mental sea expanded, increasing my mental power to 9,269 and bringing it into Tier 1, Level 9 as well. When the meditation art broke through, the boundary of my mental sea expanded outward, and the stabbing pain caused by consecutive teleports diminished noticeably. More important, I could finally maintain thunder armor and mental perception simultaneously instead of switching repeatedly between defense and awareness. I did not loosen my retreat standards merely because my capacity had grown. Stronger martial skills also consumed more. A true safety reserve had to be measured by whether I could survive a second battle, not by how much the panel said remained. That day's discount selection finally produced 2 items of genuine value. 10 pounds of grade 4 glazed essence, 50 talent points. Superior heaven rank martial skill, void cleaving slash, 150 talent points. The system explained that Tier 1 was the foundational realm and that bone tempering began after entering Tier 2. Grade 4 glazed essence could dramatically improve bone tempering efficiency. I could not use it yet, but I had to store it in advance. Void cleaving slash was a single target explosive technique. At minor mastery, it could briefly sever the void. At full mastery, it could even cut space itself. I bought both items, then spent another 600 points to raise void cleaving slash to beginner proficiency. I kept the remaining 500 points for now. At beginner proficiency, the Thundercleaver saber traced only an extremely thin black line ahead. The line lasted less than half a second, yet the training target silently separated through the center. Its cut was smoother than any produced by saber energy. The technique lacked the consecutively stacking power of 9 thunderclap blades, but it could bypass part of an outer defense and directly damage the space at the point of contact. The system also warned that void cleaving slash was more effective in spatially stable regions. If the opponent controlled space, a domain, or a high-tier barrier, its severing effect would weaken. A heaven-rank martial skill was not an unconditional killing blow. It still depended on realm and accuracy. Once I consolidated my strength, I delivered the water spirit grass I had found in the wild to the martial artist tower. Zhao Guanshan paid the promised 500,000 yuan and invited me to dinner. During the meal, he openly admitted that the water spirit grass commission had only been an investment. He hoped that when I became capable, I would look after the Zhao family and Zhao Xiao. I accepted the honest exchange without promising anything beyond my means. I only said I would repay their help as long as doing so did not violate my principles. Zhao Guanshan also told me that Luo Yushi was the second daughter of a foremost family in the imperial capital. Her arrival in Qingchuan City 3 years ago apparently had something to do with escaping a family-arranged marriage. Only then did I understand why she possessed resources far beyond Qingchuan's prominent families and why Huang Han constantly hovered around her. I did not ask who the proposed husband was. Zhao Guanshan also said he had learned the matter through old connections and could not guarantee every detail. A background I had not confirmed with the person herself could serve only as a warning of possible risk. It could not become the sole basis on which I judged Luo Yushi. What did concern me was the possibility that the imperial Luo family would notice if they learned she frequently sparred with me in Qingchuan City. Space, chaos, divine lightning, and the system could not withstand pointless investigation. I needed to maintain ordinary boundaries between classmates, but that was her private business. As long as it did not affect the martial arts examination or my plans, I had no reason to interfere. After returning home, I saw a discussion of the city tournament in the Elite Class 1 group chat. Some claimed I had requested leave because I was afraid of being challenged, and Huang Heng's lackeys mocked me openly. My vitality and mental power had both entered Tier 1, Level 9. I had no intention of returning to school early over a few words. Someone had already issued a challenge for first place. Under the rules, I could postpone while on approved leave. Huang Heng cropped the word postponed into an image and implied that I received special treatment from the principal. I offered no explanation in the group. I simply saved the complete leave approval and the date of tournament selection. Anyone truly qualified to challenge me would wait in the arena. People who provoked me through messages only wanted to disrupt my training rhythm. In half a month, the result would answer them. At 6 that evening, I went to the Spiritual Plant Cultivation Center to meet Li Qingwei after work. I had fought outside the city almost every day for the past week. On my rare day of rest, I also wanted her to see that I was uninjured. She came out with a coworker named Shuri. Seeing how young I was, Shuri teased me several times, and Li Qingwei immediately steered the conversation away. Only after the coworker left did she ask why I had suddenly come to pick her up. A waiting area for the night shift workers stood beside the cultivation center's entrance. Li Qingwei froze for a moment when she saw me, then instinctively checked whether I wore any bandages. Over the past several days, I had sent only one brief message saying I was safely home. She could not see the battles, and a shorter message did not make her worry less. I pulled the ordinary jacket open slightly to show that the lightning crystal armor beneath it remained intact. I also promised not to cultivate or leave the city that night. Rest was not a waste of time. It let the people who cared about me see that I still knew how to stop. I've been hunting too long. It's time for a break, I said. Let's have dinner together. At the restaurant, a customer slapped a young waitress to the floor merely because she had accidentally filled his glass too high. She knocked over the dishes on our table as she fell. Instead of stopping, the man began looking Li Qingwei over with a vulgar expression. The waitress had only an ordinary person's vitality, and a broken plate cut her palm when she fell. The restaurant manager tried to intervene, but the customer displayed his Tier 1 badge and threatened to beat anyone else who interfered. Some of the surrounding diners recorded the scene. Very few dared approach. City law prohibited martial artists from abusing their strength against ordinary people, but before law enforcement arrived, the badge alone was enough to make most people retreat. I moved Li Qingwei behind me and first ordered the man to stop and pay compensation. I told him to apologize. Relying on his Tier 1, Level 5 realm, he assumed I was an ordinary student and threatened me instead. One punch blasted him out of his chair. Before he could rise, I restrained both arms and threw him outside the restaurant. I did not continue hitting him or escalate the matter into a more serious conflict. When he tried to activate his talent, I used less than 10% of my vitality. None of the tables or chairs broke, and he merely lost the ability to resist for a short time. The manager called the police, and the city patrol arrived quickly. I left my certification information and the location of the security footage, then departed only after confirming that the waitress was willing to testify. If I had seriously injured him in public, an attempt to stop violence would have become another crime. The stronger I became, the less I could treat every moment of anger as unlimited permission to attack. The waitress thanked me repeatedly. I only reminded her to preserve the recording and contact the police if necessary. Li Qingwei watched me and said the way I had handled the situation made her feel safe. After dinner, we watched a movie. A thunderstorm was raging when it ended, so we had no choice but to return home early. When we separated at her door, Li Qingwei seemed unsettled, but she only said she was tired. I did not question her. I waited until she went inside before returning to my room. The thunder after the movie sounded closer than it had during dinner. She had gripped the strap of her bag all the way home, and when the elevator light flickered once, her knuckles immediately turned white. I thought the restaurant conflict had disturbed her. I never imagined that the weather was what truly frightened her. After her door closed, I remained in the hallway for a moment. I heard nothing unusual and went home, missing my chance to ask directly. Lightning flashed continuously outside the window. After fusing with chaos divine lightning, I felt no fear of storms. Instead, I could sense the active lightning element in the air with perfect clarity. A few minutes later, a message from Li Qingwei arrived on my phone. It contained only one sentence. Thunder scares me a little. I went next door immediately. When Li Qingwei opened the door, She still tried to claim that she had mentioned it casually. Then another peal of thunder sounded, and the color visibly drained from her face. As a child, she had endured a violent storm alone while her parents were away. Since then, sudden thunder had always frightened her, though she had never told me before. The main light in the living room was off. Only one small lamp glowed beside the couch. Every time lightning illuminated the curtains, she instinctively looked toward the door. I realized that on all those stormy nights in the past, she had asked me to come home early not only because she feared I would get drenched, but because she dreaded being left alone in the apartment. I closed the curtains tightly and played quiet music through the speakers. I did not release any lightning power. The lightning that made me stronger was connected to a helpless memory for her. Those two truths did not contradict each other. I did not tease her. I simply stayed in the living room for a while. Once she calmed down, she urged me to return and rest. I did not use the moment as an excuse to cross any boundary. We did not say much. We listened to the rain and watched a boring television show. As the intervals between thunder lengthened, her breathing gradually relaxed. Eventually, she went to the kitchen for water on her own. Fear did not need to be cured completely in one night. Having someone beside her already helped more than forcing herself not to be afraid. Before leaving, I set my communicator so that emergency messages from her would sound even when the device was muted. From now on, she would not have to decide first whether something was important enough to bother me. Call me directly whenever something like this happens again, I told her before leaving. You don't have to endure it alone. The next morning, she had already made breakfast and gone to work. Luo Yushi also sent a message asking about my current realm. I did not reveal it. I only replied that I would accept her challenge in half a month. As I went downstairs, 2 officers from the City Bureau of Demonic Beasts and Heretic Cults were questioning residents door to door. Several beast attacks had occurred nearby over the past few days, and the attacker had not been found. The city walls and checkpoints could stop most beasts. An attack inside the city had only a few possible explanations. Someone had smuggled one in, the heretic cult had created it, or the beast itself possessed an infiltration ability. The officers displayed photographs of the injured people. Most wounds came from claws and spatial tears. There were no clear signs that anything had tried to eat them. Most victims had been injured after trying to catch an attractive white cat. The information was not enough to prove the attacker actively hunted humans, but its behavior was unlike an ordinary stray beast. I did not immediately think of Little Peach because I had not seen it again yet. I only added small space-type demonic beast to my risk list. If it could pass freely through city defenses, an ordinary patrol would struggle to capture it. I immediately warned Li Qingyue not to take isolated routes alone for the time being and to contact me before leaving work at night. Her D-grade plan Affinity had no combat ability. If attacked, she would have almost no way to resist. Then I went to the martial artist tower to replenish my recovery potions. Just after buying them and preparing to leave the city, I happened to run into Zhao Xiaoxiao. She told me that she was actually an awakened student from our year. She possessed an A-grade water affinity. Her earlier work at the certification counter had been arranged by Zhao Guanshan, so she could identify promising newcomers. Recently, she had begun formal cultivation and had reached Tier 1, Level 3 in both vitality and mental power. Zhao Xiaoxiao did not apologize for concealing her identity. She frankly explained that reception work in the martial artist tower was part of the Zhao family's training for its younger generation. She needed to learn how to evaluate newcomers and handle official procedures, while also meeting talented people without family backing in advance. My dual certification had allowed her to complete the most important investment report of that phase. Did your grandfather offer 500,000 for the water spirit grass because of your report? That was half the reason, she admitted. The other half was that he personally believed in you. Her directness meant I did not have to guess why she approached me. A relationship built on clearly stated interests was actually easier to keep normal. She invited me to lunch. I declined because of my hunting plan, but agreed to meet another day. Before leaving, she mentioned that her grandfather had told her to spend more time with me. That same blunt honesty confirmed that the Zhao family's investment contained no deeper hidden conditions. I opened the martial artist hall's mission list and searched for a commission along my hunting route. One listing offered 2 million yuan to find Li Erden, who had disappeared in the Deadwood Forest. The amount was abnormally high, but the listing did not describe the source of danger. The Deadwood Forest was classified as a region for beasts below Tier 2, Level 5. After accepting the commission, I met a hunter at the entrance. He warned me that a monster had appeared recently and that almost no one who encountered it returned alive. The hunter's right arm was wrapped in fresh bandages. He would say only that he had seen organs from many different beasts moving through the fog. I checked the mission platform's history and discovered that the same poster had revised the description 3 times in 2 days while leaving the danger rating at ordinary search and rescue. I sent screenshots to Zhao Xiao and set my location to be shared automatically if I failed to respond within 2 hours. Even if I chose to enter, I could not allow the poster to keep attracting more martial artists by concealing the danger. The person behind the mission had clearly hidden critical information. If the truth had been disclosed in advance, even 2 million yuan might not have persuaded anyone to accept. I did not withdraw immediately. I had lightning crystal armor, teleportation, and the distressed jade. Inspection could also judge a target's realm in advance. If I encountered something I truly could not handle, I still possessed means of retreat. The deeper I entered the forest, the denser the dead trees became. Thin mist gradually thickened into fog so heavy I could not see my own hand. I activated thunder armor immediately and used mental power instead of sight to perceive my surroundings. The fog did more than block vision. It carried a mild paralytic. Droplets quickly formed across my lightning crystal armor, and my breathing began to slow. I tore off a piece of filter cloth and covered my mouth and nose. On every tree I passed, I also left a faint electrical mark detectable only through a lightning affinity, preventing the mist from turning me in circles. My mental perception covered only half its normal range in the fog. Every so often, a tentacle brushed a dead branch without attacking. The creature was clearly observing my reactions and energy consumption. A slick tentacle stabbed from behind and to the side. I detected the fluctuation in advance, teleported out of the way, and completed inspection during our brief contact. Fusion Tentacle Monster, Tier 2, Level 3. Mutated Demonic Beast. Capable of fusing with the organs of other creatures. Possesses a fog ability. The moment its first attack failed, it hid in the fog again and gave me no chance to lock onto its position. Chasing blindly would only drain me. I bought the only invincibility card available at this stage from the shop. Its effect lasted only 1 second, but that was enough to create an opening. I deliberately reined in my mental perception and exposed my position in the fog. As expected, the tentacle monster attacked from behind again. The instant the tentacle struck my chest, the invincibility card activated. I suffered no damage, while its main body became fully exposed. The most dangerous part of the plan was that the card lasted only 1 second. If the monster probed first with one tentacle and lunged with its body half a second later, my protection would disappear before the true attack arrived. I deliberately slowed my steps and made my breathing sound disordered from poison while hiding the Thundercleaver saber below the fog. I did not activate the card when the first tentacle coiled around my left arm. I waited until 5 tentacles tightened at once and the central mass lunged from behind a tree. Only then did I confirm its use through the system. The instant a protective film of light appeared, I stepped forward and deliberately shortened the distance for Void Cleaving Slash. Void Cleaving Slash. Enormous saber energy carrying chaos divine lightning descended head-on and cut the tentacle monster in half. But the fog did not disperse. The two halves drew themselves back together, proving that ordinary physical destruction could not kill it. Tiny fleshy sprouts grew from both halves and pulled them toward each other. The cut left by Void Cleaving Slash did not bleed. Instead, it exposed fragments of bone, eyeballs, and scales from different beasts. The creature had no conventional internal organs at all. Its so-called main body was only a temporarily assembled core. I retreated to one of my lightning marks to avoid being surrounded by tentacles during the reassembly. The complete destruction effect of Chaos Divine Lightning would erase the carcass's value, but it was the only method I possessed to prevent regeneration. I enabled that effect immediately, condensed a lightning spear, and threw it. The gray spear pierced the core. Lightning burned through the regenerating tissue from within. This time, the scattered limbs did not reassemble. They turned to ash inside the electrical light. The thick fog finally began to thin. I did not relax merely because the monster was dead. Li Erden remained missing, and there was no guarantee that the Deadwood Forest contained only one mutated beast. More troubling was the question of why a creature capable of fusing with other life had suddenly appeared near Qingchuan City. After the fog cleared, I discovered a hollow beneath a giant dead tree. A faint plea for help came from inside. I did not enter recklessly. From outside the opening, I first asked for the person's name, companions, and the identity of the mission poster. Marks around the entrance showed where tentacles had dragged something inside, and many odors mixed within. I threw in a light stone first and confirmed that no second monster waited there. Only then did I burn through the mucus clinging to the walls with lightning. The voice was extremely weak, but it accurately recited the mission number and the final digits of the poster's communicator. The man identified himself as Li Erden and said his older brother was Li Taiju, matching the information in the commission. Inspection also confirmed that he possessed a C-grade feigned death talent, Tier 1, Level 9 Vitality, and Tier 1, Level 8 Mental Power. Several victims' bodies lay inside the hollow. Li Erden had fooled the tentacle monster by pretending to be dead, but he was critically injured. I fed him healing and recovery potions, then carried him out of the forest. Feigned death had lowered his heartbeat until it nearly stopped, but it had also prevented his body from processing the poisonous fog. Healing potions could only stabilize him. I secured him to my back with a harness and withdrew along my earlier lightning marks. He lost consciousness several times on the way, and each time I stopped to confirm he was breathing. Only after leaving the fog zone did I dare accelerate. I could not carry the other bodies at the same time. I recorded their coordinates and identity items and promised to notify the authorities for recovery. Prioritizing one living person did not mean the dead should remain in the monster's nest forever. He told me that the fog had separated his 5-person team after they entered. 3 teammates had already died, and his brother's fate was unknown. I told him that his brother had posted the reward, so Li Taiju had at least escaped alive. After we returned to the city, the mission poster waited outside on UN residential complex. The moment Li Taiju saw his brother, he dropped to his knees and thanked me. I refused the gratitude and asked why he had concealed the monster. His expression changed immediately. Li Taiju admitted that he knew a monster occupied the Deadwood Forest. No one had accepted his earlier listings, so he deleted the warning and hoped someone would rescue his brother. He had gambled with a stranger's life. He argued that he had staked his entire savings on the commission. Under my questioning, however, he admitted that 2 million yuan was nowhere near enough compensation for the known danger of a Tier 2, Level 3 mutated monster. The true reason anyone accepted was not the reward. It was the information he had deliberately removed. I placed the platform screenshots and the injured hunter's testimony before him. Despair could explain a choice. It could not erase the consequences. If I hadn't been capable enough, you would be waiting for a second body right now. He offered to pay with his life and genuinely drew a knife to kill himself. Li Erden threw himself forward and offered his own life in exchange for his brother's. I teleported in front of Li Taiju, knocked the knife away with one punch, and made sure the injury he suffered also served as a price for the deception. Even after the knife struck the ground, the 2 brothers kept fighting to accept responsibility. One wanted death to end his guilt. The other wanted to return the life that had just been saved. It looked like deep devotion, but both choices left other people to deal with the consequences of living. If you truly care about each other, then neither of you should die. I made Li Taiju look at his brother's wounds. Go to the authorities and admit what you concealed. Compensate the victims' families, then keep paying them back with what you earn in the future. Death won't solve anything. I stared at both brothers. Live and take care of your dead teammates' families. And never use other people's lives to fill your own despair again. Li Taiju agreed and said both brothers would obey my orders from then on. I refused to take them as subordinates. I kept only their contact information so we could notify each other if new clues related to the Deadwood Forest appeared. The original reward had been 2 million yuan. He ultimately transferred 3 million, while reserving part of his money to compensate the families of the other 3 teammates. I accepted the payment. Saving someone was a choice. Deception required a price. Neither canceled the other. Too much had happened that day, and I did not continue hunting. Before returning home, I organized the information about the tentacle monster and the cultist Li Chong for submission to the authorities. Members of the heretic cult, a beast infiltrating the city, and a mutated monster had appeared near Qingchuan in quick succession. There was a good chance they were not 3 unrelated accidents. After returning home, I slept until 8 that evening. When I awoke, Li Qingyue was sitting beside the bed, checking my face and arms for injuries. The lightning crystal armor rested beside the door, several new dents from tentacle strikes across its surface. She had probably realized from the armor that this was no ordinary hunt. Still, she had not searched my inventory while I slept. She had simply waited for me to wake. You promised to explain the dangers clearly. She pointed at the armor. What was it this time? I did not dismiss everything as a minor injury. I told her about the concealed information in the mission, the Deadwood Fog, and the monster's regeneration. I changed only the system item into a disposable defensive talisman I had prepared in advance. I described what happened in the Deadwood Forest, but omitted Chaos Divine Lightning and the system. She did not become happy because I had saved someone. Her first question was whether I had considered that I might never return. Xiao, you don't have to keep risking your life to prove anything, she said quietly. There's nothing wrong with living an ordinary, peaceful life. I don't care how much money you make. All I want is for you to be safe. There was no accusation in her voice, which hurt more than anger would have. To me, killing the tentacle monster meant missions, combat strength, and saving a life. To her, every hunt was simply one more chance that I would not come home. I showed her the screenshots I had taken before accepting, my automatic distress settings, and the conditions under which I planned to retreat. I also admitted that I had underestimated the risk created by missing information. A promise to survive could not rely only on confidence. Every preparation had to be verifiable. I understood what she wanted, but I could not pretend the world would remain peaceful. Alien races, demonic beasts, the heretic cult, and the Huang family were all real threats. Without strength, an ordinary life depended entirely on when danger chose to arrive. I'll grow stronger, and I'll come back alive. That was the promise I could give. When I went out the next day, I noticed a beautiful ragdoll cat lying in a tree downstairs. It did not look at me like an ordinary animal. I activated inspection and received a strange result. The ragdoll's coat was perfectly clean, entirely unlike the strays nearby. It lay on a thin branch more than 20 feet above the ground, yet the branch barely bent. Several children from the complex called to it below. It only glanced lazily at them, as though observing humans rather than fearing their approach. I circled behind the tree and found no paw prints or climbing marks. Either it had jumped down from a rooftop or appeared on the branch directly through space. Unknown feline creature. Tier 2, Level 5, Abnormal origin. For the first time, inspection could not identify a name or complete information. The system explained that its function level was too low. I would need to complete an upgrade mission or fuse with a special divine eye. I did not attack. A beast had recently injured people inside the city, and this cat had appeared nearby at the same time. I tried asking whether it was connected. It opened its eyes to look at me once and displayed no intention to attack. Can you understand me? I remained at a safe distance. The authorities are searching for a small space-type demonic beast. If it wasn't you, you still shouldn't linger here. The cat flicked its tail gently, as though it understood but did not care to answer. I did not reach out to catch it. The victims' records showed that most had been injured after trying to grab the creature themselves. Without any aggressive behavior from it, I had no reason to repeat their mistake. It was still in the same place the next day. I brought fresh fish, cat food, and dried fish, but it ignored everything. Finally, I spent 100 talent points in the shop on a piece of cake that gently increased mental power. At last, the kitten came down from the tree and actually spoke. Hold the cake properly. I'll eat it myself. The voice sounded directly within my mental perception, although its mouth also moved slightly. I instinctively retreated half a step. It landed on a bench, smelled the cake first to make sure it was safe, then ate in small bites. Were you responsible for those injuries in the city? I asked again. It licked cream from beside its paw and did not answer. It only emphasized that its name was not Kitty and that it belonged to no one. At least its vigilance showed it was not an ordinary young beast that abandoned all judgment at the sight of food. Its name was Little Peach. By human time, it had been born only 3 months ago, yet it had already reached Tier 2, Level 5, and could speak from birth. After eating 2 pieces of cake in different flavors, it vanished before my eyes. The spatial fluctuation was even more natural than my teleportation. 3 months old, Tier 2, Level 5, born with language, and capable of spatial power. Any one of those traits proved it was no ordinary demonic beast. Before it disappeared, none of the usual compression from teleportation appeared nearby. Space above the branch merely rippled like water for an instant. Even my S-grade spatial perception could not determine its destination, which meant its ability existed on a far higher level than my current teleportation. I compared its traits with the authorities' notice and increasingly suspected Little Peach was responsible for the injuries. Why it had entered Qingchuan City, whether someone controlled it, and whether it would appear again remained unanswered. I had wanted to keep questioning it, but Little Peach did not return. 200 talent points had bought me an important clue, or perhaps one cat had simply tricked me out of 2 slices of cake. On the final day of my leave, I killed my 1000th demonic beast. The last beast was a Tier 1, Level 6 Windblade rabbit. It was fast but showed no intention of attacking me, and I originally planned to go around it. The system mission would not force me to kill indiscriminately. Only when it lunged at an herb gatherer traveling along the same road did I intercept it with lightning spear and complete the 1000th kill. The number was not a medal worth flaunting. The carcasses in my inventory, the chips in my weapons, and the several fights I had nearly lost said far more about that half-month than a mission notification ever could. 1,000 Beast Slayer complete. Reward, 2,000 talent points. New mission, 10,000 Beast Slayer. Reward unknown. Combined with a week of daily missions, my total reached 3,800 talent points. After selling that day's prey, I held 10.48 million yuan in cash. It sounded like I was already a millionaire, but high-rank weapons could easily cost hundreds of millions, while cultivation resources resembled a bottomless pit. I spent 6.5 million yuan on 50 Supreme Tier 1 Vitality Pills and 50 Supreme Spiritual Elixirs. Each dose could now increase a statistic by only 40. The 100 resources produced 4,000 points of improvement in total, and continued cultivation brought the final result too. Purchasing 100 resources at once caught the attention of a treasure pavilion manager. I had to show my hunting income records and prove that I was neither laundering money nor reselling the items before the transaction could proceed. For a Tier 1 martial artist, this amount was already near the safe short-term limit. I did not consume everything in one day. I divided them into 3 sessions and consolidated each absorption with my cultivation arts. The system could remove impurities, but it could not eliminate my declining tolerance for same-tier resources. The final 10 portions produced noticeably less improvement than the first. Vitality, 11,780. Mental power, 12,437. Both statistics approached the threshold of 13,000 for Tier 1, Level 10. Next, I spent 2,100 talent points to raise the Thunder Body Tempering Art to Level 2. Chaos Divine Lightning truly fused into my blood. Lightning no longer merely clung to the surface of my body. It could enter every attack along with each burst of vitality. When the second level broke through, gray electrical arcs lit up along every blood vessel. Each beat of my heart sent lightning surging through my limbs with the blood, while almost no light appeared on my skin. Compared with lightning released outside the body, power concealed within a fist or kick was far harder for an opponent to anticipate. I threw an ordinary punch at a training target. It left only a fist print on the surface, but the internal sensors were all burned out by the current. In future school competitions, I would have to deactivate the chaos attribute deliberately. Otherwise, an apparently ordinary attack might inflict irreversible damage. The system immediately settled an early mission and returned 2,000 talent points. I spent another 2,100 to raise the Thunder Meditation Art to Level 2. My spiritual energy capacity doubled, finally easing the burden of consecutive teleportation, thunder armor, and lightning spear. I spent the final 1,700 points to raise Void Cleaving Slash to Minor Mastery. The saber energy could now sever the void briefly, giving it far greater single-target penetration than 9 Thunderclap blades, but each use consumed much more power. At Minor Mastery, the black line of Void Cleaving Slash extended several yards, and brief suction even appeared near the point of impact. One practice strike consumed almost 20% of both vitality and mental power. Repeated use would disrupt my spatial perception. I classified it as a finishing move and would never waste it unless I needed to breach a defense quickly. 9 Thunderclap blades was suited to sustain pressure. Void Cleaving Slash pierced a single point. Lightning Spear attacked at range. Teleportation and Thunder Flash answered different kinds of containment. Only now did my combat system truly stop depending on one card. Realm, Tier 1, Level 9 Martial Artist, Tier 1, Level 9 Psychic Cultivator. Talents, S-Grade Space Affinity. SSS Grade Chaos Divine Lightning, Basic. Cultivation Arts, Thunder Body Tempering Art, Level 2, Thunder Meditation Art, Level 2. Martial Skills, 9 Thunderclap Blades, Major Mastery, Gale Fist, Minor Mastery, Thunder Armor, Beginner, Void Cleaving Slash, Minor Mastery. Half a month of real combat had pushed me from Tier 1, Level 7 to the edge of Level 10, while consuming almost all my cash and talent points. The school selection for the city tournament began the next day. At last, I could return and test the results of that period. Much later, when the City Bureau of Demonic Beasts and Heretic Cults cleared the Qingchuan stronghold, I learned the origin of the Deadwood Forest monster from the seized records. The file was opened to me long afterward because I was connected to the case. It did not let me know in advance what the enemy had planned. It only filled in details I could not explain at the time. Looking back at the Deadwood Forest, I finally understood that I had not encountered an accidental mutation, but an experiment already in progress. The fusion tentacle monster had not mutated naturally. It was an experimental subject created by the heretic cult with the blood of an unknown demonic beast. It had been only Tier 1, Level 9 when released, yet reached Tier 2, Level 3 in less than half a month by devouring beasts and humans and continuing to fuse with them. Chaos Divine Lightning happened to destroy it completely, preventing the experiment from spreading into other low-tier hunting regions. The records contained an even more dangerous order. The heretic cult was gathering lists of geniuses from every city and preparing attacks on this year's S-grade and SSS grade awakened students. The order came from a cardinal, while higher-level documents even mentioned a pontiff. Qingchuan's heretics were only the smallest link in an enormous organization. The list included me, Luo Yushi, Wang Shuo, Han Li, and Lu Xinran, though at that moment I had not met the latter two. It specifically marked both space talent and an abnormal lightning elemental seed, which meant I had entered the heretic cult site after killing Li Chong. Fortunately, those were risks confirmed only later. If I had known then that such a vast organization was targeting me, I might not have prepared for the city tournament at the same pace. If I had known nothing at all, I would have been more likely to dismiss the attacks in the city as isolated events. At the time, I knew none of this. I simply returned to Elite Class 1 after half a month. Huang Heng sat in the classroom surrounded by lackeys. The moment I appeared, they began provoking me with claims that I had taken leave to avoid challenges. Huang Heng himself challenged me in public, intending to take both my first-place ranking and my place on the city tournament team. After half a month apart, the vitality in his chest had grown somewhat stronger than during the ranking tournament, but his eyes had become darker. One lackey placed the challenge agreement on my desk. Its terms stated that the loser would surrender both class ranking and candidacy for the school team. Huang Heng clearly intended to recover through public rules the dignity he believed he had lost. First, I gave the agreement to Dong Lei for formal registration and required a complete recording and a school doctor on site. I was not afraid of Huang Heng. I simply did not want the Huang family to rewrite an arena injury as a private attack afterward. Inspection showed only Tier 1, Level 6 Vitality, and Tier 1, Level 5 Mental Power. Half a month ago, his pseudo-demon transformation had allowed him to fight me head-on. Now, we no longer existed on the same level. You can challenge me if you want. I looked at him and the people around him. You can all come together if you'd prefer. The lackeys lost their temper first and accused me of breaking the rules of a one-on-one challenge. I kept the realms revealed by inspection to myself and did not humiliate them publicly. I only said that if they all wanted places on the school team, they could register one after another. Huang Heng insisted on fighting the first match himself. He probably still believed I had risen only 1 or 2 levels over the past half-month. He had no idea that 2 assassins had already forced me to reveal both lightning and teleportation. Enraged, Huang Heng agreed immediately. I did not explain the assassins or attack him in the classroom. Arena rules could provide a legal boundary. Our true account would wait until the secret realm or wilderness. Wang Shuo arrived soon afterward. He also wanted to fight for a top 5 place and join me in representing the school at Qingchuan City's tournament. The new selection was about to begin. Before the matches, Li Hai approached me to establish a friendship. He openly admitted that his father, Li Yuanli, wanted to build a relationship with me and that he personally respected my strength. That kind of directness was easier to accept than roundabout probing. I exchanged contact information with him, but did not immediately treat the Li family as an ally. Li Hai brought no gift. He handed me a file on past Qingchuan City tournaments and called it information shared between classmates. It listed the favored competitors from first and second martial academies and marked the weapons permitted in the city tournament and the rules governing referee intervention. My father wants to invest in you. That's his decision, he said. I came to you because I accepted my loss in the school final. We'll fight again when we get the chance. I accepted the public information and shared one observation about a weakness in his defense. A relationship based only on our father's interests would never last. A connection through which we could both improve had value worth maintaining. Luo Yushi also came to me and issued another challenge. I asked her to wait until my match with Huang Heng ended. In the arena, Huang Heng activated pseudo-demon transformation and tyrant body from the very beginning. He knew his assassins had not returned. When his first words were that I had been very lucky to survive, he indirectly admitted that the attack was connected to him. Those two couldn't even handle one Tier 1 student. They deserved to die. He lowered his voice so only those nearby could hear. Once you leave the school, do you think you'll be that lucky every time? The referee could not hear the complete statement, but the arena recording would preserve both sound and lip movements. I did not argue immediately. I let him continue talking. Every additional sentence created another link between the Huang family and the assassination attempt. I did not probe any further. Huang Heng closed the distance with demonic claws. I activated teleportation and appeared directly beside the weakest point in his defense. The second level of the Thunder Body Tempering Art infused my vitality attacks with lightning, while Minor Mastery Gale Fist concentrated the power into a single instant. He left 3 demonic claw marks where I had stood. He turned faster than during our previous match, but he still could not keep up with teleportation. I did not use the destructive property of Chaos Divine Lightning in my fist. I released only ordinary current sufficient to paralyze his muscles briefly. Gale Fist's concentrated force pierced the vitality protection of Tyrant Body first, and Huang Heng's abdomen instantly lost all strength. He tried to seize my wrist with his demonic claws, but a second spatial fluctuation had already carried me back to a safe distance. The punch landed on a vital point below his abdomen. Huang Heng collapsed immediately, incapable of continuing the fight. The injury was severe but not fatal. After confirming his condition, the referee declared me the winner, and medics rushed him to the hospital. While helping lift him onto the stretcher, I quietly used the misfortune talisman I had bought earlier. The talisman would last 12 hours. It could not kill him directly, but nothing he did next would go smoothly. Dong lay worried that the Huang family would retaliate. I told him about the 2 Tier 1, Level 9 assassins and made it clear that this was not an ordinary conflict between classmates. Huang Heng had tried to take my life first. I had merely made him pay within the rules of the arena. Dong Lei retrieved the arena audio. It had indeed captured Huang Heng's remark about my being lucky to survive. One sentence was not enough to prove the crime of hiring assassins, but it supported the tracking mark left by the killers. He immediately backed up the footage to the principal's files and an off-campus server, preventing it from disappearing if the Huang family applied pressure. From now on, don't leave school alone, he said. You can stay on campus until the city tournament roster is final. I agreed to remain at school for the rest of that day, but I did not promise to hide forever. Protection could buy time. It could not end the threat of the Huang family for me. After watching the entire match, Luo Yushi ultimately chose not to enter the arena immediately. She had recognized the gap created over the past half-month and did not want a meaningless fight driven by emotion. She left only the same promise. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you. The final 5-person team for the Martial High School tournament consisted of me, Luo Yushi, Wang Shuo, Li Xiaotao, and Li Hai. Huang Heng's elimination also meant the Huang family had completely lost its chance to suppress me through school rules. News spread quickly through the school group after Huang Heng was sent away. The vehicle transporting him suffered repeated breakdowns, his phone died, and his hospital bed malfunctioned. What should have been a short trip became extraordinarily humiliating. The misfortune talisman clearly worked, but these were only side effects. True and false stories mixed together in the group. I confirmed only that the ambulance had changed vehicles once along the way. The misfortune talisman could not control other people directly, nor could it cross realms to create a lethal accident. It seemed more like it repeatedly raised every normally tiny probability of something going wrong. I did not consider that successful revenge. Huang Heng's injuries would heal, and the Huang family's power had not diminished. Spending 10 talent points to make him miserable for one night was merely an additional price after the match. The true danger came from Huang Tianba. The principal called me to his office. Once he confirmed that Huang Heng had sent assassins, he immediately contacted Feng Xiaodong, Lord of Qingchuan City. The two had been classmates and had once participated in city administration together. Feng Xiaodong later became city lord, while Li Jiang entered 9th Martial Academy. Every curtain in the office was closed, and a soundproofing formation activated outside the door. Li Jiang first had me recount the assassination attempt in full. Then he arranged the tracking mark, arena recording, and official statement in chronological order. The evidence remained insufficient to arrest Huang Tianba immediately, but it was enough for the city lord to intervene in school security. The most dangerous person to you now isn't Huang Heng, the principal said. It's Huang Tianba. Once he realizes his son can no longer defeat you under the rules for your generation. The Huang family will not handle this by tournament rules, the principal continued. I asked the city lord to come not to avenge you, but to stop them from killing someone inside the school. For the first time, he also admitted that his continued assistance was not completely without purpose. He believed the awakening device could not have malfunctioned for no reason. My talent had risen from F to S grade, while my cultivation and martial skill progress far exceeded common sense. I had to possess some kind of secret. In the future, He would need the help of someone sufficiently unusual and powerful. I asked whether that matter was related to the Dong family's secret realm. He shook his head and said knowing now would influence my judgment. The principal refused to explain in advance, and I did not agree to repay him unconditionally. Assistance could build trust. It could not automatically become a blank contract. I accept your protection, and I'll remember the favor, I said. But I can decide what to do in the future only after I know what it involves. He smiled instead and said that was precisely the answer he wanted. Someone who did not even dare ask about boundaries could never complete the task he had in mind. The principal then pushed a map of the school grounds in front of me. If Huang Tianba came through the main gate, the city guard could stop him in advance. If he entered directly from the air, the classroom buildings and training grounds would face danger first. Li Jiang had already used an equipment maintenance announcement to evacuate nearby students, preventing them from learning that a Tier 5 cultivator might invade at any moment. You can go to the underground shelter first, he said. Until the city lord arrives, it can withstand at least one Tier 5 shockwave. I did not boast that I would remain and fight. I only asked whether the shelter entrance would draw Huang Tianba toward other students. Once the principal confirmed there was an independent evacuation passage, I prepared to follow his instruction. Then the air outside the window visibly distorted. The alarm did not sound in time. Every tree crown outside the office bent downward at once. Huang Tianba had not used a school entrance at all. He crossed the city's low-altitude restrictions with Tier 5 vitality and locked directly onto my location. The city guard's tracking signal lit up on the communicator, but they remained several blocks away. I divided the city lord's jade and the principal's jade between my hands. The former could block one attack. The latter could send a distress signal. If the pressure did not immobilize me, I could at least trigger both. The Tier 3 temporary realm card remained hidden in the system space as my last chance to move if the jades failed. Those preparations took only 2 seconds. In the third, the office window frame began to shatter. Help is never eternal. People simply need one another, he said without concealing the exchange of interests. But until then, I will make sure you live long enough to grow. That inspired more trust in me than false selflessness. I did not reveal the system. I only promised that if the future matter did not violate my principles and lay within my ability, I would repay his protection. The moment I finished speaking, terrifying pressure pierced the office and locked directly onto my body. Ue, pay for what you did to my son with your life. Huang Tianba's roar came from outside the window. The power of a Tier 5 cultivator seemed to freeze the air itself. The distressed jade remained in my hand, but the city lord had not yet arrived. Huang Tianba had invaded the school first. When Huang Tianba's voice fell, every window in the office trembled. His Tier 5, Level 5 vitality rolled toward us without concealment. My shoulder bones felt pinned beneath a mountain, and even breathing became difficult. The system panel could display his realm, but it could not bridge the gulf between our realms for me. I tightened my grip on the distressed jade and prepared to crush it. The principal had already stepped in front of me. Every teacup on the desk burst at once. The fragments did not fly outward. The pressure pinned them to the surface. An alarm sounded in the corridor, and students downstairs began evacuating. I tried to activate teleportation, but every destination in my mental perception felt flattened by heavy vitality. Each spatial fluctuation collapsed the instant it formed. This was true suppression by a high-tier cultivator. Huang Tianba had not even attacked formally. Vitality alone was enough to restrict my talent. The realm card remained in the system space, but I did not use it impulsively. Tier 3 strength might let me move again, but it could never bridge the chasm to Tier 5. It would only expose my final trump card. Huang Tianba, this is a school. Li Jiang's vitality surged and tore apart the pressure surrounding me. Air began flowing again. I retreated to the desk without relaxing merely because he had saved me. If 2 Tier 5 cultivators truly fought inside the classroom building, the shockwaves could tear the entire floor apart. Huang Tianba dropped into the office through the window, his expression terrifyingly dark. He did not look at the principal, only at me. You critically injured my son. Today, you will answer to the Huang family. The floor beneath him did not crack, but the pressure narrowed into a more concentrated area, showing that his previous widespread burst had been only a warning. Huang Heng was not dead, yet Huang Tianba had already demanded payment with my life. He clearly had no intention of discussing arena footage or assassination evidence. The principal stood directly on the line between us. Without turning, he transmitted a message through mental power. If the conflict begins, take the nearest students and leave immediately. Do not try to join the fight. The arena had a referee, recordings, and medics. I suppressed the taste of blood in my throat. Huang Heng hired people to kill me first and admitted it on the platform. I spared his life. That was already restraint under school rules. Both assassins are dead. There are no witnesses. Huang Tianba stepped forward. You're only a student. What gives you the right to declare my son guilty? His own words about my being lucky to survive, the Huang tracking mark used by the assassins, and the fact that he can't accept losing. Huang Tianba's gaze abruptly turned cold. A giant hand formed from vitality behind him. The principal raised one palm at the same time, and the office floor groaned under the weight. Just as the two forces prepared to collide, a calm voice came from the corridor. The voice was not loud, but an invisible force separated both waves of vitality inside the office. The footsteps of the evacuating students outside were no longer affected, and the fragments on the desk finally fell. Anyone capable of controlling the area, so precisely between two Tier 5 cultivators, had to possess a realm no weaker than Huang Tianba's. Family head Huang, if you want to tear down 9th Martial Academy, I can give you another location. Feng Xiaodong entered the office. He released almost no aura, yet the vitality hand Huang Tianba had formed stopped in midair as though it had struck an invisible wall. It was my first time seeing Qingchuan City Lord from such a short distance. He wore no formal uniform, only combat gear from the city guard, and one fastening on his cuff had been closed incorrectly in his hurry. He had clearly rushed here the moment he received the principal's message, without arranging any ceremony first. He glanced at the evacuation below, used his communicator to confirm no one had been injured, and only then turned back to Huang Tianba. That order of priorities already made his position clear. He had not come to take one student's private side. He had come to keep Tier 5 power from harming a school. Does the city lord intend to protect him too? Huang Tianba asked. I protect the rules of Qingchuan City. Feng Xiaodong looked at the shattered window frame. A student injured in an arena is handled under tournament regulations. An adult who invades a school to kill someone is handled under Qingchuan's public safety law. The Bureau will continue investigating the evidence that Huang Heng hired assassins. If you attack now, I will arrest you first. Huang Tianba demanded to know why the Bureau had not summoned me for killing two martial artists. Feng Xiaodong told him to inspect the filed report. I had suffered a lethal attack outside the city. The tracking mark at the scene was connected to the Huang family, and both dead men carried forged identities. Self-defense and hiring killers were not the same thing. You can hire a lawyer, and you can submit new evidence, the city lord said. You cannot use Tier 5 vitality in place of evidence. His words pulled the conflict back into legal procedure and stripped away the Huang family's preferred method of suppression through force. No matter how angry Huang Tianba became, he could not deny the rules in front of the city lord and the entire school. The office remained silent for several seconds. In the end, Huang Tianba did not start a war with the city lord. He withdrew his vitality, and his gaze passed between the two men to land on me. They can protect you for one day. They cannot protect you forever. This isn't over. I'll be waiting. He gave a cold snort and departed through the broken window. Only when the pressure vanished completely did I realize that sweat had soaked my back. Feng Xiaodong did not comfort me. First, he checked whether any student in the building had been injured. Only then did he say, Huang Tianba was right about one thing. I can stop him from committing murder inside the school, but I cannot follow you every day. Once the Martial High School tournament ends, the city's protection should be withdrawn. I understood him. The city lord maintained order. He was not entering a mortal feud with the Huang family on my behalf. Ultimately, my survival still depended on me. What if I prove my value before the tournament? Feng Xiaodong did not answer immediately. I continued. Qingchuan City has ranked near the bottom of the province's resource allocation for years. Student tournament results affect next year's quota. You would protect me not out of sympathy, but because I might win a resource allocation for Qingchuan. Describing myself as a bargaining chip for resources was uncomfortable, but more effective than begging for unconditional protection. The Huang family could place pressure on the city lord. I had to give myself enough public value to balance that pressure. I released my vitality voluntarily. Power close to Tier 1. Level 10 flowed through my meridians and ultimately stabilized at level 9. The principal already knew how quickly I had advanced, but clear surprise appeared on Feng Xiaodong's face for the first time. Not even 1 month since your awakening, and you're already Tier 1, level 9? My mental power is also level 9, and my space talent has already awakened teleportation. I did not mention Chaos Divine Lightning. I placed only the cards whose public disclosure could buy protection onto the table. The Huang family isn't trying to kill an ordinary student. They're trying to kill someone who might win a resource quota for Qingchuan City. Feng Xiaodong studied me for a long time before finally nodding. I will protect you until the city tournament ends. If you take first place in Qingchuan City, I will also fight for a cultivation slot for you in the provincial capital. He removed a jade token engraved with the seal of the city lord's residence and handed it to me. One strike of his power was sealed inside. When crushed, it could signal my location and block a lethal blow. As the jade touched my palm, a layer of gentle vitality automatically covered my skin. Feng Xiaodong explained that it would activate by itself against a lethal attack below Tier 4. Against Tier 5, it could by only an extremely short time. Its sensing weakened outside the city and might not function at all inside a secret realm. This was not a token of immortality that permitted reckless danger. It was insurance that might transform instant death into a chance to call for help. You get only one. Don't use it as an excuse to take risks. I put it away solemnly. I'll bring back first place in the tournament. Before leaving the office, I looked back at the principal and city lord. They did not look like classmates reunited after many years. They looked like two people carrying the same unresolved burden. The principal had said he would need my help in the future, and Feng Xiaodong did not seem unfamiliar with the subject. They offered no explanation, and I did not ask. The most important thing was surviving the Huang family's retaliation and taking the tournament championship into my hands. When I walked out of the school gates, the coolness of the city lord's jade remained in my palm. Huang Tianba's pressure made me understand firsthand that no matter how rare a talent was, it remained only potential until converted into realm. Against a Tier 5 cultivator, I did not even have the chance to launch one complete attack. If the principal and city lord had arrived one step later, I might not have had time to use a single system ability or trump card. I walked 2 laps around the school field instead of going home immediately. My body had escaped the pressure, but my muscles still tightened instinctively. The sensation of my teleportation destinations being crushed repeated in my mind, reminding me that fighting above my realm worked only within limits. At Tier 1, I could kill Tier 2 because Chaos Divine Lightning, Space, and my martial skills countered my opponents together. A Tier 3 realm card might let me fight someone at Tier 3, Level 1. Against Tier 5, however, every technique depended first on my ability to move. The Huang family was no longer a problem I could deal with later. They could send Tier 1, Level 9 assassins, and they could send someone stronger. As long as I continued growing, our two sides would eventually reach a point where one had to die. I set a goal in my heart. Before entering a martial university, I had to make sure the Huang family could no longer decide whether I lived or died. The system shop refreshed at that moment. I stopped beneath a tree beside the road and quickly browsed the day's discounts. Tier 3 Temporary Vitality Realm Card. Duration, 30 minutes. Price, 100 talent points. Tier 3 Temporary Mental Power Realm Card. Duration, 30 minutes. Price, 100 talent points. Grade 3 Dragon Blood Potion. Price, 100 talent points. I checked the realm card's restrictions first. After use, my vitality would temporarily rise to Tier 3, Level 1, and my body would gain the corresponding capacity. Once the effect ended, I would enter 1 hour of weakness and could not use another card of the same type during that time. It raised vitality only. It would not push my mental power to Tier 3 or automatically increase martial skill proficiency. The Dragon Blood Potion permanently strengthened the body and the potential of one's bloodline. Its normal price far exceeded 100 points. One item offered 30 minutes of survival. The other laid a foundation for future cross-dire combat. Choosing between them was not simply a comparison of immediate strength. All 3 items seemed designed for a crisis. I had just completed the daily cultivation mission and held 200 talent points, enough to choose only 2. After considering it, I bought the Tier 3 Vitality Realm card and the Dragon Blood Potion. The Mental Power Realm card would also strengthen my space abilities, but I possessed no Tier 3 mental attacks. The Vitality card directly enhanced 9 Thunderclap Blades, Void Cleaving Slash, in my body, making it better suited to a short, direct battle for survival. The Dragon Blood Potion might permanently improve my constitution and held greater long-term value. I saved screenshots of all 3 items in the system records. Once the daily discount passed, I could not buy them later at the original price. Abandoning the mental card meant that if my mental C was suppressed inside the Dong family's secret realm, I would have to rely on my existing strength. But insufficient talent points were reality. Wanting everything would only leave me unable to afford anything. When I confirmed the purchases, the Vitality card became a dark red talisman slip. The Dragon Blood Potion appeared in a crystal vial the size of my thumb. Both entered the system inventory automatically and would not appear during ordinary security inspections. I was about to inspect the directions for the potion when the system displayed a warning first. The host has not completed Tier 2 bone tempering. Grade 3 dragon blood is too powerful. Immediate consumption may rupture the meridians. Recommended use. After entering Tier 2, I returned the red potion to the system space. It was not combat power yet. The realm card was my real life-saving trump card now. Tier 3 and Tier 5 remained separated by a colossal gap, but at least I would not be helpless if I encountered a Huang family guard. When I returned home, Li Qingyue was organizing medicinal herbs in the living room. Seeing that I was later than usual, she studied my expression first, then the dust on my clothes. Self-defense spray and an ordinary alarm she had just bought sat on the table. They would have little effect against a martial artist, but they showed that she had taken my previous warning seriously. After seeing me return intact, she relaxed, only to notice traces of shattered glass dust on my cuff. Did someone from the Huang family come to the school? She did not let me dismiss it as part of the tournament. I nodded and explained Huang Tianba's realm, the city lord's intervention, and the time limit on the temporary protection. The more specific I became, the better she could judge what she should do, instead of being left with vague fear. Did something happen at school? Huang Heng's father came, but the principal and city lord forced him to leave. I did not make the Tier 5 pressure sound trivial. He won't dare act openly inside the city for now, but don't take isolated routes alone. I took out the distressed jade the principal had given me earlier and placed it in her hand. Now that I possessed the city lord's jade, this one could remain with the person who needed protection more. Crush it if you're in danger. The principal will sense the signal. She did not accept it immediately. She asked instead, "What about you?" I showed her the other token. The city lord just gave me this. I have other trump cards as well. Only then did Li Qingyue tie the jade around her wrist. She knew I had not revealed every danger, but did not force me. She only told me to send a message every evening before coming home. If she could not reach me, she would call for help directly. "Don't treat me like an outsider you need to hide things from," she said softly. My chest tightened, and I nodded seriously. "If we ever truly need to evacuate, you'll be the first person I tell." "Not only when we need to evacuate," she corrected me. "When you leave the city, compete, or clash with the Huang family, at least leave a message. I don't need to know your secrets. I need to know when to call the authorities and whom to ask for help." I wrote down the principals, the city lord's residences, and Dong Lei's emergency contact information. I also made her rehearse crushing the jade once. A distress tool had to be usable even in panic. It could not exist only as a source of comfort. She pushed a bowl of freshly served soup toward me, and her expression finally softened. The warm aroma dispelled the last traces of pressure. Beasts waited outside the city. The Huang family and heretic cult operated within it. The system constantly reminded me that Blue Star was far more dangerous than it appeared. But as long as this light remained on, I could not think only of recklessly proving myself. The Qingchuan City Martial High School tournament began the next day. I placed the temporary realm card where I could use it at any moment, checked the Blackwind Saber and Distressed Jade, then left on time. This tournament was a contest for resources and my first step in proving to everyone that the Huang family could not kill me. The Qingchuan City Martial High School tournament was held in the central arena of First Martial Academy. Lines had formed around the venue since morning. Entering required an identity scan and weapon check. City guards set up energy detectors at all 4 entrances, while bureau officers randomly inspected spatial storage equipment. The Huang family had invaded a school only yesterday, and today's security was clearly tighter than in previous years. I arrived on 9th Martial Academy's team bus and never remained alone outside the gates. I registered the Thundercleaver Saber as a backup competition weapon and declared every recovery potion. The equipment could not detect the realm card inside the system space, but I would still use it only in a genuine crisis outside the arena. Each of the 16 schools sent 5 competitors, for a total of 80. In addition to students and parents, representatives from organizations such as the Zhao and Sun families occupied the stands. The city's best cultivation resources and recommendations to martial universities were tied to tournament results. Any student who reached the leading ranks could alter a family's position for years. When we entered, I first inspected the stands and several exits. The Huang family had not appeared publicly, but that did not mean they had abandoned retaliation. The city lord's jade rested against my chest. The Tier 3 temporary realm card remained in the system space, ready to activate with a thought. The main exit held crowds and city guards. The eastern competitor's passage led directly to the parking area, while the western medical corridor was the narrowest. I sent 3 rally points to Wang Shuo and the others. We agreed not to crowd toward the same blocked exit if chaos erupted. As promised, Li Qinghua had already messaged that she had arrived at work. I sent her my location at the arena, but did not mention that the Huang family had not appeared. An unseen enemy was the easiest kind to forget. I preferred preparing for the worst. The principal noticed my vigilance and reminded me quietly. There are city guards and bureau officers inside. Focus on the tournament first. Don't let an invisible enemy disrupt your rhythm. I nodded and drew my attention back. The opening ceremony was brief. Feng Xiaodong personally announced the rules. Competitors would be eliminated by random draw, leaving the arena or losing the ability to fight meant defeat, and no one could continue attacking after an opponent surrendered. The top 10 would receive cultivation resources, while the top 3 also gained secret realm and recommendation rewards. 2 SSS grade awakened students received the most attention in the competitors' area. One was Han Li, who possessed an SSS grade earth talent and carried the weight of a mountain merely by standing still. The other came from First Martial Academy. The teachers around her refused to reveal her complete information, saying only that her talent had also reached SSS grade. Han Li's public file omitted his exact realm and noted only that he excelled at defense and terrain control. After entering, he greeted the leaders of every school without arrogance. The other student was a girl named Lu Xinran. Her clothes and temperament were both flamboyant, but Lu family guards remained around her constantly. Outsiders knew only that she had never used her complete talent in earlier rounds. When information was incomplete, the greatest danger was not a strong enemy. It was believing I already understood them. I recorded only the habits they demonstrated publicly and drew no conclusions in advance. The labels did not make me nervous. My detected space talent was only S grade, while the lightning, shadow, and many cultivation arts granted by the system would never appear on the roster. The information other people saw had been incomplete from the beginning. Zhao Guanshan sat in the front row with the Zhao family, and Zhao Xiaoxiao waved to me across half the venue. Sun Ba and Sun Chong had also come. None approached the competitors' area, clearly unwilling to distract me before the matches. My eyes moved across the passage behind them, and unease suddenly passed through me. The sensation had no clear source. It felt as though someone beyond my sight was watching everything connected to me. Spatial perception found nothing unusual, and the city lord's jade did not react. The sense of danger might have been excessive vigilance after so many conflicts, or the gaze of something beyond my perceptive range. I could not prove either possibility, so I did not treat speculation as fact. I simply emphasized our evacuation rules to my teammates one more time. Wang Shuo concerned me most. His parents had no guards. If someone wanted to apply pressure through friends or family, an ordinary household was far easier to target than a school or prominent clan. He immediately messaged his parents and told them not to attend the tournament in person that day. What's wrong? Luo Yushi asked. Nothing yet. After your matches, travel together if possible. Don't leave alone. Wang Shuo heard the warning beneath my words, but did not question me. He passed the message to Li Hai and Li Xiaodao. The Huang family's target should have been me, but after the failed assassination, they might not act directly again. Anyone capable of distracting me could be used. The draw soon appeared on the giant screen. The first round contained 40 matches. Han Li entered the first group against Zhao Chong. Luo Yushi competed shortly after. Wang Shuo also drew an A-grade awakened opponent. I was scheduled in the latter half against Ding Hui and his S-grade amplification talent. The referee called the first competitors onto the platform, and the noisy stands gradually quieted. I set aside the sense of danger I could not verify and began observing Han Li. Qingchuan City's 2 SSS grade students were obstacles I had to cross to take first place. As for the person hiding beyond the competition, the moment he reached out, I would follow that hand to the person behind it. Zhao Chong possessed an S-grade demon hand talent. When reinforced, both arms became covered in black vitality, suited for tearing at close range. He showed no stage fright after entering the arena. From the opening, he circled toward Han Li's flank and tried to avoid a frontal clash. Zhao Chong carried no weapon, but his hands could crush training alloys. He changed direction repeatedly at first, covering the ground in front of Han Li with footprints. Then he cut in abruptly from the right. Han Li did not even turn with him. He judged the route entirely through vibrations beneath his feet. When the first ridge of stone appeared, Zhao Chong smashed through it with demon hand. The second rose diagonally from his landing point and forced him to jump toward the only open space. Han Li's true control did not come from chasing his opponent's current movement. He designed every later position from the first step. Hanli raised only 1 foot. When it struck the ground, the arena's surface bulged violently. Several rocky ridges sealed Zhao Chang's movement, while earth walls closed like a giant palm and forced him toward the edge. Zhao Chang shattered 2 layers of rock in succession, but never reached Hanli. A stone pillar ultimately lifted him beyond the boundary. Thank you for the match. Hanli withdrew his talent and did not pursue. Great strength, wide-ranging control, and excellent command of his consumption. One match did not reveal his limit, but SSS Great Earth was far more than simple defense. In the second match, Luo Yushi faced Xia Yizhou. Her opponent possessed an S-grade demonic sound talent and specialized in using sound waves to disrupt the mind. Luo Yushi first raised several thin layers of ice to weaken the vibration, then sealed his movement with ice spikes. Ordinary spectators felt only pressure against their eardrums. I could sense that the sound waves had already scattered after crossing the ice. When Xia Yizhou realized the sound was ineffective, he raised the frequency until dense ripples appeared across the arena barrier. Luo Yushi did not compete with his total mental power. She varied the thickness of her ice layers so the waves canceled one another as they passed. Only when he paused for breath did she bind his feet with ice chains. The match showed me how she had changed over the past half-month. During the school final, she relied more heavily on powerful sword energy. Now, she had begun using ice to control the environment instead of only attacking head-on. Xia Yizhou surrendered in less than a minute. Luo Yushi's face was slightly pale when she left the arena. She clearly had not yet learned to release the technique without cost. Wang Shua's battle was more direct. He overpowered the A-grade opponent. Although he took 2 punches, he eventually forced the other student beyond the boundary. When my turn came, discussion rose from the stands as soon as the referee announced my name. UE of 9th Martial Academy, S-grade space talent. News that the awakening device had malfunctioned, that I had taken first place at school, and that I had critically injured Huang Heng had already spread through Qingchuan student circles. Some people waited to see a spatial ability. Others believed my record had been exaggerated. Ding Hui stood opposite me and announced his realm first. Vitality, Tier 1, Level 5. Mental Power, Tier 1, Level 4. My amplification raises speed and strength at the same time. He spoke openly, so I replied, "Watch your back." The referee swept one hand down. Pale red light covered Ding Hui's body, and his speed rose abruptly. Instead of charging in a straight line, he changed direction repeatedly, trying to prevent me from predicting his destination. His logic was sound and would have worked well against ordinary movement arts. His amplification did not affect only his body. Every time his foot touched down, it left a brief vitality fluctuation behind, producing 3 or 4 similar targets. If I had relied only on sight, distinguishing his real body during high-speed movement would have been extremely difficult. I did not rush to teleport. First, I used mental perception to identify which fluctuation changed with his breathing. By the 4th circuit, a clear difference finally appeared between his body and the remaining trails. But teleportation did not need to catch him. I locked onto a point half a step behind him, and space folded within my vision. In the next instant, no one remained in front of Ding Hui. He heard the audience gasp and turned instinctively, but his footwork lagged 1 beat behind. Controlling my strength, I kicked him in the side of the waist. Ding Hui slid several yards across the ground and crossed the boundary exactly. He stood quickly, without serious injury, though he looked dazed. UE wins. Only after the referee's voice fell did the stands truly erupt. Some called the match technically meaningless. Others pointed out that spatial teleportation itself was one of the hardest techniques to defend. Several teachers from 1st Martial Academy replayed the slow-motion footage again and again, apparently trying to determine whether I showed any warning before activating the ability. The replay showed my shoulders sink slightly before I vanished, but it could not reveal how I chose the destination. A strong opponent could still exploit that habit and launch a wide-range attack in advance. I synchronized the recording to my own device and planned to correct the movement afterward. The greatest danger to a space cultivator was being fooled by the words, "impossible to counter." The more people believed teleportation had no defense, the more urgently I needed to study those who could stop it. I left the arena without explaining. Teleportation consumed mental power. At my current realm, repeated short-range use was not difficult. My true trump cards were Thunder Flash, Void Cleaving Slash, and Chaos Divine Lightning. There was no reason to expose them in the first round. Ding Hui followed me down and asked with a wry smile, "Were you serious when you told me to watch my back?" I was. Then I can't complain about losing. He held out a hand. "Next time, I'll find a way to defend behind me." I shook his hand. A competition was only a competition. Not every opponent had to become an enemy. The first round eliminated half of the 80 competitors. All 5 students from 9th Martial Academy advanced, temporarily tying 1st Martial Academy's result. The second round draw had already begun. After that kick, my next opponent would certainly adjust their position to counter teleportation. I also wanted to see whether knowing I would appear behind them was enough to truly stop me. While waiting for the second round, Wang Shuo sat beside me and lowered his voice. After the tournament, I may need to formally join an organization. What do you think of the Zhao family? He had already received 4 invitations. The best promised 10 pills each month, while the weakest offer also contained the least restrictive withdrawal clause. I did not choose for him. I asked him to send every contract to the school's legal instructor for review. Resource figures were the easiest things to compare. The terms that truly affected an entire life were the scope of required missions and the conditions for leaving. Don't assume the Zhao family suits you just because I know them, I said. My investment relationship with them isn't yours. His family was ordinary. Although an A-grade talent was good, it was not enough for the school to supply resources forever. If he wanted to keep pace with his generation, accepting investment from a family or martial hall was almost unavoidable. Look at the terms, not the name, I said. The resources, the missions you must complete, and whether you can withdraw all need to appear in the agreement. The Zhao family has been honest with me so far, but the choice is yours to judge. Wang Shuo nodded. The fact that he did not follow blindly because of my dealings with the Zhao family actually reassured me. On the other side of the stands, Zhao Xiaoxiao was arguing with Sun Chong about my final rank. Sun Chong thought I was certain to reach the top 10. Zhao Xiaoxiao held up 3 fingers and insisted I would reach at least the top 3. I was too far away to hear the entire discussion. I saw only Sun Ba shake his head and laugh at the end. They had all guessed too low. My only goal was first place. The second round reduced 40 competitors to 20. Li Xiaodao had bad luck and drew an SS grade speed cultivator. Her repeated pursuit failed, and she was eventually drawn out of the arena. She looked disappointed after stepping down, but made no excuses. Her charm required eye contact or mental contact. The speed cultivator moved constantly along the edge, never allowing her to lock on completely. In the final exchange, Li Xiaotao deliberately exposed an opening to lure him closer, but he used ranged vitality to drive her beyond the boundary. She had still adjusted her plan despite an unfavorable matchup. The difference in realm simply prevented it from succeeding. Li Hai also encountered a high-tier lightning cultivator immediately after the first round. Continuous paralysis weakened his metal defense, and his defeat was equally clear. Both remained to watch the later matches instead of leaving early after elimination. Li Hai fought a powerful opponent and lost narrowly after holding on for a long time. Wang Shuo faced an opponent 1 level above him. He used the arena boundary in a feint and knocked the other student out during their final collision. Luo Yushi restricted movement with ice chains and advanced again. My opponent had clearly studied my previous match carefully. From the beginning, he stood in the exact center of the arena, lowered his body, and guarded vital points in both front and back with his arms. No matter which direction I attacked from, he would have enough space to remain inside the boundary. "You won't kick me out with 1 strike," he said. "Then I won't use my foot." The referee announced the start. I did not move immediately. First, I stepped left. My opponent's gaze followed while the muscles in his back tightened at the same time. He was clearly waiting for a spatial fluctuation. When I teleported behind him, he turned with an elbow almost simultaneously. His reaction was indeed faster than Ding Hui's. The elbow did not cover a single point. It carried a semicircular vitality shockwave. If I had used the same position as the previous match, it would have struck me the moment I appeared. I shifted my destination half a step outward, let the shockwave graze my chest, and then punched through the center line exposed by his turn. My opponent had also planted a vitality burst beneath his feet in advance, designed to throw him backward the instant his center of gravity moved. The current from Thunderbody tempering severed that exertion first, allowing Gale Fist to land completely. But seeing the attack did not mean he could stop it. I drove Gale Fist between his raised arms. The fine current from Thunderbody tempering numbed his muscles for an instant, and the concentrated force that followed lifted his entire body off the ground. He flew across half the arena and landed on the safety mat outside. The referee confirmed that he had suffered only bruising to his arms, then declared my victory. Even standing in the middle was useless. He looked at the arena with a complicated expression. Distance from the boundary isn't the key to defending against teleportation. I said nothing more. Truly effective methods included wide-range attacks, a prepared domain, or removing every safe destination. Only someone capable of one of those things could make me reveal more abilities. After the morning matches ended, Zhao Guanshan invited us to lunch nearby. The principal declined because he needed to meet the leaders of other schools. Dong Lei went with several students. Before leaving the venue, Dong Lei paired everyone and ordered us to return together half an hour before the lunch break ended. He did not know the Huang family's exact plan, but he knew a Tier 5 family head had just threatened me. Numbers could not stop a truly powerful cultivator, but they could at least reduce the chance of someone being quietly taken. I sent Li Qingyue a midday message. She quickly replied that everything at the company was normal. The principal's jade remained with her, letting me temporarily suppress the unease with no clear source. Our group included Zhao Guanshan, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Sun Ba, Sun Chong, and, from our school, Wang Shuo, Li Hai, Li Xiaodao, and Li Yuanli. There were already plenty of people. When I saw Luo Yushi packing her things alone, I casually invited her as well. Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately drew out her voice. So we're still waiting for Sister and Dash. One look from me made her swallow the rest and correct herself. Waiting for Luo Yushi. The tips of Luo Yushi's ears turned red, but she did not walk away. She only gave Zhao Xiaoxiao a cold glance. Wang Shuo and Sun Chong suppressed their laughter. Even Dong Lei pretended to lower his head and study the tournament schedule. I could not be bothered to explain. The more I explained, the more they would find to say. As the group left the arena, I looked back at the entrance once more. The Huang family still had not appeared, yet the inexplicable unease from the morning remained. Matches were decided head-on in the arena. A true crisis did not necessarily come from the front. Lunch was arranged at the Sunshine Grand Hotel near the arena. The hotel had reserved an entire floor for tournament teams, and city guards patrolled the elevators. Zhao Guanshan's private room was not luxurious, but it could hold more than a dozen people and looked directly toward the arena. Dong Lei inspected both exits before entering, while I confirmed there was no obvious spatial seal inside. After several consecutive crises, those movements had nearly become instinct. Sun Ba noticed my inspection but asked only whether we needed a safer location and did not press for a reason. Once I said the room was secure enough, everyone took their seats. Zhao Guanshan pushed the menu to the center of the table and said lunch was on him. But Sun Ba, Li Yuanli, and Dong Lei did not move first. Their manner was far more restrained than usual. Only then did I realize that Zhao Guanshan's position in the martial artist tower was probably much more than that of an ordinary senior official. Grandpa Zhao is easy to get along with. I picked up the menu first. If we don't order, the afternoon matches will start before the food arrives. I had not known Zhao Guanshan long. Calling him Grandpa came from my closeness with Zhao Xiaoxiao and our investment relationship. It did not mean I had formally joined the Zhao family. The adults at the table clearly understood the boundary. Zhao Guanshan was willing to acknowledge a junior relationship, but had not declared publicly that I belonged to his clan. Sun Ba ordered high-protein demonic beast meat suited to physical cultivators. Li Yuanli avoided alcohol that might affect mental condition. Once the elders began choosing dishes, the young people relaxed, and the atmosphere shifted from a formal meeting back into an ordinary lunch. Only then did everyone else open the menus. Zhao Guanshan smiled at me without correcting the title. Li Yuanli gave me another look. I could sense that he had revised his opinion of my relationship with the Zhao family, though I could not guess his exact thoughts. I ordered several dishes of low-tier beast meat capable of replenishing vitality, and the others made their choices. While waiting for the food, Zhao Guanshan asked me to introduce everyone who had come. Wang Shuo, my brother since childhood, with an SS grade shadow affinity. Li Hai and Li Xiaodao are both from the Li family. Luo Yushi is our school's SS grade ice cultivator. When I reached Luo Yushi, Zhao Guanshan paused noticeably. The Luo family of the imperial capital? The private room fell silent for half a second. Li Yuanli and Sun Ba had clearly heard of the Luo family as well, but neither changed how they addressed her because of her identity. Luo Yushi confirmed only the origin of her surname, saying nothing about the arranged marriage or why she had left the capital. I likewise kept to myself the rumor Zhao Guanshan had shared in private. Her background belonged to her. What everyone at the table had actually witnessed was a classmate who advanced that morning through her ice abilities. Luo Yushi nodded without elaborating. Everyone understood the situation well enough not to ask why she had left the imperial capital for Qingchuan City. Zhao Guanshan then introduced his granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao. She studied at First Martial Academy and had been the receptionist during my first certification at the Martial Artist Tower. Everyone exchanged contact information and agreed to look after one another if they entered the same martial university in the future. The food soon arrived. The vitality in beast meat was limited and could not replace cultivation resources, but it was enough to replenish what the morning battles had consumed. Zhao Guanshan asked about everyone's goals for the afternoon. Li Xiaotao and Li Hai had already been eliminated, and their voices naturally carried some disappointment. Sun Chang and Wang Shuo had both reached the top 20. Sun Ba patted his son's shoulder, looking even prouder than Sun Chang himself. Sun Chang voluntarily reviewed his mistakes from the morning. He had won his first round smoothly, but nearly injured himself in the second by trying to endure everything head-on. He admitted that he had treated Diamond Body as though it could withstand any attack. Wang Shuo also said Shadow Stealth left him with few escape routes against wide-range attacks. The two soon moved from rankings to training methods. I did not rush to provide answers. I shared wilderness experience only when they asked. A meal could introduce people, but more important, it let peers judge whether they might trust one another on a future team. For Wang Shuo to reach the top 20 with the resources of an ordinary family is already impressive, Zhao Guanshan said. If a suitable elemental seed is fused with his shadow affinity, his potential will rise further. If you need investment, speak with Xiao Xiao after the tournament. Every condition will be written clearly. Wang Shuo looked at me first, then thanked him seriously without promising anything on the spot. Zhao Guanshan also asked Luo Yushi what rank she expected. She said only that she did not know. I understood that she did have a goal, but after watching my 2 morning matches, she could no longer judge the gap between us accurately. No one asked me. Zhao Guanshan probably assumed I could reach the top 3, while Sun Chang believed I would at least make the top 10. Only I knew that third place had never been the answer. After lunch, Dong Lei quietly asked why I had not warned him that so many important people would attend. Because if I told you, you might not have come. He did not deny it. The gap in status between an ordinary class teacher and several family heads would naturally make someone hesitate. But from the moment he sat down until the meal ended, Dong Lei never tried to flatter anyone. He only discussed student combat safety with Sun Ba and clarified the investment review process for Wang Shuo. I did not want to give him relationships based on currying favor. I wanted him to have several more people he could contact normally when seeking resources for students in the future. You gave me a demonic core and a secret realm admission token, and you've always fought for resources on my behalf, I said. Meeting several of Qingchuan's leaders will help when you train students later. He froze, then raised a hand and patted my shoulder. The thought is enough. Don't treat favors too simply, and don't take on obligations you shouldn't for my sake. This meal was only an introduction. No conditions changed hands. While we spoke, Luo Yushi called me from behind. She waited until the others moved away, then asked directly, "Where did your spatial ability come from? Space beasts are already rare. Cores containing teleportation are rarer still. And your cultivation speed has surpassed most SSS grade students." I could not explain the system, and Chaos Divine Lightning was even less suitable for disclosure. I deliberately interrupted her with a joke. What kind of relationship do we have that would make me tell you every trump card? If you really want to know, get a room at the Sunshine Grand Hotel with me tonight, and we can discuss it slowly. The moment the words left my mouth, I retreated 2 steps. Luo Yushi froze for an instant, then formed an icicle. Yui. The icicle did not aim at a vital point. It buried itself beside my foot. She was not truly angry because I refused to answer. She was angry because I had turned a serious question into an ambiguous joke. I teleported 30 feet away and stopped. From across the corridor, I said, "My cultivation speed comes from a personal opportunity. I can't disclose the details. The spatial ability is the same. That's all I can say." She dismissed the second icicle and replied coldly, "You could have said that in the first place." This time, I was in the wrong. I clarified the boundary before leaving and did not continue amusing myself with her reaction. I teleported away and ran toward the arena with a laugh. The icicle struck where I had just been standing and shattered across the floor. It had only been a joke intended to make her stop asking, but I understood that her observation was accurate. As my realm and abilities came to light, more and more people would suspect I carried secrets. The afternoon matches would test not only my combat strength, but how much of it I should allow the outside world to see. Before the top 20 matches began, the principal was still sitting in the front row of the stands. After returning to the venue, I checked attendance first to make sure everyone was present. Wang Shuo, Luo Yushi, and Dong Lei entered the competitors' area one after another, while Li Hai and Li Xiaodao returned to the stands. The principal's jade had not sounded an alarm. Li Qingwei also replied to my lunchtime message. Every visible piece of information was normal. Precisely because everything was normal, I did not keep my attention outside the arena for long. Once a match began, leaving without permission meant automatic defeat. If the Huang family wanted to force me into a choice, this was the most likely rule to exploit. When my name appeared on the screen, I looked toward the principal again, and his seat was empty. There were no signs of combat around it, and the city lord appeared calm. I assumed the principal had left to handle a school matter and did not dwell on it. I messaged the principal, "Do you need support?" It showed as delivered but unread. The city lord was seated on the main platform. Asking him publicly might reveal that the principal's departure concerned me, so I could only note the anomaly for the time being. The city lord's jade against my chest showed no temperature change, meaning the danger was not nearby. The distressed jade I had given Li Qingyue belonged to the principal, however, and I could not determine remotely whether she had activated it. My opponent was Lin Kong from 2nd Martial Academy. He possessed an SS grade light talent. In the first 2 rounds, he had won with speed and fundamental boxing alone, clearly preserving his abilities. "Spatial teleportation is powerful," he said after entering the arena. "But if you can't find my position, you have nowhere to teleport. Can your light talent double as a lamp at night?" The courtesy vanished from Lin Kong's face. Golden light appeared around him, rapidly forming armor, while his feet dragged after images across the ground. The referee had barely announced the start when I teleported behind him. Before my fist landed, Lin Kong became a white shadow and flashed away. His ability was not teleportation, but it could burst close to teleportation speed across a short distance. I did not pursue him. Since he had displayed that power voluntarily, his next step would certainly be blocking vision. Radiant glory. Before the light burst, Lin Kong compressed his golden armor against the surface of his skin, clearly unconcerned about his own sight. He also made the arena's edges refract repeatedly, preventing any spectator from using shadows to judge his position. He was not simply illuminating the space. He was creating a fighting environment familiar only to him. Even after I closed my eyes, I could feel the light passing through my eyelids. My vision would not recover for a short time. Lin Kong deliberately stepped in multiple directions, using footsteps and afterimages together to interfere with mental judgment. Blinding golden light exploded from the center of the arena, and the stands erupted in gasps. I closed my eyes in time, but white afterimages still filled my vision. Lin Kong's aura moved with the light and vanished from the front. "If you can't see me, how can you choose your destination?" His voice came from behind and to the side. The answer was mental power. I expanded my perception. Sound, vitality, and the vibrations of footsteps formed an outline in my mind at the same time. Lin Kong believed intense light could conceal everything. He did not know my mental realm also approached Tier 1, Level 10. Once I locked onto him, I folded space again. I did not select the point directly behind him. I first locked onto a position 6 feet to the side. As expected, Lin Kong released a blade of light behind himself in anticipation. The missed attack revealed his true center of gravity. I completed a second short-range teleport immediately and cut in from the right rear. The golden armor was sturdier than ordinary vitality protection. The first strike of Gale Fist produced only cracks. Current from the second level of Thunder Body tempering entered through them, and only then did the remaining punches shatter the entire layer. Lin Kong had just prepared to attack from behind when I appeared behind him instead. Gale Fist struck a weak point in the armor. Cracks appeared first, then the entire shell collapsed. The punching force carried him over the boundary. When he landed, the light around his body had not completely faded. As the glare diminished, the audience finally saw the result. He wins. Sitting on the safety mat, Lin Kong asked in disbelief, "How high is your mental power?" "High enough to find you with my eyes closed." I returned to the competitor's area. The city lord nodded once, clearly having recognized my use of mental perception. Publicly revealing my dual cultivation would attract more attention, but that was still safer than exposing chaos divine lightning. In the later matches, Luo Yushi entered the top 10. Wang Shua drew an SS grade strength cultivator. Wide-range shockwaves countered his shadow stealth, and his run ended in the top 20. Although disappointed, the first thing he said after leaving the arena was that I had to bring the championship back to 9th Martial Academy for him. Wang Shua's opponent stamped once every 3 seconds, and the resulting vibration covered the entire arena. Neither shadows nor obstructed vision could avoid it. Wang Shua endured until the 7th strike and tried closing the distance during the interval, but the difference in vitality kept him from pushing the opponent beyond the boundary. His legs remained numb when he left the platform. I accompanied him to the medical area first and made sure no bones were fractured before discussing rank. A top 20 finish was enough to prove his potential. The footage would also show future investors that he had not surrendered immediately against an unfavorable matchup. The top 20 is enough to earn you a solid cultivation agreement, I said. Deal with the injury first. Apart from me, all 10 remaining competitors possessed talents of SS grade or higher. The two SSS grade students, Han Li and Lu Xinran, were both still present. On paper, I was the only S grade. During the short break, the principal still had not returned. I sent another message and received no response. The unease that had begun that morning rose again. I touched the city lord's jade at my chest and remembered the other distressed jade I had given Li Qinghua. The tournament broadcast was calling the top 10 competitors to prepare. I could not be both here and outside the venue. If the principal was handling an ordinary matter, leaving would cost me the tournament mission. If it truly involved Li Qinghua, every minute of delay might become irreversible. I called her phone. It rang several times with no answer. The second call ended the same way. I was preparing to approach the city lord directly when a short reply arrived. Busy. Safe. The words resembled her usual tone, but could not prove she had written them. I sent my doubts to Dong Lei and asked him to contact the staff on duty at the school while I continued waiting for the principal's message. If the principal had left for something other than school business, then someone must have crushed his jade. Before the round of 10 began, the principal still had not replied. Dong Lei learned that Li Qinghua had left work early that day, and her destination was unknown. She had mentioned that she might handle resignation paperwork, which could explain it. But with one anomaly piled atop another, I could no longer treat them as coincidence. The city lord was presiding over the tournament, surrounded on the main platform by representatives from other schools and families. I decided that if the round ended without clear news, I would abandon the remaining ranks and leave. No system reward was important enough to exchange for her safety. I wanted to leave immediately and search, but without the location of the distressed jade, I would only waste time. The city lord had given no warning, which meant no Tier 5 cultivators were fighting in the city at least. I forced myself to remain in the competitors' area and resolved to verify everything the moment the match ended. Lu Xinran entered the first match. Her opponent specialized in mental illusions and created 3 duplicates immediately. Lu Xinran did not search for the original. She covered the surrounding area in a dark red energy, and all 3 illusions distorted at once. Then she closed the distance in one step. Her movements were completely unlike her flamboyant appearance. Within a few exchanges, she forced the opponent to surrender. I still could not identify the complete nature of her SSS grade talent. I could only confirm that it combined perception and close-range amplification. She held no fewer hidden cards than I did. She was the heir to Qingchuan's underground Lu family and the city's other SSS grade awakened student. Her attacks were clean and ruthless, breaking her opponent in only a few exchanges without revealing every ability. I could confirm only that both her vitality and mental power were powerful. I would need to fight her to judge her true talent. Then the screen displayed my name and Luo Yushi's. When she saw the result, she did not enter the arena. She raised one hand to the referee. I surrender. Under the rules, the referee confirmed a second time and asked whether an injury prevented her from fighting. Luo Yushi shook her head and said she had judged the difference and chosen to preserve her condition. The tournament allowed voluntary surrender. No one could force her to fight a battle she believed she would certainly lose merely for the audience. I knew she was not afraid. During the school final, she had dared stake all her spiritual energy on one final sword strike. Now, admitting before a larger crowd that she was temporarily inferior to me was harder than entering impulsively. The stands erupted in uproar. She had once forced me into a last-second breakthrough during the school final. Now, she refused even to fight. Many people who did not understand our recent progress could not comprehend it. "Don't you still want to beat me?" I asked. Spending my strength when I already know the gap would only satisfy the spectators. Luo Yushi met my eyes. "I'll challenge you again when I have a chance of winning." She turned and walked back to her seat. Someone in the stands shouted for a repechage, drawing laughter. Luo Yushi ignored it. I did not become proud of a victory that resembled a bye. She had made the most rational choice. The 5 who advanced were me, Han Li, Lu Xinran, Zhang Tao, and Bai Maofeng. Under the format, one of us would draw a bye, while the other 2 pairs fought for places in the final. The competitor with the bye would then choose from the defeated contestants to continue determining the final rankings. After an hour of rest, I drew Bai Maofeng. While we waited, the principal finally marked my message as read, but still did not reply. I interpreted it to mean that he was dealing with the situation and could not explain yet. If the worst had already happened, he would not have left only a red receipt. If the danger remained unresolved, I still did not know where to go. I handed my phone to Dong Lei and asked him to signal me the instant any unusual message arrived. Only then did I enter the arena with my saber. Anxiety could not increase my speed. It would only warp my judgment. I had to force my attention back onto the opponent in front of me. Bai Maofeng's SS-grade hurricane talent could condense air currents and merge them with saber energy. At the start of the match, he arranged a cyclone around himself instead of guarding only his back like the previous two opponents. I teleported close and kicked him toward the boundary. The cyclone beneath Bai Maofeng abruptly reversed, catching him like a hand and carrying him back into the arena. He rose into the air with the wind and countered with saber energy wrapped in a hurricane. He did not simply use wind to cancel the impact. Before the match began, he had already formed a stable circulation above the arena. As long as his body remained inside the airflow, the boundary was no longer the only danger that could defeat him. Teleportation could close the distance, but in midair, it was difficult to find a destination the wind would not push away. My first attack had only been a test. After confirming the flow pattern, I stopped wasting punches and kicks. I drew the Thundercleaver saber and destroyed the entire center of circulation. His response deserved credit. As long as he remained within the airflow, ordinary punches and kicks could not easily send him out. I took out the Thundercleaver saber. Gale Slash. Bai Maofeng's saber energy came toward me wrapped in wind pressure. I swung repeatedly. The 6 waves of saber energy from Major Mastery 9 Thunderclap blades stacked one after another and shattered his attack head-on. The remaining force continued pursuing him into the air. Feng Xiaodong suddenly appeared at the center of the arena and crushed the final 2 waves of saber energy in one hand. Bai Maofeng has lost the ability to defend. Yu wins. Bai Maofeng's face was pale when he landed. If he had insisted on blocking the remaining strikes, he would have suffered serious injury at minimum. The city lord intervened after judging the outcome, preserving the result while keeping the match from becoming a death battle. I first checked Bai Maofeng's condition. He did not blame the city lord. He only admitted that he had underestimated the stacking force in the latter stages of 9 Thunderclap blades. All 6 waves had weakened noticeably after shattering Gale Slash, but the final 2 still exceeded what he could withstand. I also told the referee that I would avoid using the complete 6-strike sequence in later arena matches. I could fight with everything necessary to win, but I could not treat the city lord's intervention as something guaranteed every time. I sheathed my saber and walked off the platform. Discussion in the stands had shifted from spatial teleportation to my vitality realm and saber art. Some recognized 9 Thunderclap blades. Others concluded that I had reached Tier 1, Level 9. I had concealed enough. If I wanted the championship, I could not win forever with only 1 kick or 1 punch. Han Li won the other match. He looked at me from the opposite arena, and the battle intent in his eyes was stronger than it had been that morning. My opponent in the final was decided. The principal returned to the arena before the final. I went to him immediately. A sharp blade had cut through the cuff of his right sleeve, but his aura was stable. When I asked what had happened, he said only, "She's safe," and told me to finish the tournament. Those 2 words released most of the weight that had pressed on my chest all afternoon. I still did not know who had faced danger, but I was almost certain it involved Li Qingwei. The principal refused to explain now because he feared anger would make me lose control in the final. His clothes were orderly, and there were no obvious injuries on his body, but his face looked far colder than before he left. I took 1 step toward him. He only shook his head. "Finish the match first. I have something to tell you afterward." My heart sank immediately. If he remained silent now, the situation had to be under control but connected to me. The most likely answer was Li Qingwei. In the final arena, Han Li held out a hand. "I've been waiting for this match. I hope you use your full strength." I shook it. "This is a tournament, not a death battle. Surrender if you truly can't block an attack. Going all out against someone strong is the only way to show respect." The referee retreated to a safe area and announced the start. Han Li activated his SSS-grade Earth talent and Bedrock body at the same time. Layers of stone rose from his legs and covered his entire body, turning even his skin dark brown. The arena around him bulged upward, reinforcing his defense while compressing the destinations available to my teleportation. Low walls rose at the 4 corners first, while the ground in the center moved continuously. Any obvious open position might close around me at the instant I landed. Han Li also connected both feet to the earth, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary impact to knock him out. If the match became a battle of attrition, he could continuously draw from the earth to replenish his defense, while every teleport would require me to judge safe coordinates again. The most effective method truly was deciding the battle with single target penetration before he completed his entire formation. That was the correct way to counter a space cultivator. But what I intended to break was not space. It was his defense. I drew the Thundercleaver Saber. 1 slash. If you can withstand it head-on, I'll accept defeat. Hanli was not provoked. He poured more vitality into the stone armor, and 3 earth walls rose before him in succession. Come on. I activated Void Cleaving Slash. I did not add Chaos Divine Lightning. I drove the Spatial Saber energy using only Tier 1, Level 9 vitality. Even so, the Thundercleaver Saber trembled near its limit as I swung. A black line appeared before the Saber energy, and the first earth wall split cleanly along the center. The second wall compressed inward, trying to drain the Saber energy with an ever-growing mass of stone. The void-severing force bypassed the surface thickness and cut directly through the energy connections, making the entire wall collapse from within. As the blade passed, a black line appeared briefly in the air. Enormous Saber energy crossed the arena. The first earth wall offered almost no resistance before splitting, and the second shattered immediately afterward. Hanli crossed both arms and actually prepared to receive the final strike with his stone body. You can't block that. Feng Xiaodong moved faster than the warning. He appeared before Hanli and stopped the Saber energy with one palm. The spatial cutting force exploded outside his hand, and the shockwave sent great ripples across the protective barriers on both sides. The City Lord's palm never touched the black line directly. He used Tier 5 vitality to wrap the surrounding space and deprived Void Cleaving Slash of any route to extend farther. Even so, his foot slid half a step backward. That detail silenced every high-tier martial artist in the stands. I withdrew the saber immediately and stopped supplying power. A crack already ran completely through the stone armor before Hanli. The result had been clear before the City Lord intervened. Hanli still tried to argue, but the City Lord turned and shouted, "The arena is for deciding victory, not offering your life. Your defense has already broken. If you keep trying to endure it, you'll die." The referee confirmed that Hanli could not stop the attack independently and declared me the winner. I did not mock him. Hanli's defense, domain, and fighting spirit were all powerful. What he lacked was practical experience judging differences in power. If he had evaded Void Cleaving Slash and delayed me with his Earth domain, the match would not have ended after one strike. Lu Xinran, who had drawn the bye, observed from the side for a long time. In the end, she chose not to challenge me and fought Hanli for second place instead. She won the later match, fixing the final rankings. I was first, Lu Xinran second, and Hanli third. The system notification appeared immediately. Martial High School Tournament mission complete. Reward: 1,000 talent points. Space talent upgraded to SS grade. The instant my talent upgraded, the venue's space changed from a blurry plane into a three-dimensional network. My safe destinations, once limited to roughly 100 to 200 feet, expanded outward. I could sense some open spaces even through walls, while the mental cost of short-range teleportation dropped noticeably. I did not test the limit in public. I had the system conceal the upgrade's fluctuations. Observers would attribute any change to a breakthrough during the match, which was far safer than suddenly announcing that my S-grade talent had become SS grade. It felt as though another layer of spatial perception had opened. More distant destinations became clear. Both range and stability improved, and I could even detect the spatial disturbance left behind by Void Cleaving Slash. Some people in the stands cheered for a commoner winning the championship. Representatives from various organizations prepared to approach me afterward. I did not let the crowd surround me for long. I teleported to the City Lord and Principal. I took first place, I told Feng Xiaodong. He smiled. A commoner student hasn't won first in Qingchuan City for many years. I'll arrange the cultivation slot I promised you. I looked at the principal immediately. He did not evade the subject. He led me into an empty passage, and his first sentence turned every drop of blood in my body cold. Someone tried to abduct Li Qinghua today. Where is she? Was she hurt? Award music was still playing outside the passage, but I could hear only my own heartbeat. The principal made a medic test my vitality first. Only after confirming I would not lose control did he summarize the rescue. The distressed jade had shattered midway through the tournament. He followed its signal and teleported near the spiritual plant company, arriving just as two Tier 2 martial artists dragged Li Qinghua toward an unmarked vehicle. If she had crushed the jade a few seconds later, the vehicle would have entered a spatially shielded area, and even he would have needed time to track it. My voice sounded steady to me, but my fingers had already clenched white. The principal gave the most important answer first. She's safe. I sensed the jade break and arrived before the kidnappers could leave. She has only minor scrapes and is already home. My taut nerves loosened slightly, but killing intent surged in their place. The Huang family. Both men confessed. Huang Heng and the protector beside him arranged it. The principal studied me. I know you want to storm the Huang estate now, but that would give Huang Tianba a public reason to kill you. The city lord can preserve the rules. He cannot join you in starting a private war. Can their confessions lead to arrests? I asked. They used forged identities, and the payment passed through several layers of black market accounts. Their statements point to Huang Heng, but there is no physical evidence that leads directly inside the Huang family. I tightened my grip on the saber hilt, then released it. Every time, the Huang family severed the evidence at an expendable subordinate. They crossed the line again and again precisely because they knew procedure could not reach them yet. I forced my breathing to slow. I had not forgotten what Tier 5 pressure felt like. Going to the Huang estate now would not be revenge. It would be delivering my life to the enemy. But restraint was not forgiveness. The principal asked whether I possessed a token to the Dong family's secret realm. When I nodded, he shared another piece of information. The secret realm opens in 1 week, and no one above Tier 3, Level 1 can enter. Huang Heng will be there. The Huang family will assign him a protector, but no one can exceed the realm's restriction. Tier 3, Level 1. I immediately thought of the temporary realm card in the system space. It could push my vitality to Tier 3 for 30 minutes. Combined with SS Great Space, Void Cleaving Slash, and Lightning Power, killing Huang Heng's protector might not be impossible. 30 minutes sounded sufficient, but inside the realm, I might not even find the target in time. If I used the card too early, I would be weakened when the protector appeared. If I waited too long, I might not even have time to activate it. I did not reveal the card to the principal. I asked detailed questions about the secret realm's terrain, entry process, and death records. A revenge plan had to rest on information, not the simple claim that I could fight across realms. Can people be killed inside the secret realm? Demonic beasts, dangerous terrain, and resource conflicts can all cause death. The principal did not answer directly. He only warned me with solemn emphasis, leave no witnesses. Don't force an attack without confidence. Revenge matters, but surviving matters more. I understood that he was offering an opportunity, not an order. Thank you for saving Qinghua, I said. And thank you for telling me this. When you need me to handle that future matter, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'll do everything I can. Grow strong enough to qualify for helping first. The principal patted my shoulder. You can let the school handle the organizations approaching after the tournament. Go see her. I skipped the post-awards banquet and teleported out of the arena. Along the way, I checked my phone repeatedly. Li Qinghua had sent only one message. I'm home. Don't worry. The shorter it was, the more uneasy I became. My SS grade space affinity had greatly increased my travel range, but I still did not dare teleport repeatedly through city crowds. At every safe destination, I called her. She never answered. The principal had said she was shaken and did not want to speak yet, so I could only move at the highest speed that would not endanger pedestrians. A school security vehicle was parked outside the apartment complex, and 2 staff members guarded the building. Only when I saw them did I truly believe the danger had ended instead of suspecting that the Huang family was using her phone to lure me home. After I knocked, several seconds passed before a cautious question came from inside. Who is it? It's me. The door opened immediately. Li Qinghua stood inside with a faint red mark around one wrist. When she saw me, the calm she had forced herself to maintain finally dissolved, and her eyes quickly reddened. I first confirmed she had no other injuries, then checked the windows, doors, and hallway before sitting beside her. Did they say anything to you? Li Qinghua said they had continuously threatened her with my safety and claimed they would not hurt me if she cooperated. She did not believe them, nor did she try to fight 2 Tier 2 martial artists head-on. After they dragged her around the corner of the company and out of ordinary people's sight, she crushed the jade. That choice saved her. If she had triggered it too early in the lobby, the kidnappers might have attacked the people around her immediately. A few seconds later, and she would have entered the vehicle. She had not waited passively to be rescued. Despite extreme fear, she had still judged the right moment to call for help. They only told me to go with them. After I crushed the jade, that older gentleman came very quickly. She gripped my sleeve. Xiaoyi, have you been hiding all of this from me? I no longer dismissed everything as ordinary competition conflict. I told her what I could. Huang Heng sending assassins, Huang Tianba invading the school, and the city lord's temporary protection. I concealed only the system and my plan for revenge inside the secret realm. I'm sorry. I looked at the red mark on her wrist. I brought the danger to you. She made me look at her and asked whether, if I had been abducted today, she should distance herself from me because she was a burden. I could not answer. The danger came from the Huang family's malice. Neither victim should carry the other's guilt. What I could do was acknowledge the holes in my protection and correct our routes and communication methods. I could not offer one apology and continue hiding every plan. Don't say that. She shook her head. If you hadn't given me the jade, today would have been truly dangerous. You aren't a burden to me, and I don't want to be one to you. She said she planned to quit her job, remain temporarily in an area the principal could protect, and begin cultivating. At the very least, she wanted to learn how to call for help and escape when danger arrived. You already did very well. I left a new communicator and several recovery potions with her. Don't go out alone for the next week. I'm entering a secret realm, and the principal will arrange protection here. Li Qinghua could tell I was holding something back. In the end, she asked only, will you come back? I will. I held her hand and added another promise silently in my heart. Huang Heng had crossed the line twice. The day the Dong family's secret realm opened would be the day I settled our account. After the tournament ended, I canceled every arrangement for the coming week. The city lord's residence had scheduled a championship interview, and several organizations sent meeting requests through the school. I postponed everything until after the secret realm and kept only 2 commitments: collecting my rewards and submitting security information. The Huang family had just targeted Li Qinghua. Appearing at a public banquet now would only tell more people whom I cared about and where I often went. The principal opened a training room inside the school for my use and arranged rotating staff to monitor the apartment complex. I did not immediately make Li Qinghua move on a campus. An unfamiliar, enclosed residence was not necessarily safer than a familiar neighborhood. First, we changed the locks and checked the hallway cameras. Then we began varying our daily arrival and departure times. Both cultivation paths were close to Tier 1, Level 10, but a clear threshold still stood between me and Tier 2. A temporary realm card could push my vitality to Tier 3 for 30 minutes, but it could not replace my own strength. The secret realm held more than Huang Heng and his protector. Other families, demonic beasts, and unknown dangers waited inside. One wrong judgment might keep me from returning. I rewrote the conditions for using the realm card as 3 rules. I encountered a Tier 3 protector and could not retreat. I found Huang Heng without unrelated witnesses nearby, and the fight could end within 20 minutes, reserving 10 minutes to withdraw. If even one condition was unmet, I would abandon revenge. That was not cowardice. Huang Heng had proven that he would cross the line repeatedly, and I had to kill him. But if I remained in the secret realm after taking his life, Li Qinghua would lose her final support against the Huang family. I set a minimum objective. Before departure, both vitality and mental power had to reach Tier 1, Level 10. I still held 1,200 talent points in the system. The number looked substantial, but it would vanish quickly when exchanged for high-rank abilities. I stopped making impulsive purchases and prepared to preserve it for emergencies inside the secret realm. The shop refreshed with several recovery items and map talismans that day. I spent only a small number of points on one water purification talisman. System items were most valuable not as replacements for ordinary real-world supplies, but as tools that could fill a gap when a secret realm cut off water, introduced poison, or severed spatial contact. I divided the remaining points into 2 budgets. 1,000 could not be spent in advance under any circumstances, while 200 could purchase temporary low-tier supplies. With a clear budget, the system shop could no longer pull my plan off course every time it refreshed. That evening, I stood by the window and inspected the area below. Suddenly, I saw a familiar white shape on a tree branch. The talking ragdoll cat had returned. It lay on the same thin branch as last time, but several silver leaves that did not belong anywhere in Qingchuan clung to its fur. The remaining spatial fluctuation was very faint, as though it had just traveled from somewhere far away. I did not approach immediately. First, I made sure no bureau officers were tracking it nearby. Little Peach voluntarily swished her tail when she saw me. At least that meant she remembered the cake and had not interpreted my earlier questions as hostility. I teleported beneath the tree, and system inspection displayed her information immediately. Tier 2, Level 7, species still a string of question marks. In only half a month, her realm had risen by another 2 levels. Little Peach, I called tentatively. The white cat opened blue eyes and wagged her tail happily. Meow. It is I, the princess. You still remember me. Interesting human. You took the cake and disappeared. I thought scamming people out of food was your specialty. I am simply not proficient enough at spatial travel. I landed somewhere unfamiliar, she said with complete confidence. And then I got lost. How far away was this unfamiliar place? I don't know. It had glowing trees and fruit that tasted terrible. I submitted a photograph of the silver leaves to system inspection and received only insufficient access. Her journey might have crossed hundreds of miles, or she might have entered a small space connected to Blue Star. Little Peach could not accurately control her own destination. Her escape ability was powerful, but I could not count on her returning reliably. A Tier 2 space beast getting lost because her ability chose the wrong destination sounded absurd, but it explained why she had disappeared for so long. She quickly returned to the subject she truly cared about and asked whether I had any more cake. I suggested that she live with me, and she immediately rejected the word pet. I changed the terms. We would sign no master-servant contract, and she could leave freely. I would show her the human world and provide food. She would help when something lay within her ability. Helping does not include attacking people merely because I dislike them, I added. It also does not include staying locked inside my home. If you want to leave, just tell me first. Little Peach asked whether I would hand her over to the Bureau. I answered honestly that if the city's injuries involved her, the Bureau had the right to investigate. But until I confirmed that she had done more than defend herself, I would not capture her for anyone. Rules did not exist only to make her obey. They also prevented humans from claiming her at will. She considered it for a long time and added one condition: no one could touch her tail. I agreed to include it in our verbal arrangement. After a long and serious deliberation, Little Peach finally raised her head. This princess will accept your invitation temporarily. To honor my side of the deal, I spent 200 talent points in the shop on 2 pieces of special cake. Her eyes lit up after the first bite, and she said even her cultivation bottleneck had loosened slightly. System food was clearly more than an ordinary dessert, which explained the price. I let her eat only half a piece at first and observed whether her vitality changed abnormally. Little Peach protested that I was deliberately withholding food, but inspection showed that her spatial energy was indeed rising slowly. A 3-month-old beast could also injure herself by consuming too much special energy at once. Only after half an hour passed without a problem did I give her the remainder. She insisted that a princess needed no one to look after her, yet after finishing, she pushed the second piece back toward my hand and said it could wait until tomorrow. You can't eat this every day, I said. Talent points are not a food allowance. Stingy. I brought her home and cooked braised fish with several ordinary dishes to see whether normal food could satisfy her. Little Peach smelled it, jumped onto the table, and ate every bite. Her realm did not change, but at least she did not need system food to survive. I also tested several ordinary snacks and recorded which ingredients she could and could not eat. Seasonings unsafe for an ordinary cat might still be dangerous to a Tier 2 beast. Little Peach complained that I was turning a meal into an experiment, but ultimately cooperated because every test ended with a small piece of fish. The first time she watched television, she tried spatially traveling toward a bird on the screen and nearly struck her head against the wall. Once she confirmed the image was not a living creature, she circled the television twice and solemnly added, "Moving fake window," to her knowledge of human civilization. After dinner, she quickly claimed the softest place on the couch and fell asleep. I watched this space beast of unknown origin without letting her cute appearance erase my caution. She could travel through the city's defenses and beneath the Bureau's gaze at will. The secret behind her might be no smaller than the one behind my system. Still, the secret realm permitted realms up to Tier 3, Level 1. Little Peach qualified and excelled at spatial travel. If both sides agreed to cooperate, she could become a critical escape card. I did not immediately decide to bring her. Little Peach could travel through space, but she also became lost. Her Tier 2, Level 7 realm was higher than mine, but below the secret realm's maximum. Bringing her might improve our chance of escape, or make her prey to someone who coveted a space beast. First, I asked Dong Lei whether contracted beasts could enter the realm. He said the rules limited only total realm and numbers and did not require a master-servant contract, but the Dong family would inspect any beast before entry. Little Peach's origin might be exposed during that examination, another risk requiring her consent. Before any of that, Li Qingwen needed to learn that a talking princess had moved into the family. Li Qingwen slept for most of the day after the shock. I prepared dinner and carried it over, knocking and waiting for her answer before entering. She had secured the door chain and released it only after hearing my voice. The calming medicine left by the principal sat on the coffee table. Beside it was a sheet of paper filled with times and details. Afraid she would forget the kidnapping after sleeping, she had voluntarily recorded both men's appearances, speaking habits, and the vehicle's direction for submission to the authorities. Doing so was more painful than endlessly remembering, and more powerful than simply saying, "I'm fine." I photographed it as a backup, placed the paper in a document envelope, and promised that school staff would submit it on her behalf. She would not need to face another interview. Her mental state had improved after waking, and the red mark on her wrist was fading. Seeing the food on the table, she looked surprised. "I've always been the one cooking. When did it become your turn to take care of me?" "When you needed to rest." We ate quietly for a while. She asked about the secret realm. I did not promise absolute safety. I explained the preparations I could reveal. The city lord would send me to Lishan City. The Dong family's secret realm permitted only Tier 3, Level 1 and below. I possessed escape abilities, and the principal would remain in Qingchuan to protect her. "Are you going for resources or for Huangheng?" she asked directly. I stopped moving my chopsticks. Continuing to conceal, it would only make her assemble a more frightening answer from fragments. I admitted that Huangheng would also enter the realm and that we might fight. I did not say I intended to kill him. "What if you can avoid him?" "I'll make returning my first priority," I said. "But he has already tried to take both our lives twice. I won't pretend nothing happened either." She did not ask me to forgive him. She only told me not to value revenge more than staying alive. "There will definitely be danger," I said. "But I won't trade my life for resources, and I won't let hatred destroy my judgment." She knew I would not abandon the opportunity. She required only that I report my safety every day whenever communication was available. If the realm blocked signals, my first action after leaving had to be calling her. The sound of claws scratching at the door suddenly came from the entrance. Little Peach had woken and followed the smell of dinner. She leaped lightly onto a chair. She had no concept of knocking and first tried to travel through the wall. I stopped her in time and explained that spatial travel inside a human residence required the owner's permission. Otherwise, it would be treated as an intrusion. Little Peach did not understand how one wall could represent a boundary, so I compared it with her rule forbidding people from touching her tail. Both mean that if the other person says no, then it is forbidden, more or less. Only then did she reluctantly learn to scratch at a door, though it sounded more like demolition than ordinary knocking. Li Qingwen instinctively extended a hand. "What a beautiful cat. Come here, kitty." Little Peach retreated half a step and immediately hid her tail on the far side of her body. I first reminded Li Qingwen not to touch without permission, then explained to Little Peach that kitty was a common human term, not an insult to a princess. Human and cat observed each other across the table. A piece of fish containing no special energy finally broke the deadlock. Li Qingwen did not force the cat into her arms. She only pushed the plate closer. Little Peach stopped holding an attacking posture. "Who are you to address this princess in such a way?" Li Qingyue's hand stopped in midair, and she stared at me in disbelief. "Her name is Little Peach. She's a Tier 2 space beast, and she can talk." I quickly explained how we had met. "She's staying with me temporarily and doesn't intend to hurt anyone." Little Peach approved of the word temporarily. She approached the edge of the table, sniffed, and complained that I had eaten without her. I gave her the remaining fish, and she stopped objecting to the nickname. After she finished, I asked about the recent cases in the city involving a suspected beast. Little Peach admitted that people had tried to capture her by force because she looked rare. She had only used spatial power to push them away and had killed no one. One used a net, and another carried a stick that shocked this princess. She raised one front paw. A faint wound remained beside the pad. I sent them into the garbage. The claw-like wounds in the victim's photographs probably came from falls and spatial compression rather than active hunting. I did not therefore decide she carried no responsibility. I asked her to control her power whenever possible before leaving and save the Bureau's public assistance number in a communication tag she could activate. If someone genuinely tried to kill her, there was nothing wrong with self-defense. If a child merely reached out by mistake, she could not retaliate casually with Tier 2 power. Ability and intent both had to be distinguished. "Don't attack casually inside the city," I said. "If someone truly tries to catch you, leave first or contact me. The Bureau won't ignore you forever just because you look like a house cat." She agreed reluctantly. I also asked where she came from and whether her parents would search for her. Little Peach would say only that she had run away secretly and could not reveal the exact location to a human. When I asked her father's realm, she thought for a long time and gave an answer that made me wonder if I had misheard. "By the classifications you humans use, probably Tier 10. I made her confirm it again. Little Peach did not understand human vitality numbers. She only remembered her father once speaking with a Tier 10 human at the border, and their auras had been similar. The estimate might be imperfect, but it was unlikely to be off by only 1 or 2 tiers. If a Tier 10 beast were hostile to humanity, it would never allow its cub to wander alone through a city. If she came from a region that maintained contact with humans, then forces entirely beyond my knowledge stood behind her. Either way, she was no rare pet that someone could casually bind with a contract. Tier 10. The strongest people I had seen, Huang Tianba and the City Lord, existed only at Tier 5. I could not even conceptualize Tier 10 accurately. The system had previously mentioned powers and disasters beyond Blue Star. Little Peach's father might already stand among the foremost beings on the planet. No wonder she had been born capable of communication and could use spatial travel at Tier 2. If your parents find you, will they tear down Qingchuan City? Little Peach thought seriously. Mother will get angry first. Father will ask whether I've eaten. The answer sounded like an ordinary family, but it made me even more cautious. I had her record a video on the communication tag stating that she followed voluntarily and that I had not imprisoned, coerced, or contracted her. If her parents appeared, I could at least prove our relationship immediately. I also told her clearly that the secret realm inspection might report information to the Dong family. She could wait until the final day to decide. Eating cake did not place her in my debt for a dangerous expedition. This princess was never captured. She licked one paw. And ordinary people can't find me anyway. I could not judge whether that confidence was reliable. I could only decide never to restrict her freedom and never treat her as a beast that could be traded. If her Tier 10 father truly came, I could explain with a clear conscience that I had never forced her. After hearing everything, Li Qinghua spoke seriously to Little Peach. You can stay if you want, and you can go home whenever you wish. He will still give you every meal he promised. Little Peach watched her for several seconds, then lightly touched her hand with her tail. You are not a bad human. For the first time after a day of tension, that sentence brought laughter into the room. Li Qinghua prepared a soft cushion for Little Peach. The cat insisted on sleeping along the back of the couch because it felt more like a branch. Before bed, Little Peach used spatial power to place a fallen blanket over Li Qinghua's knees. The movement was clumsy, but it was clearly an answer to the plate of fish. Her Tier 10 background, spatial bloodline, and unknown origin remained dangerous. But in that moment, she was only a 3-month-old cub who had just learned human boundaries and was trying to express kindness. After eating her fill, Little Peach returned to my home to sleep. Li Qinghua watched her leave and asked whether I intended to take her into the secret realm. Her concern was not that Little Peach would burden me. She worried that bringing a uniquely mysterious cub into a family's private realm might create greater trouble. I admitted the risk. If the Dong family tried to detain Little Peach, I currently lacked even the strength to negotiate with them. Before entering, we therefore had to confirm the scope of inspection, the rights of accompanying beasts, and the exit rules. If the Dong family required a forced contract or could not guarantee she would be free to leave, we would cancel the plan. I haven't decided yet, I said. Her spatial travel is suited for escape, but her origin is too unusual. If we encounter real danger, I can't assume she'll risk her life for me. If she could not enter the secret realm, I would let her remain at home with Li Qinghua. If she entered, we had to establish boundaries for our actions in advance. Cooperation did not mean treating another life as an expendable resource. Remaining at home would not make her a guard either. Little Peach could take Li Qinghua away during danger, but she could not attack merely because someone approached. Their agreed safe destination was the entrance to 9th Martial Academy, not the area below the apartment that the Huang family might monitor. I made them practice once. Little Peach could carry a human through space, but the error in her destination was larger than when she traveled alone. The first attempt took them directly into the empty apartment next door. After confirming that limitation, we restricted emergency travel to short distances inside the complex and abandoned any fantasy that she could reliably perform a cross-city rescue. Over the next several days, I received no further public messages from the Huang family. The authorities did not arrest Huang Heng over the abduction either. The statements of 2 kidnappers and an interrupted chain of evidence were clearly insufficient to shake one of Qingchuan's leading families. Instead, several unfamiliar faces appeared near the school. They never entered the restricted zone or followed directly. They only lingered at intersections Li Qinghua or I might pass. City guards checked their documents and found no illegal items, so at most they could order the people to leave. The Huang family had learned to stop every step at the edge of the rules. Public silence did not mean surrender. They had simply stopped giving the principal obvious violations to seize. That calm was even more dangerous. Huang Heng's assassination and abduction attempts had both failed, and Huang Tianba had personally watched me win the city championship. Unless they were fools, They would understand that killing me would only grow harder with time. I had to leave the city before the martial arts examination, and everyone knew my schedule for the Dong family's secret realm in advance. I wrote every possibility on paper: an ambush on the way to Lishan City, an attack at the secret realm entrance, an assault by a protector after entry, or chaos created through another organization or the heretic cult. I wrote a response beside each. The city lord would escort us on the road, and I would not leave the vehicle alone. At the entrance, I would remain within the Dong family's security zone. Inside, I would confirm the terrain and Little Peach's position before looking for Huang Hong. If signs of the heretic cult appeared, I would drop revenge to the lowest priority and seek a large group. Missing information remained the greatest danger. The secret realm teleportation might scatter everyone randomly, and the map showed only the terrain from its previous opening. I knew neither the identity of Huang Heng's protector nor the person's specific talent and martial skills. The first two scenarios were relatively safe because of the city lord's escort. The Dong family would maintain order at the entrance, making a public attack difficult. The interior of the secret realm was the place best suited to the Huang family. That aligned perfectly with my own plan. Once I realized this, I crossed out the route labeled "Actively Search for Huang Hong." Both sides expected a decisive battle inside the realm. Whoever revealed their intention first was more likely to enter a position arranged by the other. My priority would be gathering resources and observing the participants while making Huang Hong believe I was avoiding him. Only after I understood his protector's abilities and the witnesses nearby would the realm card reach its greatest value. I did not tell Li Qingwei the details of my revenge. I only agreed with the principal to confirm her safety once each day. He assigned people to watch the apartment complex and her travel routes discreetly and promised to monitor her personally while I remained in the realm. I still kept the city lord's jade against my body, though no one could guarantee it would work across cities or inside a secret realm. The principal also gave me an ordinary recording crystal capable of storing footage offline inside the realm. It could preserve evidence if the Huang family attacked first, but if I died, it might also expose my trump cards. I disabled automatic upload and allowed only manually selected clips to be preserved. There was no perfect balance between evidence and secrecy. The safest method remained avoiding chaos divine lightning before unrelated witnesses. But if survival forced me to choose, staying alive came first. When Little Peach awoke, I explained the secret realm rules to her. There are beasts, spiritual medicines, and possibly space resources inside. Would you like to go together? If we encounter an enemy beyond our ability, we'll retreat first. You don't have to block attacks for me, and I won't force you to fight. I read the Dong family's rules one by one. The inspection would confirm only realm and voluntary participation. No forced contract was required. If inspectors discovered bloodline power beyond what the realm could bear, the Dong family had the right to refuse entry, but not to detain her. Little Peach cared most about whether she could freely eat demonic beasts inside. I explained that unverified flesh might contain poison and that inspection had to examine all food first. Although unhappy, she agreed to replace "eat on sight" with "ask before eating." "Will there be anything delicious?" she asked. "Resources can be exchanged for money, and money buys delicious things. Then this princess will go." We agreed that if space scattered us, each would seek a safe area. If we could not reunite, we would wait for the realm to close. She could use spatial travel to save me, but the choice to act was hers. I also packed ordinary dried fish and drinking water so she would not run away at a critical moment in search of food. We created 3 signals. 1 short spatial fluctuation meant safe, 2 meant resources had been found, and 3 in succession meant retreat immediately. Little Peach could not use a human communicator, but at least within perception range, she could communicate intent this way. I tied a lightweight locator tag beside her neck. It did not restrict spatial power and could show direction at ordinary distances. She first complained that its color did not suit a princess. Only after Li Qingwei sewed a small blue stone onto it did she accept. Even after all those preparations, the Huang family remained silent. I did not know what they were discussing or whether Huang Hong remained in the hospital, but I knew neither side would allow the calm to last much longer. Only 1 day remained in the week-long countdown. The Huang family did not reappear, and every stranger on the school's security footage vanished the night before. The withdrawal looked more like outside personnel being recalled before an operation. The principal confirmed that Huang Hong had completed his secret realm permit, but the Huang family kept his protector's information confidential. The record showed only that the person did not exceed Tier 3, Level 1. Being unable to see the opponent's plan did not allow me to invent an answer for the narrative. I possessed only those traces and one clear judgment. Someone inside the realm was waiting for me. For the final week, I devoted most of my time to training and family. Every morning, I completed the foundational cycles of both arts first. I spent the rest of the morning helping Li Qinghua sort out her living arrangements and security, practiced controlling my strength in the school training room during the afternoon, and absorbed pills at night. My space ability had advanced rapidly after the tournament, but my body still wasn't accustomed to the new landing distances. I had to reduce that margin of error before entering the secret realm. Little Peach joined the training too. She randomly teleported softballs to different places around the room, while I relied solely on spatial awareness to judge their locations and teleport over to catch them. I knocked over the training racks 3 times during the first 2 days. By the 5th, I could change direction repeatedly without seeing my destination. During the day, I accompanied Li Qinghua as she handled her leave from work and stocked up on daily necessities. I also took her and Little Peach on several walks through busy, well-guarded parts of the city. At night, I took vitality pills and spirit fluid while circulating the Thunder Body Tempering Art and Thunder Meditation Art. The city's lightning element wasn't as concentrated as it was during a thunderstorm, but the environment was safe and stable. Li Qinghua didn't resign from all her work immediately. Instead, she negotiated an unpaid leave of absence with her company, leaving open the possibility of returning in the future. The kidnapping shouldn't get to decide her career forever. She moved her everyday belongings into temporary housing closer to the school, but kept her old residence as well, so she wouldn't establish a fixed travel pattern. Little Peach was thrilled to tour the city, but she stayed inside the backpack or on my shoulder the whole time to keep anyone from identifying her as a space-type demonic beast. Whenever we passed a cake shop, she would make a great show of turning her head the other way. Once we'd gone far enough, she would remind me that the princess didn't see anything just now. On the 7th night, both bottlenecks loosened in succession. My vitality broke through first, beginning with my heart. Lightning flowed through my bloodstream and into my limbs. The power I had accumulated with pills over the past several days seemed to compress all over again, while my muscles and bones gave off faint tremors in unison. I didn't challenge the mental power bottleneck right away. I spent half an hour confirming that my body was stable first. Then I circulated the meditation art, and the edges of my mental sea expanded outward. My SS rank space affinity brought the surrounding coordinates into my awareness along with it, making the location of every object in the room clearer than before. Both paths reached level 10 one after the other, without any sign of an unstable foundation. Vitality, 14,569. Tier 1, level 10. Mental power, 15,049. Tier 1, level 10. Tier 2, level 1 required a base value of 20,000, along with bone tempering and a mental transformation. Ordinary pills alone couldn't carry me across that gap in the short term, but reaching level 10 in both paths had already improved my control over space again. The 9 Thunderclap Blades and Void Cleaving Slash could also withstand a greater infusion of power. I tried directing my vitality into my bones and immediately encountered obvious resistance. The system advised using the Grade 4 Glazed Essence and Dragon Blood Elixir I'd purchased earlier to assist with Tier 2 bone tempering, but I would need a safe environment and at least several days to recover. Rushing a breakthrough before the secret realm would turn my strongest condition into a period of weakness. I stopped trying to advance and kept both resources sealed away. Being capable of a breakthrough didn't mean I had to break through now. Choosing the right moment was part of strength too. 7 days of daily missions, combined with what remained of my tournament rewards, brought my talent points back up to 2,400. I made another list of the trump cards available to me. 1 temporary Tier 3 Vitality Realm card, lasting 30 minutes. 1 vial of Grade 3 Dragon Blood Elixir, usable only after reaching Tier 2. My SS rank space affinity, Chaos Divine Lightning. The City Lord's Jade Token, and Little Peach's Spatial Traversal. I wrote the cost after every trump card. The Realm card left me weakened when it expired. Void Cleaving Slash consumed tremendous energy. Chaos Divine Lightning would expose my affinity. The City Lord's Jade might not work inside the secret realm. And Little Peach wasn't a tool obligated to obey my commands. Once I wrote it all down, the false sense of security created by having so many trump cards vanished at once. My truly reliable abilities were still my own dual level 10 cultivation, saber techniques, and combat experience. They wouldn't disappear after one use, nor did they require anyone else to shoulder the risk for me. Having many trump cards didn't mean I could deal with every enemy at once. Inside the secret realm, the Han family, the Lu family, and the other factions would all bring Tier 3 guardians. I had only one realm card, and it lasted just half an hour. I had to save it for a battle I truly couldn't avoid. The principal called that evening to confirm I was ready. He first made me repeat my 3 conditions for retreat. Only after confirming that revenge hadn't clouded my judgment did he tell me who else would be going. Besides me, Qingchuan City's group included Han Li, Lu Xinran, and several students from major families. Each participant could bring at most one guardian no higher than Tier 3, Level 1. The city lord would only escort us to the entrance and would not enter the secret realm. Before it opened, the Dong family would inspect everyone's true cultivation realm. Anyone above Tier 3, Level 1 couldn't pass through the spatial gate. If they caught an expert suppressing their realm, both Lishan City and the Dong family would hold them accountable. That kept Huang Tianba himself from entering, but it didn't rule out the Huang family preparing some special item. Be at the school before 11 tomorrow morning. The city lord will personally take you to Lishan City, he said. The Han family and Lu Xinran will be participating as well. If you encounter a danger you can't handle, you can move closer to them first. You didn't make enemies of them during the tournament. At the very least, they won't attack you without reason. What about Li Qinghua? The principal explained the guard arrangements outside her temporary housing. The old jade token had shattered during the kidnapping, so the school had issued a replacement. He had also linked the new token to the school's alarm system. Even if he was away for a short time, the teachers on duty would activate the defensive array first. I called Li Qinghua afterward and verified the same arrangements with her. A security plan couldn't be confirmed solely through the protector. The person being protected needed to know every step too. I'll keep an eye on her. If she wants to go out, someone from the school will accompany her. After ending the call, I didn't keep training. Pushing my body too hard would only leave me in worse condition tomorrow. I packed the Thundercleaver saber, recovery medicine, food, and communication equipment, then checked whether the realm card would activate the instant I willed it to. Someone knocked on the door. Li Qinghua called me over for dinner. I put away the paper covered in risks and left my emotions in the hallway before going in. Our last dinner together didn't need a repeated rehearsal of all the ways I might die. She had made the dishes I'd eaten most often as a child. Little Peach got a plate of unseasoned fish too. We talked about the weather in Lishan City, how many days the secret realm might last, and whether we should get a bigger dining table after I came back. Making the future concrete didn't mean ignoring the danger. It gave me a specific point in time I had to reach. We didn't keep discussing the danger over dinner. She asked how many changes of clothes I'd packed, while Little Peach buried her head in her fish as though tomorrow were just an ordinary trip. After dinner, Li Qinghua tied an old red cord around my wrist. It was a charm she'd obtained to keep me safe when I was sick as a child. It had never held any spiritual power, but she had kept it all these years. The cord had a knot where it had once snapped, and its color had faded nearly white. After the original Yu Yi's parents sacrificed themselves when he was 12, it had hung by his bed. When he was in the car accident at 15, Li Qinghua put it in his pocket again. To the system, it had no attributes. To me, it connected me to the years this body had truly lived through. I tucked the red cord beneath my wrist guard so it wouldn't snag and break in a fight, and so it rested against my pulse. Keep the useful jade with you, she said. This is only here to remind you that someone at home is waiting. I didn't call it superstition, and I didn't take it off. Only one night remained before the secret realm opened. I closed the store without searching for some possibly better item. I checked my equipment twice and brought my body to its peak. Staying up late would only impair my judgment tomorrow. The final message before I went to sleep came from the city lord's estate. The vehicle would arrive at the school at 9:30, and we would reach the inner city passage before 11. The journey had finally changed from a plan into a specific time. The next morning, I woke before my alarm. Daylight was just beginning to filter through the window, and the city hadn't fully awakened. I sat beside the bed for a minute, confirming that my vitality, mental power, and spatial awareness were all stable. I hadn't had nightmares or lost sleep to pre-departure anxiety. My physical condition was better than expected. After washing up, I laid out all my equipment again in the order I would use it. The outer compartment of my physical backpack held water, food, a first aid kit, and recording crystals. The system space held my realm card, dragon blood elixir, and backup recovery supplies. The Thundercleaver saber, City Lord's jade token, and water purification talismans were positioned where I could reach them without opening the backpack. This wasn't a third pointless inspection. The first two had confirmed whether everything was there. The last one confirmed whether I could reach it while injured or in the dark. I rehearsed the process once with my eyes closed before fastening the backpack. There were still ingredients in the kitchen from the night before. I made a simple breakfast and ate with Li Qinghua. She hid her worry well, only checking my communicator and medicine one more time when I stood to leave. She hadn't cooked a huge farewell meal, just easily digested rice porridge and eggs. Teleporting into the secret realm could cause dizziness, and anything too greasy would only affect my condition. She had always handled details like these for me before. Now I could explain what I needed on my own as well. A list of contacts lay beside the dining table. She had labeled the principal, Dong Lei, the city lord's duty office, and Zhao Xiaoxiao separately. Calling me was no longer her only response to trouble. Even if she lost contact with me, she could call for help independently. If you can get a signal, tell me you're safe. If you can't, protect yourself first, she said. I'll be waiting at home. Okay. When I returned to my place, Little Peach was still sprawled across the couch. I called her twice before she lazily opened her eyes and complained that I disturbed the princess's rest. She had agreed to sleep on the cushion we'd prepared last night, yet she had woken up occupying the back of the couch anyway. Her tail covered the blue locator tag around her neck. I checked that the tag wasn't pinching her fur, then explained the Dong family's inspection and the possibility that she might be refused entry one final time. If they won't let you in, come back and find Li Qinghua. This princess knows. She yawned. You've said it 5 times already. The repetition didn't change her mind, but it did let me confirm she hadn't been temporarily lured into coming by the smell of breakfast. I'm asking one last time. I set the backpack on the table. Are you coming to the secret realm with me, or staying here? I'm coming, of course. She sprang lightly onto my shoulder. This princess never goes back on her word. I prepared several more portions of cooked food for her. Halfway through, the system suddenly chimed. I divided Little Peach's food into ordinary dried fish and 2 vacuum-sealed servings of cooked fish, marking each with a time. She had wanted me to redeem another system cake, but I refused to spend talent points on snacks for the road. I only promised her one after we returned safely. Then it's a deal. She held out one paw. I gently tapped it with my knuckles. I didn't touch her tail, and I didn't frame the promise as a reward for protecting me. The cake was for coming home safe, not payment for risking her life on my behalf. Milestone training mission complete. Reach Tier 1, level 10 in both vitality and mental power. Reward, 2,000 talent points. I checked the mission description and confirmed that the reward came from reaching Tier 1, level 10 in both cultivation paths, not because I was about to enter the secret realm. The system didn't foresee danger and hand out consolation prizes. 4,400 points were merely spendable resources. They couldn't automatically turn into the right decision. Today's 90% off section contained a Tier 2 toxin purification talisman and a pouch of spatial stabilizing powder. I spent 100 points on the talisman, leaving 4,300. The powder would interfere with Little Peach's abilities and mine, making it unsuitable to carry. A bargain didn't mean I had to buy it. My talent point total now stood at 4,400. The reward had arrived at the perfect time, but that didn't mean I should spend it carelessly before setting out. The system store refreshed every day. It was better to wait until I understood the secret realm's environment and my enemy's methods before deciding what I truly needed. Feng Xiaodong called soon afterward. I could hear vehicles and city guard dispatches in the background. Besides escorting the participants, he needed to hand over the travel documents between Qingchuan City and Lishan City. If the Huang family tried anything on the road, it would amount to openly attacking the city lord's convoy, a far greater risk than acting inside the secret realm. The city lord warned me not to change the route on my own, and not to get out and provoke the Huang family if I saw their vehicles. Once we reached the entrance, all disputes would be left to the Dong family and Lishan City. Be at the 9th Martial Academy before 11. I've arranged intercity transportation, and the Dong family's entry slot and identification documents are ready. I'm leaving now. Yue, he said, pausing just before ending the call. You're the top student in Qingchuan City's class this year. You don't have to prove everything through a single secret realm. You can always find more resources. You only have one life. I promised him I understood and put away my phone. Before leaving, I checked everything one last time. The Thundercleaver saber was secured in its scabbard. The City Lord's Jade token was tucked against my body. The Tier 3 realm card could be activated instantly. The recovery medicine was in the easiest place to reach. Little Peach folded most of her body into the backpack, leaving only a pair of blue eyes visible. She hadn't actually shrunk. She was using space to hide most of her body inside a folded pocket, and her full weight still pressed against the shoulder straps. The skill was useful for concealment, but it continuously drained mental power. I told her to ride normally on my shoulder until we reached the school, so she wouldn't waste strength before we'd even entered the secret realm. The hallway camera showed no strangers, and a school security vehicle was already waiting outside. Dong Lei sat in the front passenger seat himself, making it clear that the principal had no intention of letting me travel the final stretch alone. Li Qinghua stood in the doorway without following me outside. The shorter the farewell, the less chance anyone had to notice our relationship. We didn't hug for long or say anything that might make either of us lose control. She smoothed the shoulder strap, checked that the red cord was hidden, then took a deliberate step back. "Don't keep thinking about us waiting for you if it interferes with your judgment," she said. "Hide when you should. Give up when you should. Once you're back alive, you can deal with the Huang family at your own pace." That sounded more like a genuine farewell than any command that I had to win. I nodded and placed her words alongside the conditions for retreat I'd written down. "I'm going. Come home safe." As the elevator doors closed, I saw that the principal's emergency jade token was still tied around her wrist. The red cord rested against mine, swaying gently with each breath. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Little Peach poked her head out of the backpack and sent a faint spatial ripple toward the upper floor. Li Qinghua's response signal immediately appeared on the communication tag. They had learned to confirm each other's safety while I was away. Once I was in the vehicle, Dong Lei didn't ask who I planned to kill. He simply handed me the newest map of the Dong family's secret realm. It marked the entrance, 3 known safe camps, 2 zones of spatial turbulence, and the location where a Tier 3 demonic beast had appeared last time. I pushed my revenge plans to the final page for now and began by studying how to explore the place and stay alive. The Huang family, Tier 3 guardians, and the unknown resources within the Dong family's secret realm all waited ahead. I wouldn't let revenge make me forget the road home, nor would I let anyone who crossed the line walk away unscathed again. Before 11, I would depart from the 9th Martial Academy and head for Lishan City. The convoy drove out of the residential complex, and the city walls gradually came into view ahead. There was no Huang family ambush along the way, no attack by the heretic cult. Everything was as peaceful as an ordinary inner-city assignment. I didn't lower my guard simply because the journey had been safe, nor did I treat every passing vehicle as an enemy. The real battlefield lay inside the secret realm. There would be no school referee, no city lord ready to stop my void-cleaving slash, and no Li Qinghua waiting for my knock in the middle of a thunderstorm. My advantages were space, chaos, divine lightning, and preparation. My weaknesses were my cultivation realm, my limited intelligence, and a temporary card I could use only once. I kept every one of those facts in mind without adding the words certain victory. As the convoy passed through Qingchuan City's outer checkpoint, I looked back and saw the crest on the wall. Over the past month, I had left the city through this gate for the first time, survived my first assassination attempt, and returned again and again carrying wounds and spoils. The wall couldn't block the blades waiting in the secret realm, but it reminded me that true growth was never just about driving numbers higher. It was about judging when to strike and when to retreat, and remembering who I had to come back for every single time. The journey into the secret realm had officially entered its final countdown.